Chung.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this,
and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years. And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing. Drug cartels frustrated. Less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? Yeah, so the MayDay parade starts here in about 8 minutes. Old Modern Marvels couldn't get that right. He had people believing that it was going on right now, and the big sign behind it said 2025. Genius. I guess, you know, doing a simple Google search, when does the 2026 MayDay parade begin, and doing a, what is the current time in Moscow, that's a little bit too trivial. I'm not sure if this one is the live one or if this is the live intro for it.
I want you to meet my shape. See, the film critics are
Every time I see a commercial now, all I hear is Georgia saying, wait, I wanted to see that.
It's 9 Knives Out meets Babe.
We shall solve the crime.
A perfect mix of humor and kindness.
In time, all that's left is all that's good.
And now it's a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes.
He's so beautiful and shiny.
I want to bash it. I want to bash it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Cola. Dude, I would totally pimp that headgear. Yeah, I believe this is the opening for the 2026. They were replaying the 2025, which had, you know, the inventor of all confused. We'll be able to see here in a minute. This is the 81st. The dead giveaway should have been when they showed Nicolas Maduro there. Should have been the biggest dead giveaway. There was my girl Tatiana. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Barry better call Lee Harvey to get one of them handcuff keys. We'll know here in a second if this is 2025 or 2026 because Nicolas Maduro was in the front row. Here's the president of Kazakhstan. President of Belarus. I don't see Nicholas anywhere. Who's that? Levchenko. Yeah, that meeting that I think that was like last week, because I had brought it up about the Logan Act. Did you guys see Trump driving, riding in the Beast in the reflecting pool? Sure is. Where's your boy been, Jason? KG Chubby. That was old Idi Amin's replacement. Yeah, so this is 2026.
Внимание! Говорит и показывает Москва. Слушайте и смотрите Красную площадь. Парад Победы!
Welcome to the MayDay Parade. Somebody better get on Lee's network and let him know it's live now. Yeah, he just said welcome to the MayDay celebration, 81st year MayDay. Yeah, G was there last year. I haven't seen G there. Could you imagine the liberals if Trump would have went? The Secret Service already had a fucking shit fit over the reflecting bull. There's my boy from Kazakhstan.
Государственный флаг Российской Федерации и знамя Победы. Мирно! Для встречи слева. Накра! Пол!
На Красную площадь вносятся государственный флаг Российской Федерации и знамя Победы. Штурмовой флаг, водруженный бойцами...
Pooty, do you think any of these people trust the plan?
Над куполом поверженного Рейхстага ознаменовал долгожданную победу советского народа в Великой Отечественной войне. Все эти годы священная...
I'm actually surprised there aren't Ukrainian troops here because Russia lost a long time ago, right? Wait, I want to see that.
Отдельного комендантского Преображенского полка, младшему лейтенанту Дмитрию Монастыреву и младшему сержанту Алексею Живаеву. Возглавляют знаменные группы капитан Кирилл Горшунов и лейтенант Антон Михайлов.
Wouldn't that be some shit if Ukraine launches a massive drone attack during this? Oh my god. chief of all goose steppers. My boy Alexander Lukashenko. I so want one of these cars. These are the Oruses. Bogosian's hanging out with Bin Laden.
Военный парад, посвященный 81-й годовщине Победы, принимает министр обороны Российской Федерации Андрей Белоусов. Командует парадом главнокомандующий сухопутными войсками, герой Российской Федерации, генерал-полковник Андрей Мордвичев.
That would be some funny shit. I told you, Vlad, it would be huge.
Товарищ министр обороны Российской Федерации, войска Московского гарнизона для парада вознаменования 81-й годовщины
This is the Secretary of the Armed Forces. He's
командующий парадом генерал-полковник Мордвичев.
Hopefully all the windows are locked.
Начинается объезд парадных расчетов войск Московского гарнизона. Министр обороны Андрей Белоусов направляется для приветствия парадных расчетов Общевойсковой академии Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, участников специальной военной операции, Корейской народной армии и военно-воздушной академии имени Жуковского и Гагарина.
Is the volume on the YouTube good?
Здравствуйте, товарищи! Поздравляю вас с 81-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне!
Yeah, this is live, Devin.
Военнослужащие вооруженных сил Российской Федерации показывают высочайшее мастерство и боевую выучку, успешно осваивают сложное современное вооружение, умело действуют в непростых условиях специальной военной операции. Солдаты и офицеры с честью решают поставленные задачи, опираясь на опыт предшественников и приумножая их лучшие традиции.
Здравствуйте, товарищи! Поздравляю вас с 81-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне.
So basically what he's doing is he goes, they drive around to each military unit and he'll say, you know, Здравствуйте, which is, you know, like a formal hello. And then he'll announce the unit or the group and then, you know, all reporting and accounted for. Well, this is Red Square. They'll never change this.
Здравствуйте, товарищи! Поздравляю вас с 81-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне.
Now I know you're not about to dry off.
Who are you?
I'm your glow angel, baby. Sis, oil hits different on damp skin. That's how you lock the moisture in.
Министр обороны приветствовал парадные расчеты Тихоокеанского высшего военно-морского училища, Серпуховского филиала Академии Петра Великого, кремлевских курсантов. Военные учебные заведения российской армии играют ключевую
So basically what they are saying is he goes around each unit and he'll say Здравствуйте, which is a formal hello. And then he'll identify the unit for Putin and then basically all the president accounted for. And then they respond by saying Здравствуйте, you know, all president or accounted for. Yeah, that's a brick road.
Здравствуйте, товарищи! Поздравляю вас с 81-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне.
Could you imagine if Trump did this in Times Square? Oh my God, talk about the meltdown.
Более 1000 военнослужащих, участников специальной военной операции. Министр обороны
It's the replacement for Idi Amin.
совершил объезд войск и направляется к центральной трибуне для доклада президенту Российской Федерации, Верховному главнокомандующему вооруженными силами Российской Федерации Владимиру Владимировичу Путину.
And now what he'll do is, I believe he goes back and reports to Putin that all units are present and accounted for.
Товарищ Верховный главнокомандующий вооруженными силами Российской Федерации, войска Московского гарнизона к параду в ознаменовании 81-й годовщины победы в Великой Отечественной войне готовы. Министр обороны Российской Федерации Белоусов.
С праздником.
They invented the convertible incident. Привет, comrades.
Дорогие граждане России, дорогие ветераны, товарищи солдаты и матросы,
You guys want me to see if I can find one with English translation?
Товарищи офицеры, генералы и адмиралы, бойцы и командиры и участники специальной военной операции, уважаемые гости, поздравляю вас с Днем Победы, с нашим священным, светлым и самым главным праздником. Мы отмечаем его с чувствами гордости и любви к своей стране, с пониманием нашего общего долга защищать интересы и будущее Родины. Отмечаем с искренней, сыновней благодарностью великому поколению победителей. Мы свято чтим заветы и наследие солдат Победы. Забота об отчизне объединяет всю нашу страну, весь народ России. А сохранение памяти о событиях Великой Отечественной войны, ее подлинной истории, истинных героях для нас дело чести. Мы всегда будем помнить подвиг советского народа. То, что именно он внес решающий вклад в разгром нацизма. Спас свою страну, спас мир. Положил конец тотальному, беспощадному злу.
Вернул суверенитет тем государствам, которые капитулировали перед гитлеровской Германией, превратились в покорных соучастников ее преступлений. Наш солдат внес колоссальные потери,
колоссальные жертвы во имя свободы и достоинства народов Европы, стал
воплощением мужества и благородства, стойкости и человечности и увенчал себя великой славой грандиозной победы. Дорогие друзья, 22 июня 1941 года одна из самых трагических, самых скорбных дат нашей истории. В этом году исполнится 85 лет, как началась Великая Отечественная война. Нацисты вероломно напали на Советский Союз. Планировали захват страны и ее богатейших ресурсов, полное уничтожение культуры, нашего исторического наследия и, наконец, истребление, порабощение, геноцид всего многонационального советского народа.
Именно всех народов, наций, этносов Советского Союза. Для реализации этих преступных целей были собраны силы по всей Европе. Казалось бы, нацистские стратеги педантично учли все.
Кроме одного, того, что называется русским характером и силой духа советского народа. Эти качества с особой мощью проявляются в самые трудные для Отечества времена.
Наш народ стеной встал на пути врага и показал, что преданность Родине – это высшая правота, способная сплотить миллионы людей. Мы помним беспримерную стойкость солдат, матросов и офицеров, самоотверженность участников народного ополчения, партизан и подпольщиков.
Гигантские усилия тыла, науки, промышленности, тружеников села. Фронт и тыл были едины. Подлинный патриотизм, мужество и жертвенность народа возвышали его над врагом,
придавали силы и укрепляли веру в победу.
Она была завоевана, выстрадана и одержана.
Все это живет в семейных историях, в сердцах наших детей,
внуков и правнуков, в памяти каждого из нас.
Мы склоняем головы перед павшими в боях.
Перед теми, кто был замучен в оккупации и в плену, кто умер от голода в блокадном Ленинграде, в
других осажденных городах и поселках, перед всеми, кто отдал свои жизни за Родину, за Россию. Склоняем головы перед памятью сыновей.
Mostly peaceful parade.
Дорогие друзья, великий подвиг поколения победителей вдохновляет
they launch their production en masse. But no matter how the weapons are changing, how the tactics are changing, one thing remains unchanged. The fate of the country is done by its citizens, by the soldiers, by the workers, by the farmers, by the weapon makers, by the conflict correspondents, by doctors and by teachers, by artists and by priests, volunteers and entrepreneurs, all the citizens of Russia. And our success is in our moral strength, in our courage, in our unity, in our ability to withstand everything, to overcome any challenges. We share one common destiny, and everyone makes their personal contribution to the victory, which is gained both at the front lines and at the home front. I believe that our cause is just. We stand together. The victory has always been and will always be ours. Glory to the victorious nation. Glory to the veterans. Glory to the armed forces of Russia. Happy holiday. Happy Victory Day. Hurrah!
If anybody says trust the plan at the MayDay parade, it is not on my bingo card. Yeah, this is the Russian national anthem.
Today, on the day of the great victory, servicemen of the armed forces of the Russian Federation are on combat duty, protecting the land, air, and maritime borders of our motherland. The personnel of the Joint Group of Forces are carrying out combat missions in the zone of the Special Military Operation.
На полигоне подразделение морской пехоты отрабатывает действия
I must break you.
Assault and seizing the command posts of the enemy using specialized vehicles and equipment.
For the record, Lee Harvey did not invent any of this equipment.
Group of forces in the Special Military Operation Zone is attained by daily training with tank crews in cooperation with the support vehicles Terminator. With the support of the assault crews and destruction of the targets, the modern artillery is used modern systems called Gatsin-K, Malva, and also multiple fire systems, Tornado S and Uragan. Happy Victory Day to commemorate the heroic deeds of our predecessors is our wealth, our richness. Today we bow down to the heroic deeds of the Soviet people and Soviet soldiers. Personnel of the airborne forces are working on the joint actions with the unmanned vehicles crews and battle vehicles to attack the command post.
Good point, Jason.
All right, here we go. Look at that focus. Well, he saw the streak, adjusted. That is perfect execution right there.
Listen, Tony, that's all about patience and preparation paying off.
It's easier to play when you've got a plan.
Division, I would like to congratulate you on the great holiday, on the Victory Day. The wide use of and aerial vehicles brought about the new type of forces, unmanned vehicles, forces that is equipped with the state-of-the-art unmanned aerial vehicles to support the assault crews. The unmanned crew is launching Molnia 2 vehicle. It's also using reconnaissance and striking vehicles to destroy vehicles and to kill the enemy forces. And now we can see they are launching Zala unmanned vehicle and Landsat unmanned vehicle.
С командного пункта объединенной
группировки
войск ведется непрерывное управление войсками в зоне специальной военной
forces, the control of the troops in the Special Military Operation Zone is continuing at all times for the reconnaissance of the enemy territory. The long-haul unmanned aerial vehicles are used that are called Inahodits. The crews of Garan 2 and Garan 5 are preparing for the launch of the unmanned aerial vehicles to strike enemy sites and enemy targets far behind the front lines. On this day, our crews are carrying out combat missions, and we would like to congratulate the veterans and all the citizens of our country on the day of the great victory. Pilots of the unmanned aerial vehicles division are controlling.
The guy sitting on Putin's right is the oldest living military general in Russia.
Of our motherland. The crews of the Kinjal missile complexes are on duty today. They're equipped with the hypersonic missiles that can defeat any air defense system and yield maximum damage. The 5th generation fighter jet Su-57, one of the most advanced fighter jets in the world. It is created for aerial domination and to strike ground targets, which makes it a universal tool in the modern combat conditions.
Расчет радиотехнического узла контроля космического пространства ведет поиск и сопровождение космических объектов, обеспечивая целеуказания для средств противоракетной обороны.
Outer space to ensure the goals, to look for the goals of the missile defense. The Peresvet battle complex is a unique weapon based on the modern physical principles. It can destroy satellites and aerial vehicles, including cruise missiles in the atmosphere. Air defense system S-500 Prometheus has a unique capability of intercepting ballistic and aerodynamic targets high in the air. Radio location station Voronezh DM ensures control of the most dangerous directions around the clock. Air defense complex S-350 VTS can efficiently counteract various types of aerial targets. On behalf of the crew of our air defense unit, I would like to congratulate you on the holiday of the great victory. The Russian Federation Navy is defending and ensuring security of the maritime borders of the country and ensures the presence of Russia in the global oceans. Frigate Admiral Gorshkov is one of the service vessels that can carry out various tasks to strike the maritime targets and ground targets with long-range, high-precision missiles. Nuclear submarine armed with cruise missiles or Hungalis is a submarine that can carry out various combat missions, both close range and long range. The Russian Federation possesses the entire range of the nuclear deterrence means that ensures the safety of the country and can strike, still a response strike. And the foundation of the strategic forces of Russia is the Yars complexes that can be placed in various regions of the country and put on combat duty. Hypersonic complex Avangard is a unique and invincible system that can withstand any missile defense systems of the enemy. Strategic aircraft 260 is used to launch the state-of-the-art strategic weapons. On behalf of our crew of our Tu-160,
we've been where you're going for the long haul, not just a long weekend. We leverage several lifetimes of experience to protect you when the unexpected knocks your trip off track. Choose Allianz Travel Insurance and chart your path with confidence.
Targets in the enemy territory. On behalf of our crew, I would like to congratulate everyone on the day of the great victory. We are proud of our victory and like to bow down to the frontline veterans and home front veterans. Parade. Attention. Forward march. Form up battalions. First battalion forward march and the rest right face. Present arms. Right. Face. Forward. March. Leading the ceremonial march is the parade commander, hero of the Russian Federation, Colonel General Andrei Mordvichov. Opening the parade are cadets of the Institute of Military Conductors of the Prince Alexander Nevsky Military University. Commanding the parade formation is Colonel Sergei Vov. The drummers set the rhythm and pace for the rest of the parade formations. Marching past the stands are the flag groups carrying the state flag of the Russian Federation, the banner of the Russian Armed Forces, and the victory banner. The flag group is escorted by the Honor Guard, representing the three branches of the armed forces: the ground forces, the aerospace forces, and the Navy, all from the 154th Preobrazhensky Independent Commandant's Regiment. This year, the Honor Guard of the Russia marks its 70th anniversary. Marching in formation are students of the Combined Arms Academy of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. The parade formation is led by Lieutenant General-elect Sekov. The Academy is the principal training center for tactical level commanders. Its student body is made up primarily of officers who have taken part in the special military operation. Among them are heroes of the Russian Federation, Alexander Kuznetsov, Mikhail Martsev, and Nikita Palaznik. Now entering Red Square are veterans of the special military operation. Leading the formations are heroes of the Russian Federation, Colonels Mirlan Jumagali and Zorikto Angarhaev. Marching proudly under their battle banners are 17 heroes of the Russian Federation and 83 recipients of the Order of Courage, awarded for exceptional bravery and valor. Making their debut in the parade today, servicemen of the Unmanned Systems Troops march shoulder to shoulder with their comrades in arms. Among them is hero of Russia, Senior Lieutenant Maxim Potashev. Now crossing Red Square is the parade formation of the Korean People's Army, commanded by Senior Colonel Chae Young-hun. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with Russian troops, the soldiers of the Korean People's Army made a major contribution to the liberation of the Kursk region from neo-Nazi invaders, demonstrating extraordinary heroism, selflessness, and courage. On the march are the officers and cadets of the Zhukovsky-Gagarin Air Force Academy. Leading the parade formation is the head of the academy, Colonel General Gennady Zibrov. The Academy trains elite officers for aviation and space exploration, along with specialists for the Unmanned Systems Troops. The Academy's graduates have piloted nearly every type of Soviet and Russian aircraft and have always formed the core of the Cosmonaut Corps. Marching along Red Square are the future officers of the Russian Navy. The honor of opening their procession goes to the cadets of the Higher Naval Engineering School. Commanding the parade formation is the head of the school, Rear Admiral Andrei Klemenko. The school is Russia's leading naval engineering educational institution. Next to join the parade are the cadets of the Admiral Makarov Pacific Higher Naval School. Leading the unit is Colonel Mikhail Bezgin. Over 20,000 graduates of the school have served in all fleets of our country. Now approaching are the parade formations of the Peter the Great Strategic Missile Forces Military Academy and its Serpahov branch. At the head of the formation is Major General Farid Chigmardanov. The Academy is a premier educational institution and a major research center in military and technical sciences, shaping the development and operation of strategic missile weapons. On the march are the cadets of the Army General Margalov Ryazan Guards Higher Airborne Command School. Leading the parade formation is the school's principal, Colonel Oleg Ponomarev. This formation includes 90 cadets decorated with state honors for their service during the special military operation. Among them is Hero of Russia, Sergeant Timofey Matveyev. The school's alumni have always been and remain a shining example of selfless service to the motherland. 215 airborne officers have been awarded the nation's highest honor, the title of Hero of the Soviet Union or Hero of the Russian Federation. Bringing the marching part of the parade to a close are the cadets of the Moscow Higher Combined Arms Command School. Leading the formation is the school's principal, Major General Roman Binyukov. Through the ultimate sacrifice of its cadets, the school has forever etched its name into the history of the Great Patriotic War. In the harrowing year 1941, alongside the other defenders of Moscow, the Kremlin cadets became the unbreakable wall against the fascist hordes, laying the foundation for our victory. Since its inception, the school has remained an iconic institution for the country's armed forces. The institution launched the military careers of many renowned commanders and senior military leaders. Today, proudly remaining one of Russia's finest military educational institutions, the school carries on its glorious traditions of training commanders for the ground forces. In the sky, we see the Kubinka Diamond Formation performed by the renowned aerobatic teams Russian Knights and Swifts, flying Su-30 and MiG-29 fighter jets. Leading the group is Colonel Andrei Alexeyev. In keeping with tradition, the parade formation is concluded by 6 Su-25 attack aircraft, painting the skies above the capital in the colors of the national flag of the Russian Federation. Leading the formation is Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Mordasov. Music for the parade was performed by the combined military band of the Moscow garrison, conducted by the chief military conductor.
Now in theaters. From lambs
I want to be the detective. Let me.
to rams.
I want to bash it. I want to bash it so bad.
And everything in between. The Sheep Detectives will have everyone flocking to the theaters.
Are you coming?
Don't disturb any evidence.
Just a little carrot. No.
The Sheep Detectives, rated PG, now playing in theaters.
The Great Patriotic War. We congratulate all the people of Russia with this great holiday.
Take me on a tour of this home and tell me about it.
Built in 2022, this home features modern updates.
I don't like this decor. Please remove the furniture.
The furniture is now hidden.
Not sure if that's the end or what. Yeah, that's okay. Let me go to our other.
Sometimes in history,
Alrighty.
And the 70-year-olds still read it today. But I mean, yeah, I'm having the incredible opportunity of introducing them to things like The Call of the Wild and The Far Away Tree, as Natalie was mentioning there. All these things that enchanted me when I was a kid. The Hobbit, to read through The Hobbit, which is an absolute masterpiece now, today, with my youngsters. It's just the best. And I get to enjoy them all over again through my youngsters' eyes.
when you set out sort of adventuring, and you seem to make a success of it sort of quite quickly. All of a sudden, from a standing start, I think you were. I think was it the National Geographic's adventurer in residence. I mean, how'd you get a job like that from nowhere?
It's quite a job title, isn't it? Yeah, it still remains the best job title I've ever had. I mean, it actually took quite a long time. I was doing a lot of expeditions on my own, filming them myself, and just making videos that I'd send all over the world, trying to get some kind of traction.
Yeah, that parade was short.
Failing dismally over and over and over again. And I went into National Geographic, met up with the vice president of National Geographic, and left that first meeting with a company credit card and the instruction to go off and do as many more and turn them into programs. And it's still, looking back now, a surreal moment where, everything in my life changed from me being a grifter who was going nowhere to all of a sudden having, shiny embossed cards with "Adventurer in Residence, National Geographic" written across them. So yeah, it was that was a moment.
And you, I mean, as we'll hear from Natalie. Natalie was in a situation where huge danger, which she just about survived, was visited upon her. She certainly didn't ask for it. In a way, the dangers that you've been through, and it's been wonderful to watch, but you've chosen that life. But at the moment when you face that danger, surely at some point you think, what was I doing? Well, I picked this.
There have definitely been moments where I've thought those exact words and that exact sentiment. One of them would without question be scuba diving in the Okavango Delta in Botswana, diving with crocodiles, Nile crocodiles, deliberately, on purpose, and swimming face first into a hippo on the bottom of the Okavango.
Oh my God.
And, in that moment, you could toss a coin as to whether we lived or died. And absolutely, when we got out of the water afterwards and we had all survived, I thought that exact same thing, Adrian. I thought, what on earth was I doing? But, yeah.
And what is the answer to that? What on earth was I doing? What is the answer to why do I do this?
I think that the answer is that I have now been doing this job since the late 1990s, and I have over and again come back to the same.
So there you can see they were running intelligence operations.
In all that time, I have had a handful of negative encounters with all those animals. I've had far more negative encounters with people during that time, and my experience shows me for absolute sure that most creatures, most wildlife would do anything to avoid a negative encounter with a person if it possibly can. And actually, they're more predictable than we as people are. And when you get your head around the best way to act around things like sharks, they're frankly safer than it is being in London on a Saturday night after the pubs kick out. You know, I just honestly believe that, and I get so much from it. I get so much excitement, so much beauty and wonder, and every single day of my job, every day without exception, has been different, and that's pretty special.
And I'm sure you didn't go into it, or perhaps you did, but with the intention of communicating with kids, broadcasting this to children, and yet you found your niche. You're brilliant at it. The Deadly 60 TV series. I mean, you are celebrating the deadliness of animals to some extent there. But what's the trick of communicating with children as you see it?
Well, I think one of the big things is that you don't talk down to them, that you talk to youngsters as you would your contemporaries, that you can use just as intense and complicated concepts as you would when you're talking to adults. In fact, in some cases, you can use more, and you can use considerably more factual information, because kids are in school all day long. They're used to receiving facts. They're used to hearing things that they don't know and it not being alienating to them. So you never talk down to them. If you use complex words, then you get into a patter of every time you say something complex, you instantly follow it up with, that means, etc. So you're always explaining yourself, but there's never any need to dumb things down for kids. And if you can do that, and if you can give them adventure and excitement and all the things that are the backbone of natural storytelling, then they'll come with you, and you have this unique opportunity to be talking to an audience who haven't made up their mind what their passion in life is going to be. And particularly in my subject of natural history, you have the opportunity to give to young people something that is going to give them everything. It's going to give them well-being and excitement and physical health and mental health and something that they can aim for, that they can always fall back on. And that's really, really special. What a privilege to be able to do that.
What would you add to that, Frank, as the master of storytelling to children?
Well, I just want to say thank you to Steve. My wonderful granddaughter Lydia, who's 9, is a massive fan of the show, and she bears out exactly what you've been talking about. I was walking to, that thing about the way knowing stuff gives you confidence and makes you feel like you own the world. And so I was walking to school with her, and I said the phrase reticulated pipe.
I have a feeling that may be a rendition flight.
And that swagger, you gave her that swagger, and she carries it forward. And the other day, walking to school, that you focused her kind of interaction on the world. So I was walking to school with her, and the geese flew overhead. We live near the sea, so these geese flew overhead and wheeled around. Watched it, and she said, "Well, that's the best bit of bird watching we'll do today."
But your work is done, Steve.
Absolutely. You gave her the world. Yeah.
Now, I understand you've got a shrimp named after you. Are you happy with a big muscly fella like you? Don't you want something big and muscly? I mean, no disrespect to the shrimp community, obviously, Steve.
The story of that is absolutely incredible. I was doing a deep-sea submersible dive, down to about 600 meters, down into the eternal darkness of the deep sea. And we were gathering specimens to try and discover new species, and found a cone shell. And when we took it back to the lab, inside that cone shell was a snapping shrimp. And snapping shrimps are one of the loudest creatures in the world. They got one supersized claw which they can click to create a sound underwater, which travels for a considerable distance and gives this really, really characteristic snapping shrimp. They're also known as the pistol shrimp because it sounds a little bit like a gunshot. And it was undescribed. It was a new species, and they said, you know what, we're going to name it after you, Backshaw's snapping shrimp. How cool is that? That was absolutely wild.
When you say how cool is that, and in all the stuff you do, everything is amazing, and I know it's sincere, I know it's genuine, and if I may say so, I think the secret of success, I mean this as a great compliment, is that you've got this childlike wonder about you, which you've never shaken off, and it's a wonderful thing to preserve. You know, you've like that in all aspects of your life.
I am, and all of my friends and family have always been ruthless about the fact that everything I see and do is the best ever. But it's not put on. It's not artificial.
That's how you feel at that moment.
It is genuinely how I feel at that moment, and particularly I think animals have the power to do it for me more than anything else. And it can be a sandy dog charging around in the sand dunes, or it can be a brand new species of giant woolly rat in the mountains of New Guinea. Every single one of those things triggers the same unbridled excitement in me that I've always had. I had it since I was knee high, and I just think I'm very, very lucky to have that.
There's an amazing baseball coach. I'm quite into baseball, oddly, called Joe Madden, and his book is brilliant. And he wrote something which really made me think of you. It just took me back to it, reading about you today, Steve. He says, your mind and heart are never as open as they are when you encounter a place or an opportunity for the first time. He said, make every day count by seeing it with first-time eyes. And that's what I feel you've sort of got. You've got those first-time eyes.
What a lovely, lovely quote. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. I think it's one of the great things about exploration is that sense of the unknown, and there is nothing that compares to going into a cave that's never been illuminated before, shining your light around with no idea of what you might find there. The absolute wonder that you get from it. And I think it's one of the things that's really driven us on as a species. One of the things that's driven us to be so successful is that desire to look at the world as something that needs to be explained, and to just be driven to want to see and find everything. And like you say, to do it with fresh eyes. And yeah, I mean, it's one of the greatest things about my job is that I get to do that every single day. Every day is going to be different. I don't know what it's going to hold. I don't know what I'm going to find, but it's going to be awesome.
I mean, Natalie, we'll talk about the calamity you went through. If you think back before then to the innocence, I suppose, of the first 40 years of your life, and that sense of wonder and everything. Can you recapture that now, even after everything you've been through?
Yeah, and totally in a different way, because it's almost like, without sounding sort of too philosophical, it's like a rebirth, if I'm totally honest. So it's kind of like what happened to me surviving that makes me appreciate life in a whole new level.
So you've seen it with first-time eyes.
I think we take a lot of things for granted. Why wouldn't we? Sort of life can become very routine for some of us, apart from Steve, clearly, who climbs into caves. And
he abhors routine.
He literally does, and loves that discovery, which is absolutely amazing. But I think I have a new sense of wonder, and I've had some amazing experiences because of what's happened.
And your first-time eyes you're the greatest example of that, Frank, that I know personally. I think you've got, a man in your 60s, and there is a childlike wonder about you as well.
Yeah, I mean, when Steve talked about, the cave that's never been illuminated, that's every story that you haven't read. That's every story that you haven't written. That is that same feeling. And it's crucial to hold on to that, I think. There's a great line in G.K. Chesterton, which I've got on my wall all the time, which is, the world is not perishing for lack of wonders. The world is perishing for lack of wonder. And your job, and what Steve does so brilliantly, what Natalie's doing, what you try to do, is to remind people of the wonder. It's there all the time.
And, I mean, jokingly I said, Steve, you a bore routine, and perhaps you do, but when you get married as you are to the incredible Helen Glover, and you've got children, then look, part of it is routine, and part of it is mundane. You've got to be there, just, I don't know, getting your kids changed for swimming is the most unbelievable fact, but we did it over and over again. You've just got to find a way of deriving joy and wonder from that, and joking apart, it's not always easy, is it?
It's not, but ours are at that wonderful age, 6 and 7, where they're discovering new things about the world with every single second. And I think particularly as being an old dad, you're very aware that these moments are fleeting and that they'll be over in a millisecond. And so you do try and treasure every single second. It's one of the reasons why we've moved ourselves down to Cornwall, to make sure that we give them the greatest possible childhood they could have. And yes, you could well be dragging them into their swimming kit or into their wetsuits, but you're doing that because they're going down to go surfing after school. And, that's the childhood I would have wanted, and that, I want for my kids, and we're doing our best to give it to them. So I think the mundane moments are few and far between. It's very hard work, but the rewards are greater than anything else I've had in life.
I should ask you, how was the Attenborough 100th birthday party last night?
I'm a little bit weary, if I'm honest.
Was there any trouble?
The great man did kick off at one point, had to be restrained. The police were called. No, it was an incredible evening. Seeing the unbelievable breadth of his work, seeing all the people whose lives he has transformed, and just kind of recognizing that even now, for me, having done this my entire life, I still see things in nature and find myself narrating them in his voice.
Yeah.
And my kids do the same. Yeah, and that my kids kind of like him and his programs more than they like mine, which is
disappointing.
One of those, it's disappointing, but it's inevitable.
Rosemary has been in touch, says the classic books my son grew up with are Steve's Deadly 60 series. He's 17 now, and the only childhood books he still has on his shelves to pass down to his children. Now, you're going on the stadium UK Arena tour in October. That's how big Steve Backshall is. I mean, can Rosemary's 17-year-old turn up for that, or is there an upper age limit for the Deadly Live tour?
I think one of the things that we found is that we don't really set an age limit, upper or lower, on these kinds of things, because if you are into natural history, it doesn't matter how old you are. We quite often find that people know the most about dinosaurs when they graduate as a PhD paleontologist, and when they're 5. And we have kids of 2 and 3 years old turning up and just reveling in the dinosaurs and the gorgeous and the circus skills and the stunts and the tricks and all that sort of stuff. And we have graduates turning up. We have professors of marine biology turning up and saying, I've never thought about orca in those terms before. I've never put the entirety of life and the evolution of every creature we have on our planet in its place and its context in the way that you have here. So absolutely bring your 17-year-old son along. Of course you can. We've got thousands of seats to sell, so please bring along.
Okay. I think you can probably get himself there. He doesn't need his mum to get him along.
Also true.
Rosemary, I'm sure you're also welcome. We'll talk more shortly, Steve. Let's get the inheritance tracks from someone I would hope is presently getting some sleep. Nick Robinson's put in some punishing hours this week covering the local and regional elections. Here are the 2 tracks most dear to him.
There is lambs all under my naked feet. The track I inherited is Carpet Crawlers by Genesis. The wall is soft and warm, gives off some kind of heat. It was my best friend at school, Will, who got me to listen to The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, the Genesis album from the early 70s. He was the one who got me into early, pre-Phil Collins Genesis. Now, even then, it wasn't very fashionable to like Genesis, even with Peter Gabriel as the lead singer. And I knew nothing about them, but I was hooked from the very first time I sat and watched that disc go round on the record player and heard that song. He didn't call us. And I think of it a lot now. I think about it a lot since. And indeed, I confess, I've been to Genesis gigs an alarming number of times. It's something I've had to apologise for over the years for people who think that Genesis are kind of naff prog rock. But I'm hooked. And I think I've been 7 times to Genesis gigs. And Carpet Crawlers is always one of the tracks. So Will and I carried on listening to Genesis from the age of 8 to 18. And I think one reason that song means so much to me is because Will and I went on a big post-A-levels road trip around Europe. We went with our school friend James. It's sadly a trip from which only I returned. We had a terrible car crash soon after we arrived in Calais, and Will and James both died. And that track, Carpet Crawlers, is a reminder of happier times. The track I'd like to pass on is Beethoven's Fidelio Quartet from Beethoven's Fidelio, Mir ist so wunderbar. The joy of that quartet in Fidelio is it's a slow build. First, the beautiful orchestral opening, and then one voice, and then another, and then a third, and then a fourth. Each voice crystal clear in their own right, and then interlinking, making the whole much more than the sum of the parts. Beethoven certainly knew how to do it. I can vividly remember hearing this for the first time live and in the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden, a place I'd barely been to before. And I was there with my now wife, Pippa. Neither of us knew the opera. We'd taken the risk of not listening before going. And as this quartet began, we both obviously had the same feeling. That moment when the hair back of your neck go up, it was spellbinding. I'd love my kids to feel the same way about that track as I did. I confess, I don't think I've ever played it to them. I don't think I've ever passed it on to them. In part because I was so aware that my dad had tried to say that classical music was somehow better than pop. But I remember now that my dad, rather tenderly I thought, for one birthday, did give me one of those old plastic box of cassettes, when you get 10 of them in a carrying case. And on the top of the case, he'd got a white freezer sticker, and he'd written in a black felt pen, "These I have loved, and I hope you'll love too." And when I opened the box, there were 10 cassettes, all of which he'd recorded himself. He'd taken his favourite records and his favourite CDs, the ones he thought I should love, and he'd put them together for me. And I now wish I'd done that for my kids.
Thank you very much to Nick Robinson for sharing his inheritance tracks with us. So you're listening to Saturday Live. We've got Frank Cottrell Boyce with us. We've got Steve Backshaw with us. And we have Natalie Kairosh here. Now, Natalie's story, I should warn you, is I'm on the horns of a dilemma here because we've got to be, the content here is frankly macabre at times, but we can't shy away from some of that because we do need to communicate the horror of what happened. But I'll just give you that gentle warning, and we'll sort of go easy from you. So, Natalie, if I may, if you don't mind, sort of précis your story. You're 40 years old, 2016. living in the royal borough of Sutton Coldfield, where nothing interesting ever happens in the nicest possible way. And you divorced, got two lovely girls, and you've got together with the man of your dreams, somebody you'd known on and off for 20 years. Back at school, you knew this bloke, utterly charming, and he wants a baby, you want a baby too, you're 8 months pregnant, and you go to the shops in Sutton, you got to go to the bank, and then something horrific happened. Just, you've got to describe it as best you can.
Yeah, and obviously I'm mindful that people might be eating their breakfast as the time we are on Saturday. But so as you quite rightly said, Adrian, I'm walking down into the town centre. It's a safe area. It's, you know, suburbia itself, middle-class suburbia. And I'm going to the bank, and as I approach the town centre, there's a cut through an alleyway behind a church graveyard, which isn't dodgy as it sounds. You know, it's quite wide, tree-lined, and I'm halfway through walking down there because it's a cut through to the town centre when I hear a guy running behind me, which puts me on edge. I think all of us would appreciate, you know, I'm feeling quite vulnerable. I'm 8 months pregnant and there's somebody running in this alleyway. I look over my shoulder and all I see is a guy who's quite big built, scruffily dressed, hoodie on, head down. I managed to get out because I think, right, just power walk as fast as you can and it'll be fine. I got into this dead-end road and I can see the town centre now literally ahead of me. It's just gone 3 o'clock. And just as I am walking down the pavement, I notice he's right behind me, feel him, he's that close, and I step to one side to try and show I know you're there, I'm in control. And just as I step to one side, and I remember saying to him, just go past me, mate, you know, just sort of that exasperated, just please go past. And he jumped on me, and for the next 9 minutes, which is a very long time, he proceeded to stab me multiple times with a 12-inch kitchen carving knife. I broke free at one point, passers-by intervened, they were incredible. I did collapse at one point.
And your injuries, I mean, you can just take us through them. Any one of these could have killed you, really.
Yeah, I mean, for a start, I was stabbed 24 times. So it went through the outer part of my heart, my right lung, my diaphragm in 2 places. It went through my liver, went through my uterus. But obviously, you know, I was 8 months pregnant, so carrying my baby, and went to the main artery in my wrist. And nobody, when they come to the scene, the police are on the scene, they're giving first aid. At this point, nobody's giving any odds that I'm going to survive.
And believe it or not, folks, this story actually gets worse now, because it turned out that the attacker was none other than the man of your dreams, your partner, the father of that 8-month baby.
Yeah.
I mean, you had enough to compute when you finally came round after being in a coma for a long time. How could you begin? And it had been a perfectly lovely relationship, a few wrinkles as there always are, but there was no warning.
There was absolutely no warning. I know people find it really hard to get their head around it. They said, but there must have been. There'd been absolutely no violence, as you said. I'd known him 25 years. We'd both gone to grammar school in Birmingham. I was at the girls, he was at the boys. So we ticked every box that people think they should. You know, you've got a nice education, gone to university. We get together later in life. Our friends are still the same friend group. Our friends have ended up married to each other with children. So everything should be the perfect setup. And I come out of my induced coma and my head's very bleary. And by the way, it's nothing like the TV, nothing like films when you come out. There is no coming around looking perfect, certainly not for me. And also my family weren't there, which was really hard to deal with. So I'm being told a lot of news that my baby's alive, but she's fighting for her life. She's in a different hospital. So my brain's trying to compute that. I mean, looking for my family, slightly miffed they weren't there. But later found it was because the police had told everybody they weren't allowed to talk to me because it'd be on the media. So my first, if anyone thinks about coming out of an operation, how bleary your head is, I've got that feeling probably times about 10 or 100 coming out of an induced coma. And my first conversation is with West Midlands Police, who then break the news to me that the person had got under arrest at Sutton Police Station and charged me with attempted murder of me and my baby is my partner. And the world imploded.
I mean, if he'd just walked out on you and left you 8 months pregnant without any warning in an unfounded and otherwise perfect relationship, that in itself would have been horrendous to deal with. Yet this I think it's probably... There can't be many people in the world who've been through this. Don't get me wrong. Domestic violence, there's an awful lot of it, and terrible things are perpetrated by men on women all the time. But this, without any warning, I mean, it was just impossible until you're asking that question, why?
Yeah, I mean, right at that moment of even that first interview with West Midlands Police, I was literally saying, why has he done it? Why has he done it? And from very early on, I was determined to face him, to ask him that myself, because I wasn't getting any answers. They were like, we don't know, he's not saying very much. And to be fair, it was before the court delay, so actually my case progressed very quickly. He pleaded guilty.
And that's a problem, because then you don't get to examine a motive. So the court isn't establishing why.
No, there's literally nothing, as you say. Because he pleaded guilty, it then progressed very quickly to sentencing, and I remember a police officer at the time saying to me, Natalie, we don't have a motive, but without being hard, we don't need to get one because he's pleaded guilty. But then the flip side of that is, if he pleaded not guilty, they would have examined everything about his character. They would have started to unearth everything that I unearthed after sentencing, and learn about this man who's leading multiple lives, basically.
But the extraordinary thing is, although the more I read your book, it makes perfect sense, I suppose. You can't stop missing him. You still sort of love him. In that very narrow sense, it's no different to if he just walked off or shacked up with your best friend or done something horrendous. You still, you talk about waking up in bed and you finally get home and the bed's empty and you miss him. I mean, it must be so hard to deal with that.
Yeah, and I think some people, when I wrote my book and I put that in, and it was a bit of a debate because some people are like, oh, I don't know how people are going to react. I said, no, it has to be the honesty, and I wrote it while I was still in quite a raw condition in that sense, which was good. But it is a bereavement, and I think people forget this, is that, to me, Bobby, who was my partner who did this, to me, Bobby left home that day and he died. The man I'd known 25 years was in effect dead. So there was a bereavement of that whilst coming to terms with, there's this other character, and actually that's the real character, and then uncovering everything. So even I faced him in 2017. I was always determined, always determined.
Finally met him. But you'd had this correspondence with him before then. And this goes into sort of dark farce, and again, it's told brilliantly in your book. You can't say he's not contrite on some level. He's not angry, but he says bizarre things. He once says, look, don't worry, it's not you, it's me. And you say, well, of course it's not me. I never thought it was me. How could it be me?
I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't think I'd have stabbed myself multiple times. I'll be totally honest. And I mean, that line's terrible to use at any point in anyone's life. But when someone says, it's not you, it's me, in that situation, it was actually...
I mean, there's an email here that you quote in your book. I know that you show up. This is from him to you. This is from him to you. I know that you show a brave face, but let me tell you that I know that you have the strength inside you to get through this. I know that the scars I inflicted are your stripes, and then you will get through this as the she-wolf that you are. I love you, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, you just throw your phone to the floor, don't you, and gasp, but you're still asking why, and you still haven't got an answer to.
No, I wasn't getting an answer, and you're quite right. That phone went through quite a battering, I'll be totally honest. Because what people don't realise, you get these emails, obviously through a system called emailaprisoner.com, and obviously with our phones today, you're reading it therefore on your phone, and you could be anywhere. I remember being out at a children's farm, and an email came through, and I kept telling myself, Natalie, don't open it, because you're going to get upset. You're on a kid's day out, and obviously you do. Curiosity killed the cat and all that, and that phone took quite a battering was thrown because nothing was giving me any answers. He almost spoke to me in a way that somebody else had done it, and he's almost appeasing me. I'm proud of you. You're always the woman I wanted as my wife.
That was another classic. You're not perfect, he says to you. He says to you, you're not perfect, but you're my perfect.
Yeah, but you're perfect enough for me, which, let's be honest, is a pretty low bar when it comes from somebody who's done that.
Yeah, but for how you describe him, I mean, he says this perfectly evenly, and you did get to see him in prison. in the end, and it's sort of compelling as he talks. You can see people who've been taken in by it.
Yeah, he's very believable. Even during his prison journey, I work in prisons now and have ironically come across people who've come across him in the prison estate, and he's still very believable as a charming man, well educated, well spoken. He doesn't have my Birmingham accent or yours, Adrian, sorry. But you know, it's he comes across as this very kind, empathetic man, but the empathy is very surface level.
By the way, your book is great, but I listened to the audio book, and it's not your accent. It's like a Yorkshire accent. What do they think? The public can't stand the sound of a woman with a Birmingham accent reading a book. I mean, it's nicely done, but it's just the wrong accent.
But they're a London publishing house, and they were very proud of the fact when they told me, Natalie, we have an actress, and it's brilliant news. She's from the north, and I said, but I'm from the Midlands, and they were like, but she's northern, and I was like,
and where was she from?
Leeds.
Leeds,
and
right.
she's a lovely lady. She's really, really lovely lady. Spent time talking to each other so she could get the essence of me. It was quite a bit of dark humour, as you know, in the book. But it's quite bizarre to listen to. I've only ever listened to a little bit of it because it's kind of weird to be talking in such a different accent.
I think now we try not to get too political in this programme, not least because I'm embroiled in that kind of content all week. But I mean, he got 18 years. And he'd be eligible for parole at 12, or to come out on licence at 12.
Yeah, eligible for parole at 12.
And even before that, he could be in an open prison, so he could almost be sort of quasi-free now. And this is kind of what you campaign on for the victims of domestic violence.
I sort of have two different worlds. So I work for the Police and Crime Commissioner and do victims' rights generally, make sure the victim journey is the best it can be. But in my own personal world, I do a lot of campaigning around preventing domestic abuse offenders from going to open prison early, because protecting targeted victims. At the end of the day, domestic abuse victims and stalking victims are targeted individuals, and we have to keep them safe, because open prison you can get day release, and now with the way the world is in prisons and the capacity problems, unfortunately we are seeing people being eligible for these open conditions and day release early.
I mean, I didn't know you at all this time last week, and I hardly know you now, but I've read your whole life story, and I can hear the tone of when you wrote that book in 2019 of, your inner state, there's bluntly. And now, I just spoke to you on the phone last night, you're a different person. That's, you're not over it by any means, but you're a different person. You've got your life, but I've just got this dreadful feeling. It doesn't exactly start again, but a whole new dark chapter is something, because he's going to be released before too long, and then what?
Yeah, we've got 2 years until his parole eligibility, and even then, like in the next 18 months, I'll have to start preparing reports of what I feel is the risk still to me, as all victims do when it gets to parole. They get that chance to say, how they feel. And I can't imagine a world where he's out, and that's really, really difficult to get my head around. Because, yes, there's restrictions and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, he's proved nobody can predict what he does.
Listen, Frank and Steve are hanging on your every word. Frank, is there anything you'd like to say to Natalie?
No, I just wanted to keep talking. I can't believe this story is so... I mean, my head is just reeling to me. And amazing that you can find something funny in it, Natalie. That's courage.
I mean, there's all sorts of dark... I mean, the counsellor at the mother and baby unit had to just say, look, I just can't do this. It's too upsetting. So even the counsellor is saying, like, in the early days, I can't cope with this.
Yeah, I saw there's a specialist mother and baby unit, and this lady dealt with terrible situations, sort of neonatal losses and stillborns. And the second time I saw her, she stopped me and said, Natalie, I can't see you today, because basically I felt so upset when you were last here. And I can't deal with it. I had to go and lock myself away. And I remember walking home with the pram and crying, thinking, oh, my days, my life is that horrendous that I've literally now traumatised a professional counsellor.
Listen, we'll talk more. We'll talk more shortly. Natalie K. Roche, and the book is called Still Standing. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to get it revoiced by yourself. This book, you know, I think we need, no disrespect to Kat who read it, but we need your voice, or at least a Brummy voice. I know plenty. I'll do it myself. Wouldn't be quite right, but it's
the pitch might be a bit off.
Yeah, it might be a bit off. If you've been affected by, you know, any of the kind of things we've been talking about, go to Action Line on the BBC website. Let's say now thank you to someone you didn't get to thank at the time, and blimey, I know there's a long list in Natalie's life, but this week we hear from Melanie Hamilton from Northwood for a very good reason to be grateful to a complete stranger for his help one cold night back in 2019.
It was just before COVID in November 19. One evening I was coming back from work dressed to go to Pilates, so I decided just to pop into my parents on the way, which I often did, just to see them, usually over dinner time before I went off, only to find my father wasn't in the kitchen or in the sitting room where he was supposed to be. He had vascular dementia and he'd decided to go on a wander. It was a really dark, cold night. So I decided he couldn't have gone that far, so I ran out of the house in my socks and just my kit to think that I would find him at the end of the road. And when I got there, I had a decision to make. Will I go right, which would have led down towards the motorway, or turn left, where he walked the dog? So I decided that he would probably be on the dog route. So I ran up the side of the main road, no sign of him, towards the church, which is on the common. It's in a place called Chorley Wood. Mm-hmm. I came upon this man who, I didn't have my phone, I didn't even have my shoes on, and explained about the dementia. And so I said to the man, oh, it's unusual to find someone walking along. He said, yes, I'm walking home from work, which is a long way from where he'd walked from in Watford. So he very kindly gave me his phone. I phoned my brother to explain what had happened. And the man came with me into the pitch black of the common, into the woods. There's a golf course there, all kinds of things, to help me find my dad. We must have walked for about a mile, bearing in mind I had just socks on, my feet were absolutely frozen. Eventually, we found him, and the man walked with me back to the house. And my mum opened the door. She said, take your socks off. And then the man was gone. And I never really had a chance to say thank you so much to him.
It must be living strongly in his memory. It's not every day you're minding your own business on a long walk home from work and bump into a woman wearing a Pilates kit with no trainers on looking for a... No. I mean, that's pretty specific. I mean,
yeah.
He'd walked from Watford, had he?
He'd walked from Watford, and what reminded me of the story was I was going to buy something on that industrial estate the other day where he said he'd come from, and then I remembered back to that time, and I was so grateful to him.
Are you that man? Do get in touch. Thanks to Melanie Hamilton for that. You've got a similar kind of story. Do get in touch. I'd love to speak to you again sometime in the week, and we'll play it out in a future show. Saturday live at bbc.co.uk, and we'll take it from there. So we get to Frank Cottrell Boyce. Frank, where do we start? Well, what about childhood? I think there's so often convent educations or educations of nuns. We've heard some terrible stories about that on this show. But you just had a beautiful experience at school. Tell us about your favourite nun.
Oh, I went to a primary school that was staffed by nuns, and my favourite nun was Sister Paul, who I had in Year 6. And she was she was Irish. She was a cracking storyteller. You could make her laugh really easily. And the fact that, I just had a really strong sense that they'd given their whole selves to us. They lived in a house next to the school. They had a couple of little apple trees. They would bring apples over. They were so warm, and you just brought the whole place to the game. And she made me Sister Paul. I had this day in Year 6. I wasn't brilliant at primary school. I wasn't terrible, but I wasn't particularly skill-shaped. And there was a day when my best friend, Graham Fennell, was off sick. He'd been off sick for a long time. And I threw all the energy that I used to put into chatting to him into a piece of work. And I can still see her. She picked it up, she looked at it, she looked surprised, and she did this great piece of nunly wisdom. She went to the front of the class, and she didn't say, "Oh, Frank's done something good." She read it out loud, and that was just one of the great moments in my life, you know. And I've heard, you know, I'm a film writer, I've heard lots of very famous actors read my words out, but that moment of hearing my teacher read my words out, teachers, remember the power that's in your voice, was transformative to me. That was, you know, that's when I thought, well, you can be good at words the way some people are good at football or good at maths or good at beating up other kids. You can be good at words, and that was completely transformative. She was amazing, and I think everyone needs a bit of luck, and I had this fantastic piece of luck that I was the youngest in the year, which is tough, you know, and when I got to year 6, they kept me back for a year.
That'd be taken as a badge of shame by a lot of kids, but you didn't seem to even notice and only see it as a benefit.
Notice. I didn't notice. I was having such a good time in her class. I just thought, oh, great. And I mean, that's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but I kind of wasn't fit. What I really didn't notice was what a privilege it was. Because I just spent that second year in year 6 thinking, I know where everything is in the storeroom, and I can do long division. And these clowns don't have a clue.
So suddenly it made you feel bloody cleverer than you actually were, probably.
Honestly, and I can remember having a conversation with my sister years later, and her saying, but you know you did that year twice, right? I was like, oh.
And you're at Keble College, Oxford by then.
By then, yeah, it's like we said before, it's like Dumbo's feather. You know, Dumbo has that feather in his string that he thinks can make him fly. My Dumbo's feather was 2 years of Sister Paul. I recommend that to anybody. A cure, good for what ails you.
As children's laureate, I mean, there's so much we could talk to you about your writing, but you want to talk about shared reading and your belief in that and the benefits of that. Explain what you mean.
Yeah, I think we always talk about reading as though it's a sort of isolated activity. It's something we do alone, and that's really powerful. But Steve was talking before about reading with his children on the beach. And as a shared thing, it creates bonds. It's such a wonderful bonding experience. Historically, reading alone is odd. You know, there's this great section in St. Augustine's memoirs where he talks about watching St. Ambrose read without talking, and he's like, what is going on with this guy that he doesn't say the words when he reads them? Historically we've done that, and the last couple of years as laureate I've visited lots of sort of early years settings and seen the power of that sharing. I went to the East London Baby Development Lab where I watched what happens in a baby's brain where a parent reads to that baby, which was absolutely astonishing, watching the brains synchronized, that you're watching bonding happen at a cellular level. But also socially, I went to a cracking scheme in Sheffield at Shirecliffe where they'd started a reading group for babies and toddlers with the Very Hungry Caterpillar, and the kids were having a great time. But one of the parents said to me, well, for us, this is a butty, a cup of tea, and a break. So they'd start, parenting can be very isolating. Even in the best circumstances, there's this great line in the great Birmingham poet Liz Berry where she talks about the owl shift and the graveyard shift and what is it she says? Feeding, loving, feeding, cleaning, feeding, loving. Just, this endless cycle of it. And these women had been very isolated. It was in a very underserviced part of Sheffield. They're isolated by just how busy poverty keeps you. They had this moment together. And out of that moment, so much has grown. They found each other's strengths. So, and when I went to visit, they were planning a trip together. They were going camping together. So they've been completely cut off, as lots of people are. Post-pandemic, post-austerity, we've all become quite isolated. This little thing of reading The Very Hungry Caterpillar to a group of kids has blossomed into this community. And shared fun creates trust. Trust creates community. And that's the power that we've got that's the tool that we've got in our hands that we're sort of ceasing to use for some reason.
I think you come up with a great aphorism which runs counter to everything we are told about in this sort of therapied age. And you say, me time is the road to death. Did I say that? Yeah, yes, you did, yeah. And they just think, I mean, I think partly in jest, but, if you're on your, you want to be sharing everything with your family.
No, as you get older, you realise, meaning is that, you need to have a meaning, and your meaning is, you're never going to find your meaning in you. Your meaning is how you interact with other people. That's what it is, and that's, especially these last years when we've been, for various reasons, austerity, the pandemic, the way we're kind of addicted to screens, we've become more and more and more isolated with each other. I just think you're never going to find meaning on that screen. You're going to find meaning in a butty, a cup of tea, and a break with somebody else.
Listen, I could talk to you, all three of you, for another 2 hours at least, but Frank Cottrell, Boy, Steve Backshall and Natalie K-Rush, thank you all so much for coming on. We'll finish with another great story, actually, concerning today's opening music. This is Alison Clark from Belfast, who talks about being introduced to Mahler's Fifth Symphony by her father. Created a great bond between them. He gave her this music. He even gave her his beloved cassette recorder to take on a trip around Europe with her so she could listen to it. Have a good weekend.
I loved it so much I practically played it on repeat at home. So when my dad got this cassette recorder and I was packing my rucksack to go on this backpacking trip around Europe, despite the fact that it was the size of a shallow shoebox and weighed, I don't remember how much, but more than a few pairs of socks, I asked could I bring it with me, and I wasn't even a tiny bit confident that he would say yes, but he did. So I brought it with me to listen to this piece of music, all around this adventure around Europe, all the way to the Greek islands, where I distinctly remember listening to it, basking on the sunny shores of a Greek island, and it having the same transporting effect on me all the way through. And when I reheard it again, after a bit of an absence lately, it just simply reduced me to tears, because thankfully in the intervening years I had the opportunity to really develop a great closeness with each of my mother and father, and I was just reminded in hearing the music again how much my father loved me in a way that as a young person I just didn't get.
But this was the connection between you. This was the kind of the bridge between you somehow.
Somehow, yes. I think that's a great way to describe it, the bridge between us, that somehow something that was meaningful to him, he shared with me, and he must have been delighted in ways that I didn't even realize at the time, that I was so thrilled by something that he had shared with me, such that he would let me take his cassette recorder away on holiday with me.
That's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to carry it, let alone anything else. So it showed some great commitment on your part as well as his in trusting you with it.
Well, yes. Now I hear this music and it has the same effect on me all the time. It just stops me in my tracks. And I was kind of forced to reflect on why it stops me in my tracks. And I think it's because it makes me feel complete. Like, listening to that, there's nothing missing, you need nothing more, and I think that's what love is. Saturday Live was presented by Adrian Childs and produced in Cardiff by Gareth Nelson Davies. It was a BBC Audio Wales production for BBC Radio 4.
We're not getting the waterfalls, we're not getting as many otters, we're not getting the swans that used to come on this island here.
What has happened to our rivers?
It's like sewage water, isn't it?
I'm Kate Lamble, and in a new 10-part series, I'll be hearing how two neighbours exposed a malodorous scandal and took on those responsible.
You can't do this legitimately, can you?
Investigating a centuries-old battle between public good and private profit.
It's not right.
Rinsed on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds, starting this Monday to Friday at 1:45.
BBC News at 10 o'clock.
A growing number of Labour MPs joining calls for Sir Keir Starmer to step down as Prime Minister. It follows the significant losses Labour suffered in council elections in England, its poor performance in Scotland, and its ejection as the governing party in Wales. Sir Keir has made clear he has no intention of standing down. But the Labour MP, Debbie Abrahams, said the Prime Minister needed to decide on his future soon.
I hope, as he has said, that he will always put the country first, and we have to recognise the dangers that we're in now. The prospect of us not just losing an election, but who we would lose to, and that makes me really fearful.
Plaid Cymru became the biggest party in Wales for the first time, although it failed to achieve an outright majority. Reform UK is now the second largest party in the Senedd. In Scotland, the SNP won a fifth straight Holyrood election, but with no overall majority. Reform UK won 17 seats in Scotland, joint second with Labour. In other news, Home Office figures show that more than 200,000 migrants have now come to the UK in small boats since records began in 2018. But so far, the number of channel crossings this year is down a third on last year. Officials from the UK Health Security Agency will be in Tenerife tomorrow for the arrival of a cruise ship with cases of the deadly Hunter virus on board. All British passengers and crew will be tested before being flown back to the UK and have been told they'll have to self-isolate for 45 days. And the Russian President Vladimir Putin has overseen a scaled-back Victory Day parade in Moscow's Red Square. A 3-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine is holding. In a speech, Mr. Putin said the conflict was just and his soldiers were fighting an aggressive force backed by NATO. BBC News.
We're off to the seaside later this hour to join the kitchen cabinet team in Felixstowe. They're tackling practical ideas for windproofing your beach picnics and offering up some other ideas for how best to cook and serve brown shrimp beyond the classic brown bread and butter. Also, as we're mid-asparagus season here in the UK, the panellists turn their attention to some simple sauces and techniques to make the most of it, all whilst also suggesting inventive new flavours for flapjacks. The kitchen cabinet, open in half an hour. Before that, it's time for What's Up Docs with Chris and Zant. Today, they're talking about...
Hello, welcome to What's Up Docs, Radio 4's health and wellbeing podcast. Today, we're doing an episode about snoring, and it just so happens that Chris is giving us an excellent demonstration. Have a listen.
Now, I'm Dr. Zant. Where am I? I'm Dr. Chris.
Thank you. And today we're going to try and find out what snoring actually is, what causes it, what we can do to treat it.
Well, none of this applies to me because I don't snore.
Well, the listeners and I would beg to differ.
Right, I'm here, I'm awake, I'm ready for this week's episode. But before we get to snoring, Sandy, can we just check in with each other? Have you got anything for me?
Yeah, well, I have had a lovely thing happen where the last of the tulips in my garden has now been cut, put in a vase. We've enjoyed it very much. We're looking forward to seeing them again next year. Now, this may not sound like a big deal because lots of people have had tulips over the spring, but it's a big deal for me because I really struggle to do things on time, particularly things with a long deadline where from one day to the next you can kick it down the road. So amazingly, last autumn in October, I ordered some tulip bulbs. I ordered a really pretty selection, really good, and then I put them in the shed and I kept thinking, I've got to plant them, got to plant them, got to plant them. Come late February, I had not planted these tulip bulbs. Went into the shed, they're all covered in mould. I'd let them get wet.
Can I say, we have a drawer of bulbs and seeds in exactly the same state. The girls thought, can we have carrots? I'm like, yeah, we'll get carrots, and then never put them in the ground. Okay, so you've got your shed full of mouldy tulip bulbs. Where's this going, Sand?
So
compost them?
Then in a fit of sort of irritation and self-loathing, I go and plant them all in February.
In February. So fully 3 months late.
Yeah. Yeah, and I looked up on the internet whether this was worth doing, and, you know, the internet pretty much said, you're wasting your time. But I thought, well, it seems awful to throw them in the bin. I thought the worst that'll happen is I'll put them in the soil.
Well, you're just composting them in the soil. Yeah, that seems fair.
Anyway, what happened was I got the bumper crop. They all came up. They're all absolutely brilliant. And it was brilliant. And I thought, better late than never, you know. And that isn't always true. But if you've been beating yourself up about the tulips, just stick them in the ground. You could probably stick them in the ground now and they do
What are we now? April? Get go. You know.
What colour were the tulips on? Like a very beautiful pink. like a very, with little white borders.
Pink or a very intense pink?
A sort of soft, intense pink. I mean, I cannot describe how beautiful they were. We derived so much joy from them. And this is what Kathy Willis was saying. You know, if you remember our nature...
Dame Professor.
Indeed. You know, bringing nature into your home, having some flowers, does all sorts of things to your mood, your emotional state, your heart rate. And we fully felt it. Even baby Daphne, lying on the kitchen table, would grab these tulips and have a good go at them. So I'm not really claiming that my Maverick style is going to work for everybody.
No, but it worked for you, and
I feel like I
good,
got
and
lucky.
you didn't.
And I shouldn't have had all this internalized self-loathing about it.
The wellness point here is from Jurassic Park, that life will find a way.
In Jurassic Park, that was the opposite of a wellness point. They all got eaten by dinosaurs. His whole point was we shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Well,
but in this case, in my garden, it turns out you're right. In my... Yeah, life finds a way.
Xander, you wanted to talk about snoring today.
That's right, Chris. So lots of listeners have written in about snoring. We know it's a huge problem for loads of people.
That's right, Xander. Jill wrote a very nice email. I'd love you to do an episode on snoring. My husband's snoring is getting worse, and I want to know if it's affecting my health, open brackets, due to disturbed sleep, and or his health due to lack of oxygen, perhaps. And also, of course, is there anything we can do about it?
You and I both do snore.
I maintain that I don't snore very much. I do the occasional bit of snoring. But last night I went in to sleep on the top bunk. The girls have a double bed with a single bed on top of it. It's a triple bunk. And I went to sleep on the top bunk with the girls. And when I got up in the morning, Lyra had gone to sleep with Dinah. So I asked about what had happened last night. Can I play you this?
I woke up at 5 o'clock and I went into Mummy's room and I said to Mummy, I'm sorry, I came into your room, but I was finding Daddy and Sasha snoring overwhelming.
Overwhelming?
Yeah.
But I don't snore.
Yeah, you do.
My goodness. Then here.
Is that your impression? But you're exaggerating that.
I'm not exaggerating.
Do an impression of my breathing at night, Dinah.
Yeah, I told you we're not exaggerating.
Is it really like that?
Is it like that every night?
Every night.
No.
I thought last night when Lyra came in to wake me up, I thought, why have I had such a peaceful night's sleep up to this point? And I realised it's because you
I went early to the girls' room. Do you want me to do something?
Andy.
Can you? That would be amazing.
I think so many people are going to listen to that recording, Chris, and just go, that's my breakfast table.
It was a coincidence. I'd forgotten we were recording about snoring today, and Lyra brought up this idea, and she came down and she said, Mum, Dad's snoring was overwhelming last night.
Good word.
Few things. I didn't have any alcohol. I'm sleeping on my front. And the other thing is, I said, have I always done? And I said, no, it's got worse in the last couple of years.
You and I didn't believe that I was snoring, so I got an app and recorded myself, and I'm definitely sawing away with the best of them. So,
and you've been worried about it. Is that fair?
Well, I look, I've struggled with my weight, and that made my snoring much worse. You know, I've had my heart problems, so I'm very keen to get to the bottom of what exactly snoring is. Is snoring a risk factor for other health problems? I absolutely want to know that, and how we can treat it.
We're also going to dig into associated conditions like obstructive sleep apnea and signs that when you're snoring, it could be more than just an annoying habit.
Luckily enough, we have the perfect guest. Dr. Sophie West is the lead of the Newcastle Regional Sleep Service, the head of the respiratory department, and she has a special interest in sleep-disordered breathing.
Well, she sounds perfect. Let's welcome her in.
Sophie, it is lovely to have you on the podcast.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
We've just been listening to Chris's recording of his family at breakfast, where his daughter's saying that his snoring woke her up. Then Chris's wife Dinah says, you know, you do snore every night. So you've got this family dynamic that I think loads of listeners will recognise of just the impact that snoring can have on a household in so many ways. Can you start by telling us how common it is?
Thanks, Anne. So snoring's really common, and most people will snore sometimes. It's said that about 50% of the UK population snore occasionally, and probably 30% snore regularly. And you're right, it can be absolutely disruptive to bed partners if it's really loud to other people in the house. I once had someone in clinic told me they got asked to leave a hotel because their snoring was so loud and they had to sleep in the car park. So it can be incredibly embarrassing, incredibly disruptive for the people listening to it, and, very difficult for relationships.
Talk to us about the definition of snoring. So there are people who sort of breathe loudly. When does it become a snoring? Is there a clear point?
So, John, snoring happens when there is some pharyngeal obstruction at the back of the throat. So the muscles of the throat go floppy when you go to sleep. And in people with a small back of throat, those floppy muscles can cause some obstruction. And if you're breathing with those floppy muscles in the way, you will make a noisy inhalation. And sometimes those floppy muscles can completely block the airway and you stop breathing.
And where are these muscles? If you sort of open your mouth and look in the mirror, can you see what's making the noise?
So if you open your mouth and have a look, if you can see the back of your throat, that is the back wall of the pharynx. But for many people who snore, they have a small mouth and they may only be able to see their tongue and not down to the uvula, the dangly area, or back to their tonsils. And that's part of why people snore if they have a small pharynx.
That's interesting. I have the impression I have fairly big... Do you mind having a quick... Tell me about the size of my pharynx?
Yeah, looks big.
So if the anatomy of the snore, when it's like... What's vibrating, I feel like, is my soft palate vibrating against the very back of the throat. And it's a kind of farty noise, I guess. It's just soft, wet tissue flapping against each other.
And so very much just relaxed muscles moving with your breathing in and out.
Are there different types of snoring?
Not really. It's all a noise made because of pharyngeal problems. Some people focus on trying to get their nose clear, but snoring is an issue with the back of the pharynx, with the throat, although having a blocked nose means you're more likely to have your mouth open, and that slightly changes your anatomy of your pharynx and means it's a bit smaller, makes you more likely to snore if you have a blocked nose or a deviated septum.
So we've had lots and lots of messages about snoring from listeners, and quite a few of them are about people's husbands. Are men more likely to snore than women?
Men are twice as likely to snore than women because one of the risk factors for snoring is gaining weight. And men tend to put their weight on around their tummies, so what we call visceral or central obesity, and that correlates very well with the size of your neck. And a larger neck, particularly greater than 16 inches collar size, means you're much more likely to snore. I said everyone snores sometimes. For some people, it may just be when they lie on their back or just after an alcoholic drink, but it may be weight change that takes you up the scale to being a more regular snorer.
Okay, so it's not necessarily that snoring correlates with these thresholds for overweight or obesity. It's just as you gain weight, your risk of snoring increases. So if you tell us about the anatomy of snoring and how it works with things like alcohol, drugs, sleeping position, how does it work? What are the risk factors?
Thanks, Chris. So if we think about the pharynx as a box at the back of the throat or the throat, snoring happens when that size is smaller. So if you lie on your back to sleep, gravity means your lower jaw will hang back, your tongue will go back a little further. So you've shrunk the size of your pharynx by lying on your back, and by lying on your side, you improve the anatomy of your pharynx.
If I tilt my head back, and listeners can do this, you can feel your jaw goes back, your tongue falls back, and at that point, if I have a go, I'm having to suck air past the back of my tongue and the back of my throat, and that's where the snore is coming from.
Yes.
Okay, and that's loud and prominent. So that's one of the first things to fix or to think about is the sleeping position.
And bed partners, Chris, will often have noticed this and nudge people to roll onto their side when they're snoring at night.
What about things like alcohol, drugs, illnesses?
So alcohol makes your muscles floppier at the back of your throat, so you're much more likely to snore after alcoholic drinks near bedtime.
Presumably any medication that's sedative or relaxing.
Exactly. Makes you less likely to respond to airway obstruction, so more likely to have loud snoring.
And are there any illnesses that people might, chronic or acute illnesses people might have at the same time that will exacerbate snoring?
So anyone who's having upper respiratory tract infection, anything where their nose is blocked, such as a common cold, which makes them more likely to sleep with their mouth open and just change that pharyngeal anatomy again, will be more likely to have worse snoring in those episodes. Smoking we would also identify as a risk factor for snoring because it increases just upper airway inflammation and makes snoring more likely.
If we take the relationship discord problem out of the equation, is snoring still a problem? If you're sleeping in your home, you're not disturbing anyone else, you haven't got a hotel manager telling you to sleep in a car.
So, Chris, if you are a simple snorer where you've got noisy breathing at night, but it's not making you wake up, it's not disrupting your sleep and giving you broken, fragmented sleep, and it's not bothering anyone else, it's probably not an issue.
Really? Oh, that's amazing. So if it's not a result, there are all sorts of things, weight gain, smoking, that would create health problems and cause snoring, but if you control for all of those and take a snorer versus a non-snorer, it's not a risk factor in itself for problems.
That's right, Zan. So simple snoring we wouldn't regard as being an illness. It's just remarkably common with the size of the pharynx and in modern society.
Of itself, you needn't panic. I find that incredibly reassuring, Sophie. Okay, so there's simple snoring, maybe an indication of other things that need fixing, but in itself it's not a problem. When does snoring become a problem?
So we're looking at a spectrum, Chris, of simple snoring going to obstructive sleep apnea. And obstructive sleep apnea is where people recurrently stop breathing overnight. So they'll snore and then have complete airway obstruction. So there'll be a breathing pause or shallow breathing for 10 seconds or more, and then they wake themselves up to breathe again. And this pattern typically repeats overnight, and obstructive sleep apnea has a spectrum of severity that we diagnose usually on a sleep study which measures this, but severe sleep apnea is where people are stopping breathing 30 times an hour or more on average.
Like every 2 minutes. And Sophie, I think obstructive sleep apnea, when you say that someone stops breathing 30 times a night, I think that's quite terrifying for people.
Mm-hmm.
People with OSA do always start breathing again, don't they? We don't worry about someone stopping breathing permanently. That's not the risk.
You're right, Zan. So people are very worried when we describe this and describe what we've seen on a sleep study. But just as people have been witnessing for months or years in their bed partners, someone will always start breathing again. The body's too clever to let you die in your sleep because of obstructive sleep apnea. But the impact of having this broken sleep with recurrent apneas is on the next day, feeling unrefreshed when you wake, and then excessive daytime sleepiness potentially.
I think some listeners will be, or perhaps with partners, will be going, oh, that's your pattern of breathing, that you snore, you stop breathing, and then you splutter and wake up and go back to sleep, and it's so immediately recognisable. What should those people do if they think that's what's happening to them?
So, Zand, we know that people who snore occasionally have stopping breathing episodes, and that's part of the upper airway obstruction. But if those are more frequent episodes of stopping breathing happening perhaps every night, and if they're accompanied with unrefreshing sleep and feeling sleepy the next day, or for some people they get very fragmented sleep and they can't get to sleep, they get insomnia as a result of sleep apnea. So if this pattern is one that people recognise, it's something they should go and speak to their GP about.
And then if they have a diagnosis of sleep apnea, what can be done?
So the options are, it's right to say that some people who we pick up obstructive sleep apnea on a sleep study may have no symptoms at all and may not need any treatment.
Okay.
Mild sleep apnea with low level of symptoms is generally treated with simple methods that we've described: weight loss, sleeping on the side. We can talk about a mandibular advancement device or a dental device, which
you put in the mouth.
You put in the mouth, a bit like a sports gum shield, but designed to pull the lower jaw forward and hold it in position and prevent it going back when you sleep and create a bit more space in the pharynx.
Is that a thing you can get on the NHS?
You can in some centres, and we're working on trying to get it in all centres. It's been approved by NICE as very suitable for people with mild sleep apnea and very suitable for people who snore.
Can you buy them online, or does it need to be specially fitted by an expert?
There are different types related to cost, so you can buy them online. You can get quite simple boil and bite devices, which do work, but they're not as comfortable or as good as a bespoke device, which is fitted by a dentist usually.
Sophie, we're going to return for a deeper dive into the topic of obstructive sleep apnea in doctor's notes. I want to come back to simple snoring. What are ways that listeners can address this at home? A couple have written in with specific snoring hacks. We want to put them to you. Julia says her husband tapes his mouth, believing that it stops him from snoring. Open bracket, which it doesn't, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Mouth taping, stuff on the nose, does any of that help?
There's no real evidence to say that these work. The idea behind them is you're trying to just improve your pharyngeal anatomy, and it may be that by keeping your mouth closed, you just maintain that box shape a bit better. But overall, we don't think it probably works. But it's cheap and easy to try, and probably doesn't have any consequence to trying it, but it's unlikely to make a big difference.
Tapes on the nose, those things that hold the nose open?
Unlikely to have any significant benefit in sleep, and the same with nasal valves that people put in. Although keeping your nose as clear as possible, potentially using hay fever type sprays, if that's a problem for you, may help your overall nasal breathing and enable you therefore to keep your mouth closed more at night.
So if you've got some rhinosinusitis, reducing nasal inflammation, recovering from your cold, etc. Okay, well, Cindy's asked about blowing into a conch shell can help with snoring. She also heard that a didgeridoo may have the same effect. I guess I would widen Cindy's question to woodwind or brass players. Do we know anything about how different musicians snore?
We do. People have done small studies in this area, and they've looked at opera singers, and it's really trying to see whether training your upper airway muscles, those pharyngeal muscles, making them a bit more tight can make a big difference to snoring and sleep apnea. There's no strong evidence to say that that is an effective technique. It's not something we are using in NHS practice, but some small studies have shown benefits, but they haven't been controlled.
Practicing the trombone or didgeridoo late
also
at night.
Get you thrown out of the hotel.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be easier for the manager to throw you out for that than for snoring. So as someone who I snore on my front, I often just sleep on my front, and I seem to snore on my front. I think the next stop for me is obviously sort of lifestyle modifications, but should I go and get a mandibular advancement device?
I think that's a really good option if the snoring's a problem for you or for the household. There's an evidence base behind them. They do cost some money unless it's available via your NHS sleep centre, but many people find those to be quite helpful.
I'm going to go and look into getting myself a MAD. Are they called mandibular advancement devices? Yep. MADs? Okay.
What about the sewing the tennis ball into the back of your pyjamas?
That is the historic way we used to keep people off their backs, and absolutely, if your snoring's worse on your back, not lying on your back is a good treatment for that. More recently, there have been some novel devices called vibrotactile devices. There's a little box that you put on the back of your neck with Velcro straps, and when you lie on your back, it vibrates so that you wake up and turn onto your side. And they've been shown to have some modest benefit in randomized controlled trials at both decreasing time people spend on their back and decreasing the amount of obstructive sleep apnea.
Or a cold elbow from a spouse.
That would do the same trick.
Sophie, this has been fantastic. One thing we always ask our experts on What's Up Docs is how your work affects the way that you live your life. About snoring or anything else?
So I see the impact of sleep deprivation and sleep disruption on my patients every week, and it's really profound for people to not be getting enough sleep. So I really try to have good sleep habits, enough sleep every night if I can, and try to feel refreshed so that I can tackle the days.
Sophie, thank you so much for coming on What's Up Docs.
Thank you.
Chris, that was very good medicine.
Very good medicine.
Do you feel now that you've got a few
ways of tackling what seems to be simple snoring.
I think that you and I have a few ways.
Don't worry about me, Chris. Let's focus on you.
I mean, I have now a very good checklist. I think I'm going to go and try one of these mad devices, mandibular advancement devices.
You know, for everyone out there with our problems, simple snoring, you know, the first thing is if you're a bloke, you're twice as likely to have it, and that doing something about it is really important, but it's not urgent. You don't need to worry about it, but it can have a massive impact on the people around you.
That was the thing that for me was adjusted really beautifully, Zand, was that you don't need to panic about simple snoring itself. It isn't going to harm you, but it may harm your relationships, and it may be a sign of other things. It may be that you should look at getting some help with weight loss. It may be that you should look at your alcohol consumption, look at smoking, look at all those things which are not trivial at all to change. Snoring may be a wake-up call, as it were.
And obstructive sleep apnea, where you have both snoring and then your airway ultimately closes and you stop breathing, huge disruption of sleep, and there is something really positive that you can do about that as well, but you do need to go and see your GP.
That's right, Zandy, and we're going to do a deeper dive into obstructive sleep apnea in Doctor's Notes, which you can find in the feed on BBC Sounds, so check that out.
Chris, while I've still got you, a few episodes ago, we were talking about Toy Story, the animated film, the series, and you brought up the kind of comforting nature of childhood toys and that kind of nostalgia, and also the soft toys, and you still have your soft toy Yellow Cow. He's a huge part of our childhood, a big part of your life now.
So Yellow Cow is slightly older than me, and yeah, I still sleep with Yellow Cow at night.
The headline I've got here is Baby Monkey Finds Comfort in Stuffed Teddy Bear at Mexican Zoo. And a baby patas monkey at a Mexican zoo has been given a stuffed teddy bear for comfort after its inexperienced mother was unable to care for it, zoo officials said. And there's this very brilliant footage on every website showing this very sweet little, very tiny, vulnerable monkey with a much larger stuffed toy that it's sort of climbing around on. And it made me think of the importance, that interesting thing that this is not just a human construction of going, oh, we like to have soft toys. I think it's a toy dog, actually, that it's got, not a bear. Maybe it says it's a bear, maybe it is a bear, but anyway, it's not clear. You know, you never quite know what kind of animal it is. Yellow Cow doesn't look like a cow.
Maya, our producer, has given me permission. I didn't bring Yellow Cow in because he's
well, he doesn't. He's old now.
He doesn't leave the house, and so Maya's brought in her soft toy. And the nice thing is, this is actually,
it's on theme.
Well, there is.
Is it a Diplococcus?
It's streptococci because there are two of them, and really it should have eyeballs on both of them because it's a bacteria. It's two bacteria joined together.
Well, don't criticise the thing. It shouldn't have eyes on either. It's a streptococcus.
Well, that's true. You should have one eye.
It doesn't have any eyes at all.
Anyway, it's cute and cuddly, and I get this. Also, I mean, potentially extremely dangerous.
So I don't sleep with a teddy bear, except that because at the moment my wife Dolly is breastfeeding at night and it's just terribly disruptive. I'm in the spare room, and without any conscious thought of this, I pinched a teddy bear from Rex, which is one of my old teddy bears. So now Big Ted, who was probably my favourite teddy bear when I was a kid, is now back in my bed, having not been in my bed for a long time. I don't know if he prefers me or Rex now, probably.
You never really had a teddy bear. I mean, you had Big Ted. There are a few of them, I remember.
But I was not so attached.
You never.
I didn't mind.
And our younger brother had Penguin, which he gradually destroyed over many years. But I think he still has Penguin. I think he still has it. My daughters, Sasha and Indigo, absolutely no interest in teddies. Or Indigo will cycle through them, but will throw out. If you put Monkey in with her now, she throws it out. She goes, no, I don't want him. She'd have nothing rather than Monkey. But Monkey she adored for a few weeks. Whereas Lyra's got her rabbit. To me, there's an odd thing where it's almost like I don't want to interrogate this too closely, but at some level I have a slightly magical belief about certain teddies.
What's the wellness point here, Chris? That it's nice to have a teddy. So if you're a person who likes a teddy, don't be embarrassed. I think there will be listeners who are kind of rolling their eyes and going, fully grown adult, what are you doing with a teddy? Oh, I mean, he's sitting there right now with our producer's teddy. And there'll be other people going, oh, this is great. No one should feel embarrassed to have this. We've all got sort of things that we like. Yeah, no, you aren't embarrassed, which is good.
If I move beds at night, which I do, as we know from this episode, I do the whole time, I bring Yellow Cow with me, yeah.
Chris, there'll be lots of people listening going, I know exactly what you mean. I've got a teddy too. Whatever you need to feel comfortable.
But it's interesting that I've had the same teddy for, well, Yellow Cow's probably 48 by now. I don't think I could get a new teddy now. I wouldn't be into that.
These teddies hold memories. They're often also sort of given to you by people with love and care and that, yeah. So it's good, great, good. Just give it a little hug, Chris.
Well, Sandy, that's it for this episode. I hope everyone else found it as useful as me.
We hope you can all join us again next time. We love working on the show. We get so much out of it. We hope you do too. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other.
And you can find all the previous episodes of WhatsApp Docs on BBC Sounds. We're off to Felixstowe next on Radio 4 for the kitchen cabinet. That's after this.
Fancy seeing you here.
Well, I live here on BBC iPlayer. There's more to me than meets the eye. I'm actually reading 1984 at the moment.
I recommend Handmaid's Tale.
Love anything handmade. Amanda's back. She came, she saw, she gentrified.
You can't just confront someone like Amanda with reality.
Your dog clearly fancies me. I've seen this before, albeit on human men, but it's definitely a thing. The new series of Amandaland. My mother's basically brunching away through my inheritance.
I'm meeting a man for coffee. Honestly, I can't move for hot chocolate.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. Now on Radio 4, it's time to join Jay Rayner.
Hello and welcome to the Kitchen Cabinet. This week we've come to Felixstowe, a seaside town on the Suffolk coast with a story to tell. Back in 1338, the King's Fleet at Felixstowe Ferry was where Edward III assembled his ships before setting off to fight the French. A few centuries later, T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, was stationed here quietly working on high-speed boats rather than desert campaigns. And a fun fact for all audiophiles, just off the shore here in 1964, the ship MV Caroline began broadcasting using international waters to sidestep British broadcasting laws with the aim of offering an alternative to the BBC on the airwaves, and Radio Caroline was born. Joining me today are four people who have each travelled extensively through the world of food and know a bit about radio. They are award-winning chefs and food writers Maria Bradford, Sophie Wright and Rob Owen Brown, and with them someone who, like Edward III, may well have arrived here in a 14th century warship, our food historian, Dr. Annie Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, your Kitchen Cabinet panel. Felixstowe is a town that manages to be both quietly traditional and unexpectedly global. Just beyond the promenade, the beach huts and the slightly competitive ice cream queues sits the port of Felixstowe, the largest container port in the country. Every day, international crises allowing, vast ships arrive carrying everything from spices and citrus to coffee and cocoa, ingredients that have travelled thousands of miles before quietly making their way into British kitchens. So given that this is a place where so many ingredients arrive from elsewhere panel, I want to know about a dish or ingredient you've discovered abroad that you now can't live without. Rob Owen Brown.
Long time ago, 1989, I was working in Italy and I was watching this lady spooning this red sort of powder into this linguine dish with clams. And then it turned out to be smoked paprika. And it added a wonderful, rich, deep, red, earthy, unctuous.
Did it blow your tiny little mind?
It blew my tiny little northern mind.
Maria, what about you?
Fonio. So fonio is a cross between couscous and quinoa. It's gluten-free, high in protein, low in carbs. Really good for you. Only grown in West Africa, and now you can find it in the UK.
And so you always have to have it in your ingredients?
Oh, I do. I make all sorts of things with it. Rice to granolas and so on.
Annie Gray.
I went on holiday in a town called Isigny in northern France, and as is usual for me on these things, we befriended the lady who owned the gîte, and it turned out that Madame was the daughter-in-law of some people who made butter in Saint-Malo. And she fed us loads of this butter because she realised we were quite into food, and it was really incredible butter. I can't quite explain how amazing it was. It's the only company left in France who make their butter by hand. They churn properly. They use very, very old-fashioned methods. I mean, it was unbelievably good. And it turned out that it was Beurre Bordier, which is a kind of cult butter. So you can buy it in some boutiques in Paris. It is served at triple Michelin-starred restaurants. There's a vanilla version that you can get, which is, my mouth is watering.
Okay, Annie,
I have to live without it because you can't buy it.
Sophie.
So I spent some time in Southeast Asia when I was sort of in my early 20s, and on every table in every sort of roadside restaurant where the locals eat, there's this little black bottle with a red lid.
and it's Maggi sauce. It's this really great little flavour enhancer, which is basically like a cross between liquid Marmite and soy on steroids, laced with MSG. It's just a really great little liquid seasoning, and I cannot have a fried egg now without it.
So whether it's spice grain butter or a bottle of something slightly addictive, once it lands on our shores, it tends to stick. Let's take our first question from Karen Sewell from Stanton in Suffolk.
What would you put in a picnic pack-up for the beach here on the east coast? The wind gets up and it's prone to blowing the fillings out of your sandwiches.
Well, we are recording today at the Spa Pavilion, and the sea is literally just out there. And when I opened the door, it looked scary. It was very blowy indeed. So this is a very good idea. We need compact things. Maria, what have you got for us?
I will say something warm. I will go for soup. I don't normally eat soup until winter time, but I would definitely have some flask with soup down on the beach because it's freezing cold, just to keep myself warm. I'm freezing, seriously. I'm from the tropics, so this is cold for me. So walking down, I'm like, yeah, soup. Definitely, I'll have soup.
Annie?
I think I'd find the local chippy. But failing that, I'm quite fond of a turnover because you can keep your filling in it and you can put anything in it. So whatever you put in your sandwich, whether it's ham and cheese or whether it's, anything really, coleslaw, whatever. I have no problem with putting all of that in pastry. Chips are dangerous to seagulls.
Yeah.
That is very true. But you can put your chips in a turnover. You can call the turnover. You can put the mayonnaise in there as well. I'm just saying it works really well as a lubricant. And you can call it a pasty if you want to, but it's a turnover. Whatever it is, put it in a pasty, seal it. And then, you're just going to have to sit there and flap, aren't you, against the seagulls.
Robbo and Brown.
I think there's only one thing that's really perfect, and that's a Scotch egg. Because of the golden brown, lovely colour on the outside. If it drops in the sand and rolls around, nobody will ever know.
True that.
Sophie?
I would go for a really deep-filled quiche. So really, really good short crust pastry, but a big, deep one, like a good couple of inches, because then I'm going to set it with egg, so it's not all going to fall out the bottom. I would go for a layer of maybe caramelised onion on the bottom, so you've got a little moist maker in there, and then I would have blue cheese mixed into my cream and my egg yolks, lots of pepper, probably a bit of parmesan in there as well, just for that extra saltiness. Set that in the oven, and you could do little ones, one each, or actually I'm a big fan of a big one. Slice that up and put that in a picnic. That's my dream.
So, Karen, do you think quiche on Felixstowe Beach is a goer?
Well, I think a deep one would be. You can keep the blue cheese in my book, but...
You can choose your cheese.
Yeah. But anything that can't blow away, we've lost many a slice of lettuce and cheese and things down the broth.
We understand that the struggle is real. And we have sympathy for the pain you have suffered. Thank you for your question. You're listening to The Kitchen Cabinet on BBC Radio 4 and BBC Sounds, and today we're in Felixstowe on the Suffolk coast. The waters off this stretch of the North Sea are among the finest in England for brown shrimp, small, sweet, intensely flavoured crustaceans that punch far above their size. Once they were hauled up in huge quantities by local fishermen and potted under spiced butter, an ancient preservation technique that also happens to produce one of this country's great culinary pleasures. Here to help us explore the subject is Mike Warner, a seafood expert and ambassador from the UK Seafood and Fisheries Consultancy. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Jay.
Just start by giving us a sense of brown shrimp. What are they and why are they so closely tied to this part of the country?
So brown shrimps are one of those iconic little, what we call decapod crustaceans. So they're the same family as crabs and lobsters. They're tiny little things. They burrow themselves into the sand. They're quite elusive, but they do have this incredible sweet flavour. They're great to eat on their own. It's probably my favourite seafood flavour, above crab and lobster. They're really good for flavouring other dishes and as a garnish, if you like, for other seafood dishes.
When are they at their best, and what should we look for?
So the brown shrimps really are at their best in the sort of autumn and winter months. That's when they've got their quality, they've grown over the summer. The adults, they never get that big, but that's where they're packed full of meat.
They're not the easiest ingredient to deal with once you've caught them, are they?
Well, no, they are a little bit fiddly. That's the only thing with brown shrimps. When they're processed in bulk, the shells are removed mechanically through compressed air and water.
I once saw a little kind of Ferris wheel device, which took off the
shells off as well. The trouble is with those industrial processes, you lose a lot of the flavour. So the best thing is to peel them by hand. which is a labour of love. It's a little bit laborious. My personal best is a kilo in about 42 minutes. But it's worth it. It really is, because the flavour you get from freshly cooked brown shrimps cooked in seawater is just incredible.
Annie, give us some context. How deep does the history of brown shrimp go in this country?
We know we've been fishing them since at least the 16th century, probably earlier. It's just that there aren't records of it. They were originally fished with a horse and cart, and then tractors, and then as well boats. And they're normally boiled at sea and also in salty seawater. You can eat them unpicked, so unpeeled, as just sort of crispy prawns. I think the iconic dish in Britain is potted shrimp, which I suspect many people here would have heard of if they haven't eaten.
Let's take a question from the audience here in Felixstowe about brown shrimps, from Sandra Gray from Felixstowe.
Is there anything better than eating brown shrimps on brown bread and butter?
Yeah. Well, accepting brown bread, butter, brown shrimps is a lovely thing. What else can we do?
Soften some shallot and soften some leeks. Splash of white wine, let that white wine reduce down. Double cream, lots of, and reduce that down to a nice, thick, coated mix. Spoonful of English mustard, good handful of shrimps, onto a crumpet, little dust of cheese, under a grill.
Okay, we've got a nod out of Sandra. Is that approving? You approve of that one?
Yeah, I've always had brown shrimps. My grandfather taught me how to twist and turn, and we always had them with brown bread and butter. And I've never been able to have the courage to do anything else with them.
We're here to give you courage.
Thank you.
That's why we're here. Sophie, what can you do with them?
I tend to buy them potted because they're already seasoned and they last a little bit longer because obviously they're preserved in the butter. And I love them very classically with a salmoniere, for example. So if you trim up the fish, any flat fish really, you could go soled, over sole, you could go with a place if you like. Skin the fish and dust it in seasoned flour, cook it in clarified butter in a pan, cook both sides and take the fish out, and then get the pan up nice and hot, then take your potted shrimp and put it into that hot pan. Let the butter start to foam because the butter's already seasoned with cayenne, sometimes a little bit of pepper, sometimes with lemon juice. And you can pimp it as you like. You can put a little bit of lemon zest in there, squeeze the lemon juice, maybe use some capers, and just pour that over your cooked fish. And it's a really quick way of getting hold of a product that you might not always be able to get hold of, or might not always be at its best by just using a convenient product and sort of taking it to a next level.
Maria?
We do use shrimp in West African cooking, but I don't use brown shrimp much. But when I was writing my cookbook, I wanted, because we use dried prawns, I wanted to replicate those flavors. So I added it to a really popular street food, cassava bread. I will caramelize some onions and add some spices to it, and then finish it off with some brown shrimp, and then eat it with some rice or some flatbread and that sort of thing. Yeah.
That sounds lovely. Annie?
I think I've been kind to lean into East Asian ways with small shrimp. You get a lot of the use of tiny dried shrimp in East Asian cookery as a background note, often fried off or cooked off at the beginning in order to flavour stocks and broths, and also larger prawns used.
Mike, what would you do with them?
Well, I'm going to go eggs as well. There's a particular dish which I absolutely love, and it would probably be my last ever dish, and that's an omelette Arnold Bennett. It's an open omelette with smoked haddock and a bechamel sauce with lots of cream and parmesan or pecorino or comté cheese on the top. But I add a few brown shrimp right at the end and shove it under the grill, and it all bubbles up, all brown and beautiful, and you get that lovely sort of umami flavour of the shrimps cutting through the fish and the cheese and the egg, and it's, oh my word, it's to die for.
And a big round of applause for Mike Warner from UK Seafood and Fisheries Consultants. Let's take our next question from Lisa Williams from Trimley.
I'm from Skelet's Community Cafe, which supports adults with learning disabilities. We make flavoured flapjacks every week. What's your favourite flavour? Inspire us with some new ideas, please.
Now, you have very kindly brought some of these flapjacks with you.
Yes.
What flavours have you brought today?
So we've brought along vanilla and ginger, which are our standard ones, Seville orange and cranberry marmalade, and our newest one, which is marzipan flavoured.
Rob, how are your flapjacks? Oh, you mean you can't speak because you've got a mouthful of flapjack?
That marzipan one's brilliant, I've got to be honest with you. You're not having them back.
All right, well, I mean, I've got to be honest, it does actually sound like you don't exactly need much direction from this lot, but let's find out what ideas they've got. Sophie?
So I would go for sweet and savoury. So I would do smoked bacon, maple and pecan flapjack. So get some really good quality smoky bacon. I would probably dice it up and put it in a pan and let all that fat really render out and get it super, super, super crispy. And then you want to use that fat in your flapjack mix. So where you would put butter or a bit of oil, get the fat in there as well, because you'll get that saltiness. And then you want to chop up some pecans, fold that through your diced cooked bacon, and then use maple syrup where you would use your honey or your braxton, and then mix it all together, pop it in, so you've got sweet and savoury at the same time.
Lovely.
Maria?
I will try and use some peanut butter in the mix, and then also melt some peanut butter and with some chocolate and drizzle it on the top as well.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
These are very good. Annie?
Obviously, I'd be inclined, because it's me, to go with a cheese flapjack. So I've just eaten your Seville and cranberry one, which is right up my street, because I love marmalade. And I just thought, oh, this would go really well with a slice of cheddar. I'd be inclined to do something like a cheddar and rosemary or cheddar and sage flapjack. So still use the butter, still use the oats, still use the base mix that you're doing, not have the sugar in there. You'll probably need an egg to help bind it. Have really good chunks of cheese running through it. And if it's not savoury enough, then dollop in a spoonful of Marmite, or indeed Maggi.
You were going to say that?
If in doubt, add Marmite. If in doubt, add Marmite. So it's got, or another yeast extract will also do. But so you've got those really interesting flavours, and then you could serve that with, like, on the side of a bowl of soup or something.
Rob, I've left you till last, which almost seems unfair, but go on.
Standard flapjack mix, and then really good pistachio nuts, white chocolate chips, black cherries, even that canned black cherry pie filling mix. Yeah, just put a stick blender on that for a minute and just get that down into a really red, rich paste. Yeah, that through there, nice mix, and then right at the very end, some zest of lime across the top before you bake it.
Oh, that sounds lovely as well. That's our next 4 weeks.
All right. Let's take our next question from Corinne Wallace from Felixstowe.
What food rule is actual nonsense?
We love this question. I'm going to start with you, Annie, because I think you have opinions.
I'm going to just go for culinary purism in any form. Whether that is what you can and cannot put in your carbonara. The Italians are particularly bad for this. All of their kind of canonical dishes are nonsense. Or whether it's what you can and cannot put in a brown stew or a Cornish pasty or any of those things. PDOs and sort of legal definitions aside, it is rubbish.
But PDO means a product of designated origin.
Yeah, so something like a Cornish pasty or a Melton Mowbray pork pie, they have legal definitions which enable them to be sold in certain ways. They're brilliant things because they enable artisan producers, small-scale producers of certain products to keep often quite sort of small-scale crafts or old ways of doing things alive, and they enable that to be protected. So I'm fully in favour of those things, with the possible exception of the Cornish pasty because it wasn't Cornish. But anyway, generally speaking...
So, hang on, so far we've upset the Italians and the Cornish. Carry on.
Going. So whenever you get anyone say to you, oh, you can't add whatever it is to this because it's not done that way, just put your brain in the past for a second, where, you know, something like an Irish stew or a Lancashire hot pot, which today always uses beef, and everyone says use beef. Well, of course it didn't use beef in the past. We didn't eat beef. We ate a lot of mutton. It would be mutton. It wouldn't even be lamb. Get in the soup.
Oh, Corinne, look what you've started.
So basically all I'm saying is every household would have had its own version of every dish that you read about. So whenever you see this is the recipe and this is what you have to put in it, or anyone says you can't do this, you can do whatever you want to. It's your dish. It's your taste. Everyone would have cooked it differently, and they still should.
Thank you.
Rob.
You know what the most stupid one is, and everybody falls for? When you're cooking pasta, you put oil on the top of the water because it'll stop your pasta sticking.
Does it not work?
It is physically and chemically impossible for the pasta to go down through that layer of oil, coat itself, sink under the water, and roll around in a pan, and then come out coated and not stick. You need a vacuum or something, and a space station to be able to mix water and oil together. Yeah, that one really, because that's just such a con, and it's blatantly obvious put around by olive oil producers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Sophie?
The biggest one for me is vinegar with a poached egg when you're cooking your egg. Vinegar in the water. What a load of old rubbish. It makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. You do not need it. All you end up with is an egg that tastes like vinegar. Yeah. I promise you, if you control the heat in your pan and you have the right pan, and your egg is fresh, your egg will be perfect every time. You don't need salt and you do not need vinegar. It will be completely fine, I promise. Go practice.
And if you'd like to argue with Sophie about poached eggs, or you're the Italian ambassador, please email us on tkc@bbc.co.uk. You're listening to The Kitchen Cabinet, this week coming to you from Felixstowe. While this town is best known for what arrives here by sea, just inland you'll find some of the most productive farmland in the country, which means that right now it's asparagus season, and it really is a season, blink and you'll miss it. It's a few short weeks where everyone suddenly becomes very intense about asparagus, and then just as quickly moves on to something else. It's one of those ingredients that inspires a kind of seasonal devotion and occasionally a bit of mild obsession. When it's good, it barely needs anything done to it at all, which of course hasn't stopped us arguing for decades about what should be done to it. Annie, give us a brief history of asparagus.
Asparagus is one of those things which other cultures have eaten for a lot longer than we have. It didn't arrive in Britain until the 16th century. It came in from France at that point. Loads of stuff comes in around that time, and that was one of them. And initially, people treated it like medicine, really. It sort of made its way in because it was associated with urinary problems, which won't surprise you, given asparagus wee was mentioned pretty much as soon as it came in. And also, as it got more intensively bred, and the spears, which to start off with were quite small, the spears got bigger. They looked a bit like a penis. So, inevitably, people decided it was also an aphrodisiac.
Is that not true?
I mean, I haven't really tested it an awful lot, Jay, but generally speaking, a plate of asparagus and knowing what my wee's going to smell like later, not a massive turn-on. But, I mean, you know, it may be that you love the... I'm not going to go there. It took off really in the 18th century, mainly as a dish for the rich, because asparagus is quite sort of difficult to grow, needs heated hotbeds and that kind of thing. And for a while it was associated with Christmas. So, you know, this whole eating seasonally, aren't we all embracing the seasons? Back in the past, no way, you wanted asparagus on the Christmas table. And the really interesting thing, I think, or at least sort of nationally unique thing, is that in Britain we've always favoured green asparagus over white. And if you travel widely, especially in Eastern Europe, you'll find that the white is much, much more popular.
Sophie, you're a big fan, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we've mentioned, it's got such a short season, and, you know, obviously you can get asparagus all year round, but there is nothing like English asparagus when it's just been cut. You know, it's so tender, it's so sweet. There is no other vegetable like it, really, and it grows in very nutrient-rich soil, and that all sort of imparts on the flavour of it.
Let's take a question on the subject of asparagus from Ruth Stamp from Ipswich.
I usually serve asparagus with butter, but I would like to know what sauces you'd recommend, preferably simple ones.
Right, so we're looking for sauces, maybe other sauces that we can put with asparagus. Rob?
Super simple. Pan of boiling water. Good bit of salt in that boiling water. Peel your asparagus if you feel like it, or just trim the base, but make it look a little bit pretty. You know, it's worth the effort. Asparagus into the pan of boiling water. Red hot frying pan. Good healthy lump of butter. And I want to see that butter just foaming and starting to go a little bit golden brown. You've got it on quite a high heat. As that butter starts to foam, that asparagus will be ready. It needs a minute and a half at the very most. Drain all the water off the asparagus. Throw it straight into your hot, foamy butter. Salt, pepper, lemon juice, twist of nutmeg.
Lovely.
Right, that's simple, isn't it?
Yes.
Annie, can you complicate things for us?
Yeah, a little bit.
Good.
So when I see melted butter in historic cookbooks, I always assume that they mean melted butter sauce. Melted butter sauce is essentially white sauce, so it's just a roux, equal amounts of butter and flour, and then once that gets sort of just about to be fawn rather than brown, you then start to add in your hot milk, and the secret is to finish it off with a good splash of vinegar, so it's got the sharp, creamy flavours of hollandaise, but is easier.
Maria, what can we do with asparagus?
We do asparagus in my restaurants. We get the asparagus with zero waste. The hard bits of it, we get it, finely slice it, sweat it down with some shallots. Make sure it keeps the colour. Blitz it with some parmesan, shito, which is the West African chili sauce that's got the fish, the prawns and everything. Blitz it all down and use that as the sauce for the tip of the asparagus, which we blanch and grill, and that gets served with it with some crispy parmesan on top.
I have actually had that. It is fantastic. Sophie?
The sauce that I really like, which is a derivative of hollandaise, get your egg yolks over a bain-marie and mix your eggs until they are just starting to come up, giving a little bit of air to them. You want to cook out the egg yolk. And then go in with your butter, so clarified butter, or you can use hard butter actually, just cold butter. Just whisk until it's all melted in and emulsified. And then you want to do a little reduction of orange. Blood orange is amazing, so reduce the juice all the way down, and that's called a sauce maltaise. And the orange with the asparagus and the fattiness of the butter sauce is so lovely. Serve that with all the grated orange zest over the top, and it does kind of elevate it to the next level, and it shows a bit of skill, but it's very delicious.
So, Ruth, which one of those do you think you might be doing?
I like the sound of the orange one.
Excellent. Maltaise sauce it is.
Yes.
Well, good choice.
Thank you.
We have time for one last question from Hannah Robinson from Ipswich.
The Eurovision Song Contest is fast approaching, and we always have a fabulous Eurovision family feast. Do you have any suggestions for Austrian-themed recipes for this year's contest, please?
If you're listening on Saturday, the final is next Saturday, so this is giving you a week to get everything in line. We need Austrian-themed or inspired dishes. Maria, what can you suggest? I mean, this is off your hats a little bit, isn't it?
It is, but I'm going to give it a go. Try some bellinis. If you want to be really adventurous, make the bellinis using yam, basically, and then serve it with some smoked eel and horseradish creme fraiche.
Rob?
Liver rosti. Calf's liver if you can get it. Finely grated potato, yeah? Finely grate some shallot, touch of nutmeg, salt and pepper, mix that together in a bowl. Large frying pan, butter, make a potato pancake. Brown that on both sides, pop it in a tray in the oven. When you've got your nice hot frying pan, thin slices of calf's liver, more butter in the frying pan, pan fry your calf's liver, onto the top of your potato rosti, butter sauce over the top.
It does sound quite nice, doesn't it? Sophie?
I'd have a strudel party. And you can all get dressed up too. So strudel pastry is very hard to make and notoriously very tricky. So I would just switch to phyllo, because you can buy that in your supermarket. You can lay it out in big sheets, loads and loads of melted butter, and make the strudel really, really long, like the whole length of your table. And then you want apples, cinnamon, brown sugar, sultanas, loads more butter, and then just roll it all up into a big strudel, and then you can spiral it if you like, and then get it baked into a baking dish. Loads of cinnamon sugar and icing sugar as it comes out of the oven. Ice cream, vanilla ice cream, enjoy. I mean, nothing better.
I have to come to you last, Annie, because you are slightly obsessed with Eurovision. What would you make if you were hosting an Austrian-themed party?
So on semi-final one, you're going to start easy. You're going to go with viennoiserie, because viennoiserie, as in laminated pastries, the name comes from Vienna. So you're going to go all in for croissants during this first semi. The second semi, you're going to lean in a bit to the classics. You're going to go with a Wiener Schnitzel and follow that with a Sachertorte, so the really rich chocolate cake that comes from the Hotel
Don't peak too early.
No, you're going to have to build up. You need the sugar from the Sachertorte, because on the Saturday, you're going to go for Tafelspitz, which is a Viennese classic. There are restaurants that specialise in Tafelspitz. And Tafelspitz is basically a meat and broth dish. It's served in two services, but cooked as one. Down a few schnapps, Eurovision will start. And at that point, you can serve your Tafelspitz. So you start off with your bowls of broth, and then you're serving your potatoes and your vegetables, which are all beautifully well cooked and buttery, with your chop on the side, loads of mustard, loads of pickles, and then you can end with the leftover Sachertorte. But you won't care by that point, because at this point in the evening, it's the voting, and you're so tense because of what they've done for the voting that you're on the edge of your seat, and that should see you through 3 good meals, 3 Vienna-themed meals, Austria for the win.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And if you pull off any of that, please send us a photograph.
Send you photos.
Yeah.
Yes.
tkc@bbc.co.uk. And that's all we've got time for today in Felixstowe. We're back for a postbag episode to round off the series. For now, it's goodbye from me, Jay Rayner, Maria Bradford, Rob Owen Brown, Sophie Wright, Dr. Annie Gray, and our audience here in Felixstowe. Goodbye!
The Kitchen Cabinet was produced by Matt Smith. The assistant producer was William Norton, and it's a Something Else production. And you might be interested in Profile later this evening here on Radio 4. Jamie Oliver is relaunching his restaurant chain, Jamie's Italian. We'll hear more about the TV chef, author and campaigner after the news at 7. The
Week in Westminster is next, and to take us there, ahead of this year's Men's World Cup, here's something new from Radio 4.
Football is singularly the most important cultural institution when it comes to defining English national identity.
I'm David Baddiel, and in my new series, I'm exploring Englishness.
Are England going to win? Like, this is mega. We've never had this feeling before.
And I'm doing so through the history of England's relationship with its men's football team.
The thing about England winning the World Cup in 1966, it really did open the sluice gates to a new kind of way of England looking at itself.
60 Years of Hurt, with me, David Baddiel, on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Starts next Saturday morning at 10.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. Labour's Deputy Leader Lucy Powell has conceded that the party needs to change, but has insisted Sir Keir Starmer remains the right person to lead the country. There's pressure on the Prime Minister following disappointing results in local and devolved elections. The former PM, Gordon Brown, has been appointed as the government's global finance envoy shortly after it was announced that the former Deputy Labour leader, Harriet Harman, would become an advisor. The leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhyn ap Iorwerth, says he will reach out to other parties to form a Welsh government after winning the largest number of seats in the Senate. The SNP will return to government after winning a fifth successive Scottish Parliament election, but the party fell short of an overall majority. Reform UK performed strongly across all parts of the United Kingdom, which the party's spokesman, Zia Youssef, says places them in a strong position.
We will never take voters for granted. I'm not going to sit here and say I can tell you exactly what voters are going to do over the next few years. What I can tell you is that we are going to continue to take our message across the country, continue to reach more voters. I think we could increase our vote share even more as we head towards the general election and then deliver for the British public.
In other news, 200,000 migrants have now crossed the Channel in small boats since records began in 2018. The government says it's taking action to stop the crossings, and there's been a fall in the number of people making the journey this year. One person has suffered life-threatening injuries after a car collided with a number of people in Nottingham. It happened in the early hours of this morning in the Arnold area of the city. The driver, who's believed to be a white man, fled the scene. Police have advised people to avoid the area. The largest ever outdoor exhibition of work by the world-renowned artist Henry Moore has gone on display in London. The monumental nature collection at Kew Gardens includes 30 works and will be open until next January. BBC News.
And Thursday's episode of Front Row reviewed that particular exhibition at Kew ahead of its opening. You can listen back now on BBC Sounds. From our own correspondent is in half an hour, examining recent peace protests taking place across Japan as the country lifts long-standing restrictions on arms exports. Ahead of that, now over to Westminster and Vicky Young.
Hello and welcome to this special live edition of The Week in Westminster, reflecting on Thursday's elections. Across Wales, Scotland and England, Labour politicians are coming to terms with a collapse in support that has cost them more than 1,400 council seats, seen them ousted from power for the first time in the Welsh Senedd, and reduced to 17 seats in the Scottish Parliament. Plaid Cymru, the SNP and Reform UK are the big winners. There's a lot to talk about with my guests. James Heal, Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator magazine, Lucy Fisher, the WatchFloor Editor of The Financial Times, and Henry Zeffman, the BBC's Chief Political Correspondent, is with us too. Now, how to sum up such momentous results in a few words? Quite tricky, but I'm going to ask you to do it. James.
The end of the heartland. A bad night for Labour and the Conservatives. Historic night in Wales, with Welsh Labour's hegemony coming to an end, and Reform UK enjoying success everywhere.
Lucy.
Yes, death knell for the two-party system in England, bring it into line with the rest of the UK. Starmer seriously wounded, but trying to stagger on. Reform on the march.
Henry.
The two-party double act which has governed Britain for the best part of a century is under greater strain than ever before. You have Reform UK out in front seeking to replace it, and various parties that want to stop Reform UK utterly fragmented and therefore leaving the path clear for Reform UK.
Well, here is a reminder of some of the key moments from the last 48 hours.
Reform 1,534.
But I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics.
So many people mentioned that they would not vote for Keir Starmer or for anybody that represented Keir Starmer.
The results are tough. They are very tough. And I take responsibility.
You don't change the pilot during the flight. You carry on.
Zoe Garbett is duly elected as the Mayor of Hackney. Thank you.
And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried.
After 19 years in office, the people of Scotland have given us their support and will do so to make us the largest party in the Scottish Parliament.
I've lost my seat here in Ceredigion-Pembroke, and I will be stepping down as leader of Welsh Labour.
Plaid Cymru now stands ready to take the necessary steps to form the next Government of Wales.
And I can also speak to Patrick Maguire, who is the chief political commentator for The Times and co-author of the book Get In, the Inside Story of Labour under Starmer. And Patrick, I mean, another chapter maybe in that book is going to need to be written, isn't it? There's a lot of focus on the Prime Minister and his position. We've already seen him this morning on the steps of number 10 with Harriet Harman and Gordon Brown, of all people. What is going on?
Well, that is the question lots of Labour MPs are asking, and I'm not entirely sure all of them would say the salvation of the Prime Minister is going to come from appointing Harriet Harman as his special advisor on women and girls and Gordon Brown as advisor on global finance. Clearly the Prime Minister is trying to show a bit of initiative, and also that the weight of the Labour establishment is behind him. But the problem posed and thrown up by the results we've seen over the weekend is that it's much more profound than that. The Prime Minister is bouncing from sort of scheme to scheme, trying to keep himself in office, but the big question is, what is the Labour Party for and what is its electoral coalition? As the rest of the panel have said, I think that answer is less clear than ever after this week's results.
And a growing number of Labour MPs, now it's still a small number, yesterday afternoon and today, they are putting the blame squarely on Keir Starmer, and some public are calling for him to go in various different ways, but using a lot of them similar language, aren't they, Patrick? How do you interpret that?
Well, one is certainly a coordinated effort to force the Prime Minister to stand down. Some people will be doing it of their own accord, but there is clearly a degree of backbench coordination from power brokers on the soft left of the Labour Party to force the Prime Minister out. And I think there will be members of the Cabinet who are looking at this, who are giving tacit encouragement to this, and are wondering how much more of a push it needs. But I think we are getting to the point, we're approaching the point where the weight of the pressure will pose quite serious problems for the Prime Minister.
OK, well, let's have a listen to one of those not in the Cabinet, but she is the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Lucy Powell. This is what she said this morning.
I don't want to see a leadership challenge. It's not how we operate. We don't do hostile takeovers in the Labour Party. It's not what we're about. It's not what people want to see. It's not what our members want to see. They want to see us coming together as one team, determined and clear about the path ahead, the strategy ahead, and actually getting on with that every single day and making a real difference to people's lives.
Henry, is he going to have to go? I mean, she is there being supportive up to a point, Lucy Powell, isn't she? But there's still talk of not a hostile takeover, nevertheless this talk of a transition, of a timetable for departure. Where are we on this?
Look, I think the fact that Lucy Powell came out and was basically supportive of Sir Keir Starmer this morning was a boost for Downing Street. Remember, she was elected to the deputy leadership essentially in defiance of Keir Starmer over his cabinet colleague Bridget Phillipson, elected in fact in the days after he had sacked her from the cabinet. That being said, it does feel like the trickle of MPs calling for an orderly transition could well become harder and harder for Sir Keir Starmer to withstand. I think it's also important for us to say that in some, though not all cases, when Labour MPs call for an orderly transition, i.e. a leadership contest taking place in a few months rather than in a few days, what they are saying is they want Andy Burnham to succeed Sir Keir Starmer as leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister. The reason that some, not all of them, are calling for an orderly transition and a pause before a leadership contest is because Andy Burnham is not currently able to stand in a leadership contest because he's the Mayor of Greater Manchester and not an MP.
And Lucy, switching leaders while in government, that is different, isn't it, to doing it in opposition? Of course it is. You know, there's wars going on, economic shocks, the cost of living crisis. And what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that Labour are going to go down this road of changing leader?
Well, look, Downing Street is using the example of what happened with the Conservatives when they got rid of 3 prime ministers in office in fairly quick succession to argue that that does plunge the country into turmoil and certainly does damage to a party at the ballot box. So we will hear more from Starmer trying to make that argument, I think, going forward. And as you point out, there is this very volatile international backdrop. Starmer has also tried to style himself the wartime Prime Minister. He said Nigel Farage, Zach Polanski are populist leaders who aren't fit to lead the country at this moment of real danger. That argument clearly hasn't been enough to convince voters in the elections this week. And we've got to remember that the Iran war is trundling on. You know, it hasn't reached a conclusion, and therefore the prospects for inflation continuing to go up. What that means for the fiscal constraints in the UK, borrowing continuing to be more expensive. It will have a long tail here, and therefore I suspect things are going to get only more difficult for the Labour government as it tries to come up with a policy blitz. There isn't much money for any kind of splashy retail offer to try and get voters back on side.
James, I was going to ask you about that. Is this more than about the man at the top? Is this about policy as well? You know, we've seen Labour's vote collapsing in some of its heartlands, haven't we? Do they need to come up with a different policy agenda, and what might that be?
Well, look, the problem is partly because they've backdated a lot of the difficult spending decisions to the latter end of this Parliament. That means it's going to be difficult to have one of those kind of splashy retail offers, do what sort of Boris Johnson did in 2019, come in and start spraying the cash around as part of a prelude to a general election. I think part of it's going to be about policy. The point is that the Prime Minister has tied his own credibility, and that's the Chancellor, to keeping these fiscal constraints. And I think if the party does want to sort of rip up the fiscal rules again, they would have to have a change of leadership. But there's also an element, not just governing, there's campaigning as well, which is that I think, having spoken to some activists who've been knocking doors in the past 48, 72 hours or so, they're saying they can never fight another general election with Keir Starmer. He doesn't go down on the doorstep. He doesn't offer the politics of hope. And that's why I can't see the Prime Minister fighting the next election. And therefore, at some point, I would expect a change of Premier at the top.
And Patrick, you've written about the Prime Minister, of course. His unpopularity, which so many Labour MPs and, of course, opposition MPs talk about, on the doorstep, his name coming up, there is this absolute visceral dislike of him, isn't there, in some areas? What explains that?
I think it is clear that the Prime Minister wasn't especially popular to start with. That is the problem. His mandate was a negative mandate from the electorate, which is, i.e., we don't want the Tories in. But also, look, he has adopted every possible position it's possible for a politician to adopt over the course of his premiership and his leadership of the Labour Party. He's trampled very light. And he almost treats the electorate like he treats his staff, which is that he'll say one thing to them, then say another. Then, he's chastised bits of the Labour electorate, almost blamed them for voting the wrong way in the past. So this is the problem with the Prime Minister, is that there's a lack of consistency baked through his political career. And actually, probably the only consistency is a sort of self-confidence and self-certitude, i.e., I need to be Prime Minister, I need to be the boss, without ever quite explaining why to anyone, and adopting lots of contradictory positions in pursuit of that goal.
And Patrick, in terms of the Cabinet, you wrote, didn't you, recently that Ed Miliband had spoken to Keir Starmer privately and saying he needed to set out a timetable for departure. Where are the Cabinet when it comes to the future of the Prime Minister?
In denial, missing in action. Those are two ways of putting it. Privately seething and despairing. But, as one Labour MP said to me yesterday, these people want their cars and boxes and don't want to bear the pain of having to save the Labour Party. I think, sadly, it is as simple as that on some questions. Lots of them rashly know what's going to happen. Lots of them, especially the key power brokers in this Cabinet, never endorsed Keir Starmer in the first place, always had doubts about his political acumen. But now they are frozen in the headlights. And by the way, the bigger issue is lots more of them have reservations about Angela Rayner, and they do not want to set in train a series of unintended consequences that make her Prime Minister by accident.
Henry, you were nodding along to some of that. Is that how you see it? A lot of it is about who are the other potential leaders.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And that's one thing that has held Sir Keir Starmer in place
even prior to these elections. A few months ago, when in Ed Miliband's not very helpful but very perceptive phrase, the Labour Party looked over the precipice but ultimately decided not to change leader. I should just say, by the way, just to touch on what you were talking about with Patrick earlier, these appointments of Harriet Harman and Gordon Brown this morning. I'm pretty clear on the basis of conversations I've had just in the past hour or so. It's made things worse for Keir Starmer. I can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to demonstrate authority through the sort of referred authority of senior figures from Labour's past. I think he was probably trying to address particular issues in the Parliamentary Labour Party. So Harriet Harman obviously is a huge figure for women in the Parliamentary Labour Party, some of whom think that Keir Starmer's run a macho government. Gordon Brown, a huge figure in the Scottish Labour Party, where things have gone very badly. But, some of the invective that is pouring unbidden onto my phone. One Labour minister, who is loyal, actually, to the Prime Minister, said to me, it's a joke. There is no question to which bringing these two back is the answer. I had a former advisor say to me, is his plan to combat the notion that he has no ideas, to just double down on that and bring in a load of other people to come up with ideas? That is just a selection of it. And I do think this might have sort of accelerated some conversations which, as of this morning, were laying dormant.
Lucy, what do you say to that?
Well, I think that's right. The only thing on the flip side I'd say that might spur, I think, the Cabinet into some action is when you look at the dire impact in their local councils for many of the senior figures. Thameside, where Labour faced a battering on Thursday. That's where the Chief Whip, Johnny Reynolds, has a seat. Angela Rayner, also a constituency MP there. Wigan, faced a rout for Labour. Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary. In Leeds, where the Chancellor has a seat, again, Labour wipe out in the seat standing. Sunderland, Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary. So when you boil it down to the pure self-interest of these Cabinet Ministers as MPs who look ahead to the next election and think, golly, I might be out of my ear, that might be finally the catalyst they need to try and move things on in Downing Street, I think.
And James, it is, isn't it? It's how it affects the psyche of the party, of MPs, of ministers who are looking around at all the councillors they've lost, let alone then we look at the other countries like Wales where things have been terrible. That's the problem, isn't it, for Keir Starmer now? He's going to have a cabinet meeting presumably next week, and they're going to be sitting around, a lot of them, thinking, we've been absolutely decimated in my area.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why it's worth looking at statements, for instance, such as Lisa Nandy in Wigan. Obviously, Labour suffered wholesale losses there. You're going to see the human connection of politics come to the fore. People like Jonathan Brash, whose wife was a councillor in Hartlepool. She's lost her job. She's lost her livelihood. There'll be a lot of anger and hurt. And in terms of the appointments, to say on Henry's point as well, I've had one Labour MP text me and compare the Prime Minister's appointment of Gordon Brown as an envoy to Gordon Brown's appointment of Barry Gardiner as the Special Envoy for Forestry. So my point is, this is not sort of maybe levels of Caligula pointing his horse, but it certainly invites a degree of invective and comedy as well.
Patrick, in terms of what might happen this weekend, do you think there will be a move against the Prime Minister?
It's entirely possible. We are already seeing, half by accident and half by design, a significant chunk of the Parliamentary Labour Party come out and say the Prime Minister's got to go. Not even in veiled terms anymore. With every statement, it gets more and more blatant. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of those coded statements from Cabinet Ministers may turn themselves into briefings to Sunday newspapers and very, very extensive accounts of their internal thoughts. So it depends how you define move. Will we see somebody go over the top and say, I want to be leader of the Labour Party? No. But there will be more and more indications, I think, that a critical mass of the Parliamentary Labour Party and a chunk of the Cabinet do not want him to stay.
Let's look at what happened elsewhere outside of England, in Scotland and Wales. And I think really yesterday the image of the First Minister Eluned Morgan losing her seat, that image sort of summed up, didn't it, the misery, the dire situation for Labour and what happens there. But for Plaid Cymru, the biggest party, a huge opportunity for them. What do you think their priorities will be, Lucy?
Well, look, firstly, they need to work out how they'll form a government in Wales. Interesting that they've shied away from putting a referendum, an independence referendum, on the agenda for a first term. And in a sense, given they're a progressive Liberal party that's left-leaning, it's even more painful for Labour to be ousted in Wales, where, of course, they've been the biggest party for more than 100 years, have led the Senedd since devolution in 1999. And as you say, Eluned Morgan, Baroness Morgan, the first government leader to lose their seat in any election in modern British political history. There are just so many records being broken in Wales, and it's very difficult to see any way back for Labour in the short term.
And James, in terms of Labour analysing what's gone wrong for them in Wales, have they come up with any kind of assessment? They saw this coming, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, it's been long predicted since 2024, when they almost had sort of analogous experience in government compared to what the Tories did in 2022. They had Vaughan Gething, who came in for a very short period. They had Mark Draper, long-standing leader, leave. And they had Eleanor Morgan trying to steady the ship, almost like Rishi Sunak did in the UK. But I think they've got many different problems, and part of it is to do with the UK brand. There's a lot of anger, and I picked up this morning from Keir Starmer, of course. But there's also more fundamental questions. You know, the nature of Welsh Labour has changed. The support in the valleys is very different to what it was historically. I think too many are using outdated language. And there's also a lot of failings in government. 1 in 5 Welsh children are leaving school functionally illiterate. It is a failing of devolved government. It's a failing of the public service reform agenda. And yes, there's lots of political problems, the problems of the UK Labour, but it's also Welsh Labour that needs to look at themselves as well.
And Henry, in terms of the SNP in Scotland, actually, it's sort of the opposite, isn't it? Having gone through a very, very volatile time, they've managed to win again. Yeah, they're going to have to work with other parties, but it's actually an incredible turnaround, isn't it, for John Swinney?
It is, and before we just view it through the prism of Scottish Labour, let's just say this is a party which came into government amid some surprise in 2007 and is going to head into its third decade of governing Scotland. That is an extraordinary achievement, especially in a country which has an independence question overlaid on top of all the usual political dynamics. I mean, perhaps that's actually boosted them because there's a certain core who will always vote for the main party of independence. I said before we come on to viewing it through a Scottish Labour prism, but let's just quickly view it through a Scottish Labour prism and say, for much of that period of turmoil for the SNP over the past few years, it was taken as axiomatic in Westminster that there would be another Labour First Minister at some point. Essentially, Labour MPs here saw that as Scotland returning to its natural situation. The 2015 ghosts being exercised, and Scottish Labour would dominate Scotland again. Not the case at all.
Yeah, I think that's completely right. And I think, as I said at the start of the programme, the question for the Labour Party is who is its coalition and what is it for? And it's not for Scotland, it's not for Wales, it's not even for the parts of London it's taken for granted. It's certainly not part for sort of post-industrial England in the north and Midlands. And all of this speaks to a lack of a purpose, be that in devolved Wales, where it's been the natural party government, be that in Scotland, where it is sort of marooned in the middle of the independence debate. And in England, it's just irrelevant. I think it's really, all of this is bound up with Keir Starmer, Anna Sarwar and Ned Morgan, but it's systemic as much as it is cyclical, I think.
And let's look at the big winners in some of these elections, and actually across Great Britain, you could argue, which is Reform UK, James. What does it tell us about that party, about Nigel Farage and its support?
They've built a very successful campaign machine in 2 years. The most extraordinary reminder of how they've come on was at the beginning of the night, where they were defending 2 council seats, and they've now won around 1,450. I mean, that is a massive growth. Analogous, I think, compared to sort of the Labour Party 100 years ago. And what they've done is they've refined their campaign techniques. They've got better tech, I think, than a lot of their rival parties. They've pumped a huge amount of money they've gained over the past 12 months into these seats. They really do put all their efforts into campaigning. They've shown that they can sort of make lightning strike twice. They did that last year as well. The challenge will now be for the party to pivot, broaden out. They're going to have to deal with twice as many councils as they did before, build up in the back office, maybe do some restructuring, and I think sort of keep both their newfound voters and also those Tories they're hoping to win as well. So that's going to be a challenge for them over the summer.
And Lucy, do you think it is a fundamental shift in our politics? The success of Reform UK, is it here to stay?
I think so, and you can see that because it is a national phenomenon, as well as coming second in Wales and joint second in Scotland. They were winning in Newcastle, they were winning in the east of England, in Suffolk, in Essex, where of course Kemi Badenoch and 5 other Tory shadow cabinet ministers have seats. They won in Havering in East London, and they really have cemented their position as the party of core Brexit Britain. I think it really is existential for the Conservatives. The issue now, I think, for Farage is, analysts are suggesting they are pushing up potentially against the limit of their ability to squeeze the Tories. So they need to kind of work on getting more votes from Labour. But it's a very compelling argument that Nigel Farage can now pitch to the public heading into a general election that Reform is the preeminent party of the right in a first past the post system like the UK. You know, if you want a right-wing government, it's him who's got to head to Downing Street. It's Reform who's got to lead a government, not the Conservatives. So I think that is a logic that will help. On the flip side, there could be more tactical voting. We didn't see much of that this week. We never do in local elections. But Farage is a very divisive figure, and when pitched against a more progressive left-wing leader, whether that's Keir Starmer, whether it's someone else from Labour, you know, that anyone but Farage sort of coalition on the Liberal left might come into play.
And Patrick, I mean, they are an unconventional political party in many ways, aren't they? And Nigel Farage is an unconventional leader. Divisive, some would say. What does that mean for our politics, do you think, over the next couple of years?
Well, one of the things that struck me yesterday, and you know, I spent the day on the road with Nigel Farage yesterday, but one of the things that struck me yesterday as they crunched the numbers, and the same will have been true with Zach Polanski, is these were local elections in which the turnout went up. That's really unusual. You know, in places like Sunderland, it was up by 10%. You can pick one of the places that voted for Reform UK, or indeed in London, and turnout likely went up. Why is that? I think because these unconventional political parties, in many ways anti-political political parties, what does Zach Polanski and Nigel Farage both have in common? They are making a critique of politics itself to people who are habitually disengaged with it. And I think that might be the most profound effect. Why was Reform's success last year so difficult to model? Why is the fact they seemingly haven't peaked, depending on how you define the peak, why are they still making these gains? Because they are reaching parts of the electorate that aren't usually reached. They're energising people who might not have voted since Brexit. Zach Polanski is energising people who hadn't voted before. It's all relative, and it will ebb and flow, but that actually might be the answer to one of the answers to how does Nigel Farage grow his coalition? Well, he finds people who haven't voted before, possibly.
And Henry, in terms of the Greens, obviously a very successful period for them as well. What's the next step for them as a party, do you think?
Well, I guess there is a question of whether some really quite stunning triumphs in London councils in particular, though also Norwich, for example, outside of London, can translate to a broader geographical sweep of the country, and that especially matters in the context of a general election, just because of how parliamentary constituencies are distributed. I think there are some suggestions, certainly from Labour people in London I've been speaking to, that the Greens would have done better in London if it weren't for the way in which they ended the campaign, with lots of questions about some of their candidates and some things that Zach Polanski had said. So perhaps there's questions for them about vetting as they head into future elections. But look, clearly a night of pretty unalloyed triumph for the Green Party, which again spells concerns for the Labour Party.
And just a word, the Liberal Democrats, who have made progress, not huge progress, but they will say that they're still there, they're still taking votes, they're still winning votes. What's the future for them, do you think?
Well, look, they're consolidating, and they're particularly consolidating in the territory where they made big gains at the 2024 general elections. So what we traditionally think of as a big chunk of Tory Britain, a chunk that the Tory party doesn't actually seem particularly interested in trying to win back. So that's a clear path for the Liberal Democrats to perennial major third-party status, but there are some Lib Dem MPs who wonder, in this era of flux, whether they ought to be a bit more ambitious than that.
And James, a brief word on the Conservatives, and the fact I'm saying a brief word is pretty remarkable. They had a terrible time. Kemi Badenoch, though, doesn't seem to be under any pressure in terms of leadership.
Well, look, I think she has clearly improved as a leader, but the Conservative Party is facing an existential risk. Yes, they made some minor gains in London, but overall they came fourth in Wales. They came fifth in Wales. They came fourth in Scotland. They have not had a very good party as the main unionist party in an election night, and I think that some people in the leader of the opposition's office get that, but a lot of Tory MPs, frankly, seem far too complacent about the plight they're facing. We haven't got the pendulum politics. Just because it used to go Tory, Labour doesn't mean it's going to come back to Tory anytime soon.
Patrick, in terms of the next few weeks, I mean, more immediately, the Prime Minister's making a speech on Monday, another opportunity for him to turn things around.
Yeah, indeed, and to reset his premiership and to tell the Labour Party how progressive he is and reassure them that all is not lost under him. And then we've also got the King's speech as well, not long after that, where he will, try and put lipstick on the proverbial pig of his legislative agenda. I think that there will be a problem for the Prime Minister, I think, in the coming weeks. There will be a big gap between the boldness he is promising in his rhetoric and the letter of his programme, and also, bluntly, his personality. And I think it could, when it falls apart, which it could do, it might come very quickly. We are at the point where the rug is being pulled, and I won't stretch that with another metaphor, but you know what I mean.
And Lucy, what's the big decisions he's going to have to make, do you think, the Prime Minister? What's he going to focus on?
Well, look, he'll have to decide whether to do a reshuffle. He looks too weakened to do that at the moment. It's not clear who he could sack. He's made clear he's going to talk more about moving closer with Europe. He's already made clear he's willing to dynamically align with sectors where that makes sense and to pay into an EU budget. That's going to set up a big row with Brexit supporting voters. And within the red lines of his manifesto, no return to the single market, no return to a customs union with the EU, and certainly no return to free movement, given what a flashpoint immigration is. There's only very limited wiggle room from Brussels with what he can achieve with the big EU reset. And on defence, I think he'll also be looking for a package and maybe getting his military investment plan over the line.
Okay, that is all we have time for. Thank you for listening, and thanks to all my guests, Patrick Maguire, James Heal and Lucy Fisher, and Henry Zefferman. Caroline Wheeler will be here next Saturday to bring you the latest from Westminster.
The presenter was Vicky Young. The editor was Harbinder Minhas. Now, with a look ahead to Moneybox Live at midday today, here's Paul Lewis.
Thanks, Danielle. A major inquiry is launched into claims management companies after the regulator accuses them of unfair fees and aggressive marketing.
What they did was, rather than sending me details, keep peppering me, asking me to give them all my details, send them copies of my passport and driving licence.
I asked the regulator what that will mean. A switch in time can save, well, no, not 9, but up to £200. 1 million of us switched our bank account last year, but why don't more of us do it when tax-free cash is up for grabs? And as the UK's favourite broadcaster joins more than 16,000 centenarians, will your money last as long as you do? Moneybox in half an hour.
Thank you, Paul. Now here on Radio 4, it's time for From Our Own Correspondent with Kate Adie.
Hello. Today we're in Japan amid protests in major cities as the country shifts away from its pacifist constitution and where the past is casting a long shadow. In Serbia, we hear the story of a woman who found herself at the center of a national tragedy and her subsequent fight for justice. And we're in Canada, where robots are on patrol in the Arctic Circle. But do they really have the edge over their human counterparts? But first to Moscow, where the Kremlin has recently increased security measures around President Vladimir Putin after a string of assassinations of top Russian military figures. Mr. Putin has been seen less in public view, with fewer of his usual pronouncements of military successes and projections of strength. The government also imposed internet restrictions in recent weeks, fueling public discontent. But the authorities say it's a necessary step in countering drone attacks. And as Russia marks Victory Day across the country, commemorating the Soviet defeat of the Nazis, today's parade in Moscow has been scaled back amid fears it could be targeted. Steve Rosenberg has observed the shift in the country's mood.
On several occasions recently, I've seen things which have made me think something rather unusual is happening right now inside Russia. For example, on my way to work at 6 o'clock in the morning, a couple of times now I've spotted heavily armed police removing manhole covers in the center of Moscow and, with the help of sniffer dogs, inspecting what's below. On bridges near the Kremlin, I've seen masked soldiers armed with anti-drone guns that are set up on the back of trucks. They're ready and waiting in case the heart of Russian power comes under aerial attack. But perhaps the most surprising thing I've seen is a joke. It appeared in Komsomolskaya Pravda, a popular tabloid that is fiercely loyal to the authorities, a very pro-Putin paper. And the joke went like this. We proudly present a new, modern Russian alphabet for our new reality. Printed below that was what looked like a regular Russian alphabet. It certainly began like one, yeah. But when I took a closer look, I realized there was a hidden message in the jumble of characters. The remaining letters of this odd alphabet spelt out the following sentence. Crazy. When will this all be over? When will this all be over is just one of many similar questions I hear being asked more and more in Russia about so many aspects of life. When will the special military operation be over? People ask, a sign of the growing fatigue with Russia's war on Ukraine. When will food prices, gas and electricity bills finally stop rising? When will restrictions to our internet come to an end? Just across from the Kremlin, I can see something unusual happening outside the Presidential Administration building. Several dozen people are queuing up to submit a petition. They're calling on Vladimir Putin to end internet censorship in Russia. They oppose the shutdowns to mobile internet, which are now commonplace in many parts of the country. They criticize the government's decision to restrict access to popular messaging apps like WhatsApp and Telegram. On paper, at least, what they're doing here, petitioning the president, is completely legal. Russia's constitution enshrines the principle of free speech. But in an increasingly authoritarian Russia, publicly opposing government policy is not without risk. I can see that security officers with smartphones are videoing the petitioners. Among the people who've signed the petition and come to hand it in is Boris Nadezhdin. The opposition politician is a former Russian MP and local councillor. Boris tried to run against Vladimir Putin in the 2024 presidential election, but was barred from participating. He senses that something important has changed in Russia. People begin to understand, Boris tells me, that there is a direct connection between their everyday problems, like healthcare, food prices, problems with internet, and the politics of Vladimir Putin. And this is a new situation in Russia. But what is the consequence of that, I ask? Is there any consequence? After all, President Putin holds all the power in this country. There are no major protests. Boris responds to my question with a history lesson. A lot of people say to me, what can we do? We can do nothing, Boris says. But I've seen the same situation before. In the 1980s, many people said to me, the Soviet Communist Party will last forever. It didn't, of course. The Soviet Communist Party and the Soviet Union itself turned out to have a limited shelf life. Both collapsed and were consigned to history more than 3 decades ago. A cautionary tale, perhaps, for any Russian president and any political system here. Over his more than a quarter of a century in office, Vladimir Putin has amassed more personal power than any Russian leader since dictator Joseph Stalin. But today, there seems to be growing pressure on the president and on the system that has been constructed around him. President Putin's so-called special military operation has not gone at all to plan. Russia's war on Ukraine is now in its 5th year. There is no end in sight, and Russia has suffered massive losses on the battlefield. On the economy, even Russian state media concede that the country has built up serious problems. What's more, several public opinion agencies, including a state-run pollster, have reported a fall in the president's approval ratings. From business figures to bloggers, public criticism of the authorities, and in some cases of the president himself, has become more vocal. There is talk, too, of Kremlin clans competing for influence. Among the many unusual things I've witnessed recently are occasional newspaper articles accusing Russia's security agencies of operating a machine of repression, of overzealously pushing excessive restrictions and prohibitions. I've even seen the word persecution used. In what is a heavily controlled media environment, it's hard to imagine such stinging criticism making it into print without the backing of some powerful groups. A few months back, Vladimir Putin was being shown on Russian TV in military fatigues, visiting command posts and apparently oozing confidence as he spoke with generals about the war on Ukraine. Today, we hardly see this commander-in-chief style Putin. it certainly feels like the Kremlin leader is making fewer trips and fewer public appearances. None of this means that Russia's political system is about to collapse and Vladimir Putin disappear from the political stage. Despite all the rumors in the Western press of potential plots and coups in Russia, the Kremlin has very thick walls. It's hard to know for sure what's going on behind them. Still, from what we can see, it seems that as it careers down the highway, the Putin-mobile isn't running as smoothly as it once was. The engine is spluttering. Some of the parts may need replacing. The vehicle may require servicing or repair. A key principle of Putinism is always project strength. Under no circumstance show any weakness. That is why, under Vladimir Putin, the Soviet Union's victory in World War II is at the heart of the national idea that the Kremlin has chosen to shape. Russia, President Putin has said, is a nation of victors. And the annual Victory Day parade on Red Square, which in recent years has featured thousands of troops and the latest military hardware, has been used to project Moscow's power to the world. But not this year. This year, as I've said, something unusual is happening in Russia, and that includes with Victory Day. This year, the Kremlin has scaled back the parade. For the first time in nearly 20 years, it has said there will be no tanks, no missiles, no hardware rolling across Red Square. For security reasons, the authorities say, out of fear that the parade could be targeted by Ukrainian drones. And just in case, additional air defense units have been put in place around Moscow. There are those anti-drone gunners by the Kremlin and plans for a local mobile internet blackout ahead of the parade to disorient and neutralize any potential incoming drones. Moscow has also issued a warning to Kiev: attack our parade and we'll retaliate with a massive strike on the center of your capital. All of this is designed to reduce the danger to the spectacle of the Red Square parade. But at the same time, it creates a separate danger for Vladimir Putin. Scaling back on Victory Day risks being perceived at home and abroad as weakness. And that's not a good look for the system. In a street off Red Square, I chat to passers-by about the Kremlin's decision not to include tanks and missiles this year. In the current circumstances, says Yulia, I realise it would be foolish to showcase hardware in case something happens during the parade. But on the other hand, this means that we're afraid of something, and that's not great either. There is a safety issue, concedes Sergei, but parading our military hardware shows our strength on the world stage. Perhaps we should be displaying something. In Russia, unusual has become the new normal, and so have uncertainty and unpredictability. I used to hear many Russians remark that hope is the last thing to die. I haven't heard people say that for a long time. Expressions of optimism now are rare, although you can still find that in some of the jokes in the newspapers, sort of. For instance, in this one, it's a conversation in the kitchen. And what are you doing? She asks. I'm looking for happiness, he replies. What, in the fridge? At night? Well, he says, it must be somewhere.
Steve Rosenberg. Japan has taken a major step away from its post-war pacifist stance, lifting long-standing restrictions on arms exports and expanding its military role abroad. The government says it's a necessary step in an increasingly tense region, but it's raising alarm. Over recent weeks, there have been protests in major cities across the country. Kurumi Mori reports from Tokyo.
We were driving around the streets of Tokyo in steady, soaking rain as we made our way to the protest when we spotted the group gathered at a street corner. Their signs were weathering the downpour, flags hanging heavy with water. On them, just a few words in big, bold Japanese kanji characters that said, "No war." It's a scene that's becoming increasingly common here. Japan's currently seeing its largest anti-war protests in decades. Usually public protests in Japan tend to be somewhat restrained. There's a strong cultural preference of social harmony and not causing disruption. So when people do take to the streets in numbers, it usually signals something deeper and much more widespread. I've seen it before. Outside Parliament during demonstrations against the restart of nuclear power plants about a decade ago following the Fukushima nuclear crisis. But this time, the issue is Japan's national identity as a peaceful country. After the Second World War, Japan adopted Article 9 of its constitution, the so-called pacifist clause. Now, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, who took office in October, says that framework no longer reflects reality. Take one look at a map, and you'll see that Japan sits in a challenging neighborhood with an assertive China, an unpredictable North Korea, and Russia also nearby. And its closest ally, the United States, has been encouraging Tokyo to play a more active security role. Most recently, the Japanese government took a significant step, lifting its long-standing ban on exporting lethal weapons. It argued that allies must support one another in what it called an increasingly severe security environment. That decision has struck a nerve with the Japanese people. Outside the Prime Minister's office in central Tokyo, as the rain suddenly cleared and sunlight broke through, the crowd swelled and the chanting grew louder. This wasn't just an older generation holding on to the ideals of the past. Many in their 20s and 30s were there too. One woman named Akari Maezono, a freelance actress in her 30s, was holding up these brightly painted paper lanterns calling for peace. She told me she was angry that such changes could be made, she said, without properly listening to the public. Nearby, an older gentleman told me that the Japanese Constitution must be protected at all costs. He believes it kept Japan from being drawn into past conflicts. Listening to him, I thought of my own grandfather. He experienced the Second World War. He lost his entire family and was the only survivor. And yet, years later, he would spend long stretches visiting us in the United States. He loved New York, Central Park, bagels, baseball games at Shea Stadium. For him, it wasn't countries that were the problem, it was war. That feeling still runs deep here. For many, especially those with living memory of conflict or of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombings, any shift away from pacifism ignites a big fear that Japan could once again go to war. And that fear is now playing out on the streets. Demonstrations have been spreading beyond Tokyo with rallies organized in other major cities from Osaka to Kyoto and Fukuoka. Attendance is reportedly growing week by week, with posts on social media driving more people to turn up, especially younger Japanese, who feel they have more at stake in what comes next for Japan. They're sharing details of the demonstrations and bringing along their friends. But it's not the whole story. Opinion here is divided. Recent polls point in different directions, with some suggesting growing support for a stronger military, while others show clear resistance to that idea. I was reminded of that split in an unlikely place, a convenience store right across the street from the protest we were at. I walked inside to escape the rain and pick up some tea, and after a moment of indecision, chose a salmon rice ball over a pickled plum, along with some classic Japanese snacks. At the counter, the cashier noticed my microphone and signaled toward the protesters outside. "They're always here," he said with some impatience. Then he added, "Time for a new Japan." And that is the choice the country now faces. Not as simple as choosing between two of my favorite rice balls, but something way more consequential. Whether to hold on to a pacifist identity shaped by the past, or adapt to a more uncertain future and adopt a tougher stance. And in a country where change has often come carefully and slowly, the question now is not just what Japan decides, but how quickly it's willing to decide it.
Kurumi Mori. Next, Serbia has also been experiencing a series of protests over the past year, fueled by anger over alleged government corruption. They began in November 2024 following the collapse of a station roof in the northern city of Novi Sad, which killed 16 people. The tragedy became a lightning rod for public discontent over the lack of government transparency and its drift towards authoritarian rule. Jill McGivering has been to Belgrade to meet a woman whose tragic loss put her at the center of the political crisis.
My first impression of Diana as she crossed the street to meet me was how slight she looked.
I sensed exhaustion, too. She was dressed in baggy tracksuit bottoms, which looked as if they'd seen better days, and a loose top. Her poker-straight, bleached blonde hair barely reached her shoulders. Her brown eyes were warm and direct. She'd suggested doing the interview in the grounds of her local church, a neutral, safe space. She'd done that before. This time, though, church officials had denied permission, saying the interview was too political. She looked taken aback when she heard, then shrugged, annoyed but resigned, and led me instead across the road and through a roughly landscaped stretch of grass surrounded by blocks of flats. We sat on wooden benches by a run-down children's playground with rusting swings and climbing frame and a dirty concrete hollow of a sandpit. I'd been warned that it might be difficult to get Diana to talk, that she wasn't someone who showed emotion. In fact, as soon as she started to tell me about her son, Stefan, her voice cracked. I saw the tension in her face each time she broke off, clenching her jaw, swallowing hard, trying to hold herself together. At times, tears ran unchecked down her cheeks. Until 18 months ago, no one had heard of Diana Herdke. A single mum with 2 sons, she'd scraped a living working in fast food. She got by, but couldn't afford to put her sons through college. Stefan, who dreamed of working in forestry, had moved to Belgrade's second city, Novi Sad, and at 27 was making his own way. He was the kindest boy, she told me. I was so proud of him. He'd do anything for anyone. There wasn't a bad bone in his body. But on November the 1st, 2024, catastrophe struck. The concrete canopy on the newly renovated railway station at Novi Sad collapsed, killing 16 people. Stefan was one of them. Diana still remembers the desperate search for information that day, the sick feeling that something terrible had happened when she couldn't contact her son, and later, as she learned the truth, collapsing on the floor, screaming herself hoarse. The deaths weren't just personal tragedies. They soon became a trigger for wider public anger. Diana found herself at the centre of a political storm which rapidly engulfed the country. Critics of Serbia's increasingly repressive ruling party and president poured onto the streets. They viewed the canopy collapse as the latest evidence of widespread corruption and demanded accountability. One of their slogans was, "We're all under the canopy." Serbia is no stranger to mass protests, but these were the biggest, the most sustained, the most threatening to the government for decades. Serbia's President Vučić has generally taken a tough line with the protesters and says the protests were fomented by foreign countries. Meanwhile, Diana wanted answers. She wanted justice for Stefan. But as the protests rocked Serbia, she found she was the only one of the bereaved relatives who dared to speak out. She said the others had come under pressure to keep quiet. Last November, 1 year after the tragedy, when still no one had been held to account, she started a hunger strike outside the Parliament building. She says she was threatened and followed. Her surviving son, too, received threats and was told to persuade Diana to call it off. By now, she was a household name, embraced by critics of the government, harassed and vilified by government supporters. She only gave up the hunger strike after becoming so weak she was rushed to hospital and warned by doctors of permanent damage to her health. Now, 18 months on since the tragedy of Novi Sad, the wave of mass rallies has subsided. The universities have reopened. Students have gone back to class. An underlying anger persists, but critics and activists are focused on elections now, expected in the next year. The reputation of Serbia's government has been left tarnished. The European Union has rebuked it for what it calls democratic decline, including worsening corruption and rule of law. Serbia's plans to join the EU now look less certain. The ruling party and its allies say the allegations are baseless and politically motivated. As for Diana, she is struggling to find work. I asked if she had support from friends, from the community here. She shrugged. "I have to move house all the time, every couple of months," she said. She thinks officials put pressure on her landlords to turf her out. She often goes to Stefan's grave to talk to him and ask his help, she told me. She faltered, and again the tears started to flow. "I don't think of him as dead," she went on. "I imagine he's still out there, somewhere, in the skies above."
Jill McGivern. And finally, governments around the world are increasingly investing in military robots as the nature of modern warfare evolves. In March, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney announced an investment of 32 billion Canadian dollars in Arctic defences, where robotic surveillance technology is being put to the test in icy temperatures. This is in part a response to Donald Trump's recent saber-rattling over Greenland, along with an increased awareness of Canada's military vulnerability along its vast northern coast. David Bailey has been following one of the trials, but finds human expertise is still far from becoming obsolete.
Bright sun is drenching the ice with a golden light, but any suggestion of warmth is illusory. It's minus 37 here in Cambridge Bay, an Inuit community high above the Arctic Circle in the indigenously governed Nunavut territory of northern Canada. At a gentle breeze, and for a human body, it feels like minus 49. But for Canada's elite Arctic Rangers, it's business as usual. Today, there are 10 of them assembled on the frozen seas, readying their high-powered snowmobiles. Soon, they'll be travelling at speeds that will increase the wind chill and lower the effective temperature to minus 61. They're already halfway through an epic 2-month and more than 2,700-mile patrol across the Canadian Arctic. 31-year-old Maya Poirier is one of the 2 women in the unit. She's yet to put on her full-face mask that will protect her from instant frostbite at speed, so her unbridled joy at being part of the patrol is still plain to see. Maya grew up in northern Yukon, wrangling horses over the remote Mackenzie Mountains. Becoming a Canadian Ranger was an obvious career progression. We're the eyes and ears of Canadian defence in the Arctic. Outside of a few small communities, there's no one else for hundreds of miles. I'm always on call, she says. She acknowledges that the effectiveness of the patrol depends on the region's indigenous people, with their unique survival skills and navigation knowledge of this extreme wilderness. Along the way, we're joined by a succession of local Inuit Rangers, she explains. They're unbelievable. They have such amazing energy and always so gracious and so happy to be guiding us through their lands. From a few hundred meters away across the ice, the patrol's departure is watched wistfully by a local Cambridge Bay Ranger, 66-year-old Jimmy Everlick. He's usually a key member of any patrol through his home territory, so his weather-beaten face betrays a hint of disappointment as the group disappears into the distance. But this week, Jimmy's local knowledge is needed for another defence project. Positioned in front of him on the ice is a strange, articulated 8-wheel robot, bristling with radar and other sensors. The T-Recon B1 is a prototype and is still a long way from looking remotely military. Its advanced AI-driven autonomous design represents the other end of the technological spectrum, from Inuits navigating the featureless ice with traditional knowledge. Under Jimmy's curious gaze, a team of scientists from Toronto and Laval University and Tessellate Robotics prepare the strange machine for its first ever trial in such extreme temperatures. Benoit Ricard is an exuberant defence scientist from Defence Research and Development Canada, a branch of Canada's Defence Department. There are no accurate maps here, so our robot needs to create its own using laser sensors and advanced algorithmics, he explains. But the only features here are pressure ridges in the ice, which can change daily. It's a challenge. On top of this, there's the poor and sometimes deliberately jammed GPS signals, not to mention the electric storms, which produce the intense displays of the Northern Lights, but which could also interfere with the robot's delicate electronics. But Benoit's relaxed grin tells me he's confident his team will master all of these concerns. Though, as the robot heads off, Inuit Ranger Jimmy Everlick is just a little more circumspect. So far they've been doing pretty good, he says. But once it's on its way out on the ocean, it's hard to say. A couple of weeks ago, it was minus 65. That's tough for a battery. He winks mischievously. The Rangers can't be out on patrol every day, so I guess this will fill the gaps. Despite the substantial Canadian government funding, however, it's hard to see the human skills of the Rangers and their indigenous knowledge being replaced anytime soon. I caught up with Maya and her team the next day, having hitched a ride on a Twin Otter aircraft of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Her enthusiasm was still undimmed by the hard graft of her 13th day on the ice. She knows the difficulties of navigation in this harshest of landscapes, but can see the potential of artificial intelligence and robots. There's a need for both, she says. But that means supporting both science and ensuring the survival of these indigenous communities. It's clear for her, though, that robots will never replace the sheer joy that comes from the physical challenge of mastering one of the hardest journeys on the planet. This is my happy place, she says with a wide smile as she climbs on a snowmobile. I suspect happy place is not a concept T-Raycom B1's artificial intelligence will ever compute.
David Bailey, and that's all for today, but you can hear more stories from around the world on BBC Sounds. We'll be back again next Saturday morning.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at midday. Sir Keir Starmer has appointed the former Labour Prime Minister Gordon Brown as a special envoy on global finance as the government tries to move on from Thursday's bruising election results. Labour's former deputy leader, Baroness Harriet Harman, has been made advisor on women and girls. The Prime Minister is trying to shore up his position after some figures within Labour called for new leadership of the country. The Labour MP for Sheffield South East, Clive Betts, says voters have stopped listening to Sir Keir Starmer and the Cabinet needs to get him to say when he'll go.
In some ways, it's not what I think this morning, it's what the electorate were telling us in the last few weeks. What people said repeatedly was, we've always voted Labour, we'd like to vote Labour again, but not while Keir is the leader. They just said that, we didn't have to ask them, it was repeated over and over again. That's a real problem going forward, because people have made their minds up.
But Labour's deputy leader, Lucy Powell, said changing the leadership would dominate the next few months when the government needed to get on with improving people's lives instead.
I want to see Keir continue, and I want to see him lead that process of step change, working with all of us, thinking that setting out some kind of timetable would put to bed the issues of leadership is actually the wrong conclusion here, because all that would do is fire the starting gun. I don't want to hear about that anymore. I want us to get on with the job.
The leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iorwerth, says he will reach out to other parties to form a Welsh government after winning the largest number of seats in the Senedd. The SNP will return to government in Scotland after winning a fifth successive Holyrood election, but the party fell short of an overall majority. Home Office figures show more than 200,000 migrants have crossed the Channel in small boats since records began in 2018. Opposition politicians have accused the government of losing control of the UK's borders. Simon Jones reports.
70 people arrived in Dover yesterday, taking the total since 2018, when the crossings began in earnest, to more than 200,000. It's a sobering figure for politicians of successive governments who have promised to stop the boats and smash the gangs. Over the years, the so-called small boats have got much bigger. In 2018, there was an average of 7 people per boat. That has now risen to more than 60. Crossings so far this year, though, are down significantly. The government is hoping a new deal with France will ensure the trend continues.
An airline in the US has said one of its jets struck a person on the runway at Denver International Airport when it was trying to take off. The plane was evacuated after the flight was abandoned. No information has been given about the person who was struck. The annual Victory Day parade has been held in Moscow, marking the defeat of Nazi Germany. The event has been scaled back because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Speaking at the event, President Putin said the celebrations were spurring on his soldiers.
The great feat of the generation of victors inspires the soldiers who are today carrying out the tasks of the special military operation. They're resisting an aggressive force that is armed and supported by the entire NATO bloc. And despite this, our heroes continue to advance.
Nottinghamshire police have said a man has sustained life-threatening injuries after a car hit a number of pedestrians in Arnold Town Centre. The incident happened just after 1 o'clock this morning, and witnesses identified a white male suspect who officers are looking for. He fled the scene on foot. Motorists are being advised to avoid the area where roads have been closed. Managers at one of Britain's largest bird sanctuaries, RSPB Bempton Cliffs in East Yorkshire, say they've seen a significant increase in the number of younger visitors. RSPB research suggests more than 700,000 people aged 16 to 29 regularly enjoy watching birds. That's a more than tenfold rise since 2018. BBC News.
Any questions this afternoon comes from Pontier Village Hall in Torvine. We'll join Alex Forsyth for political debate straight after the 1 o'clock news. But now, here on Radio 4, it's time for Moneybox with Paul Lewis.
Hello. A switch in time can save, well, no, not 9, but up to £200. 1 million of us switched our bank account last year, but why don't more of us do it when tax-free cash is up for grabs? And as the UK's favourite broadcaster joins more than 16,000 centenarians, will your money last as long as you do? But first, the Financial Conduct Authority is launching an inquiry into the claims management industry. These are firms which help people get compensation when they've been missold financial products, but they take hefty fees for doing that. And the FCA says consumers are being failed by poor practices, aggressive marketing, misleading advertising, and unfair exit fees. The investigation will cover the entire multi-billion-pound claims management industry, though the inquiry has been triggered because claims managers are trying to take nearly a third of the estimated £7.5 billion owed to people who were missold car finance from 2007 to 2024. Moneybox listener Caroline from South Wales shares her experience of one of these firms.
I was trading through something on the iPad, and somebody was asking, didn't know who it was I interested in claiming money for a car deal I'd had? I thought, yes, well, I'd be interested to know. So I looked at this and sent off, hoping they'd send me details. And what they did was, rather than sending me details, keep peppering me with things, asking me to give them all my details, send them copies of my passport and driving license so that they could put in a claim. My son tells me, just dump it, Mum, but I'm 83. You know, you don't really know if they're going to try and take all your money or something. It's worrying. It's very worrying.
I played that clip to Alison Waters. She's Director of Consumer Finance at the FCA, and asked if it was experiences like Caroline's that has led her to launch the inquiry.
Absolutely. These are just the types of poor practices that we have been seeing. Aggressive marketing, misleading advertising, unsolicited calls and texts to check if you've got car finance. It's led to issues that we're seeing, like multiple representation, where consumers have been signed up without their consent or unknowingly that they are signing up to these types of services. So it's these types of behaviours and the drivers of these poor behaviours are exactly what we want to try and examine as part of the review that we announced on Wednesday.
You've regulated claims management companies for 6 years. You wrote to them nearly 18 months ago telling them how to behave. Then you announced a joint task force in March, and now you've announced a review that will begin soon. Haven't you just let people down by waiting so long?
Well, some of the practices that we have seen and we've been calling out, as you said, for the last 18 months have been brought into sharper focus by the Motor Finance Redress Scheme. And this is why we've formed the task force, as you called out, joining with our regulatory partners to try and tackle some of these poor behaviours. We have seen some improvements in some of the standards, but as I said, the levels of poor practice have only been increasing. So hence why we are looking to review the market as a whole and understand exactly what are the drivers behind some of these poor practices.
Now you've announced your scheme in March, they're still trying to take 30% of the money you've told the banks to give back to customers. Why can't you stop them doing that? There's no need to use a claims management company, is there?
You're absolutely right. Consumers can complain for free. And In terms of what we've been doing about some of the actions that the issues that we've seen, we've taken down and asked for amendments to over 800 financial promotions over the last 2 years. We have asked firms to change some of their practices and unwind agreement. 28,000 consumers have benefited for that. We've asked firms to change how they're charging structures. Another 500,000 consumers have also benefited for that. So, we're not standing still and trying to tackle this problem, but we want to get at some of the root causes of some of these poor practices, but we also have to recognise that many consumers want to use them for convenience. But what we're saying is they've got to get good outcomes, they've got to get good services from those firms, and those firms need to act in their best interests.
Your inquiries, the FCA inquiries, typically take, 18 months, 2 years to report, and then you promise that robust action after that, possibly changes in the law. So we must be looking at 2029 at the earliest before things will change.
We will set out in the terms of reference when we publish the timing of that work, and that will give you a clear roadmap to what we will be doing and any actions that we take at the end of it.
Sure, but it's not going to be quick. I mean, your motor finance redress scheme, that one you launched a month or so ago, covers 12 million deals between 2007 and 2025. That faces delays, but you expect that to be completed by 2027. This will be before you've made the changes from this report.
Well, as I said, we're not standing still. At the end of March, we published the task force, so that's us taking assertive supervision, increasing the intensity of taking down those misleading financial promotions. We're not waiting for the review to deliver the change. We are also intervening now, as I said, to stop some of those poor practices.
Well, you mentioned earlier people don't need to use a claims management company, which of course they don't. They can claim free by themselves through your scheme. But in a way, because your scheme has been criticised for not giving people enough, it doesn't give them the whole amount they've lost in some cases. Haven't you in a sense brought this on yourselves, that these companies are there saying, well, come with us, you'll get more? Is it worth using, in your view, is it worth using a claims management company in some cases to go to court and get more than your standard scheme may provide?
Well, the choice is there for consumers if they want to use a claims management company. What we have said is that you don't need to use one. You can claim for free. You don't need to give away that 30+% to a claims management company or a law firm. Consumers do have the choice if they want to use one. They do have the choice to go to court if they want to get further redress. But we still think that the redress scheme that we've put in place is the quickest way for consumers to get that money that they are owed. We think it will put that money back in their pockets, and it will also bring certainty for the market.
And finally, what's your message to people like Caroline who may see something on social media or get an email or hear something or see an advert? What's your message to them about what they should do about these adverts from claims management companies?
Our message to Caroline and others is complain. If you have received an unsolicited text, email or a call, please do complain to either the Ombudsman or the Information Commissioner's Office or the Advertising Standards Agency. If you're unsure about if the person you're dealing with is legitimate and you want to check, you can use our firm checker. If you feel that you have had car finance and you want to complain to your lender, you can do so, and you can do that free of charge, and there are resources on the FCA website that will help you.
Alison Waters from the FCA. The number of people switching their current account to another bank has fallen. Out of 73 million personal current accounts in the UK, only around 1 million were switched in 2025. That's down from 1.2 million the year before. Statistics seem to show that we're more likely to get divorced than leave our bank. But are we seeing the first signs, perhaps, of an upturn? In the first 3 months of 2026, there was a rise in the number of accounts switched. Well, Felicity Hannah has been looking into why people switch and indeed why they don't.
Banks and building societies offer a lot of incentives for people to switch their current account, from grocery vouchers to cash payments of hundreds of pounds. But despite being a nation that usually loves a freebie, switches are still in a minority. So what's putting us off? I visited a shopping centre in Birchwood, Cheshire to find out.
I've looked into it because they have these offers in, but then I've also heard stories of people that it's messed everything up, and then when they've been, trying to get paid, everything's gone wrong, so I've just left it.
Have you ever switched current accounts?
Not for about 20 years.
About 20 years? Why not?
I'm just settled. I don't really sort of look into it.
So you're switching as we speak?
Yes, I am.
What made you do it?
Better interest rates, better savings accounts, and a good outlet for my young children as well, for young savings account.
How long have you had your current account?
Since I was about 18. I'm 39 now, so yeah.
What if I said you could get 200 quid for switching? Would you think about it then?
It'd have to be a substantial amount of money for me to change over, like something like £1,000 rather than £200. Otherwise,
£1,000?
I wouldn't bother.
I'd definitely switch for £1,000.
Yeah, I'd switch for £1,000, yeah, definitely.
That fear of faff or errors is clearly a major reason people don't make the jump, even though 99.8% of switches are completed within 7 working days. But while most customers don't change accounts, and many stick with their bank for decades, there is another extreme, the serial switcher. People like Moneybox listener Steve.
I did 8 switches in a year. So I did my first one sort of mid-December 2023, and by mid-December 2024 I'd completed 8 switches, taken 8 bonuses, totalling in excess of £1,300.
Was it about the money for you, or was it almost a game? Was it a challenge to see how long you could make it work?
I must admit, it was as much the latter as it was about the bonuses, to be honest. In the end, I got to the end of my 8th and then realised I wasn't allowed to then go back and repeat the process. So all the banks generally have something in their terms that says once you've had one bonus, you're not eligible for another. I think each switch, I would say it was probably 15 to 20 minutes each time for the sake of essentially what ended up as being probably 3 hours work. I ended up with an extra £1,300.
Not a bad hourly rate.
Isn't to be sniffed at.
Most of us are never going to be serial switchers. But perhaps some people are starting to think that moving for better rates, better perks, or even a better app is also not to be sniffed at.
Thanks, yes. Well, I couldn't quite work out there if this was going to try switching or not. But one personal finance writer who definitely does do it is Holly Mead. She's been deputy money editor at The Times and The Sun and is now a freelance financial journalist who changes her bank account more often than most of us, well, change our toothbrush, I think. Holly Mead, you're in the age group most likely to switch, the under 40s. How often have you moved your current account?
I am one of the serial switchers. I've been switching, I'd say, for about 10 or 12 years. So I usually move about every 12 to 18 months. But in the last year, I've done it 3 times and made £650 for myself.
Right, well, £650 for a short amount of work. Like Steve said, he made £1,300 from 8 switches. It took him 3 hours. Why do you do it? Is it just the money?
I'd like to do it as part of my job as well. I'd like to test out different current accounts and different bank features, so it helps me with that. But also, I think this is true of the under 40s, is we don't have the same loyalty to a high street bank that perhaps our parents and grandparents did. We didn't grow up going to meet the bank manager and go in branch, so we don't have that same feeling of loyalty, so switching feels like less of a problem.
Yeah, but it is those fears, isn't it? You know, will my direct debits get lost? Will my wages or other regular payments actually arrive in my new account? Will I have to do a lot of work? Are those fears justified?
I've never had any problems, and the good thing about the current account switch service, which is this service that promises to move your money within 7 days, and it also takes care of any direct debit, so you don't have to do that legwork, is you can pick a date as well. So if you know, for example, you've got a bunch of direct debits or the mortgage payment coming out on a certain day of the month, don't choose that for your switch date, just in case something goes wrong. Give yourself a bit of breathing space.
And what about the disadvantages? There must be some things that you think, well, that's a bit awkward or that's a bit annoying.
So I would say not so much when I only moved every year or so, but having done 3 in a year, I don't know what my pins are anymore. It definitely made me feel less in control in that sense. And it has impacted my credit score. And Steve will have definitely had this from moving 8 times in a year. So if you're someone who's going to be taking out a mortgage or needing to remortgage, or another situation such as taking out a loan where a credit score is going to be important for you, then I would say don't be a serial switcher in the run-up to that. It hasn't killed my credit score, but it has taken a little bit of a knock.
So I presume banks do this because they want new customers and then hope they won't be serial switchers. That's why they do it. But how do they stop people being serial switchers? Do they put barriers? Steve was suggesting there were some barriers to him switching again.
Yeah, and they're getting harder. So when I first started doing this, the requirements were very slim. You probably just needed to guarantee that you were paying in £1,000 a month to qualify for the account. And the hurdles are just coming thicker and faster now. So I think on the last switch I did, you needed to deposit a minimum of £1,500 within 30 days. You had to have at least 3 direct debits coming out of that account. And I think you had to make 20 debit card transactions within the first month, which is quite a lot, really, if you're not out and about and tapping away all the time. So it really is important to read those terms and conditions. And as Steve said, you can't just go on doing this forever. Once you've had a switching bonus off a bank, the likelihood is you won't be able to get anything off that bank again in the future.
Yes. I mean, I saw one that was saying you had to have an income of £100,000 before they'd accept you into their account, where they're going to give you 500 quid to do it, but you have to be very well paid to do it. And very briefly, Holly, the million switches, a slight increase. Is it worth it, do you think? Is it worth it for the incentives, just briefly?
It depends on how nervous you are, but I would say don't let fear about switching banks be the reason not to do it.
Holly Mead, thank you very much indeed. Now, it can't have escaped your notice this week that one of the most recognisable voices in broadcasting has just celebrated his 100th birthday.
Then up it fluttered onto the nest, and as it did so, the other parent flew across and drove the first one away. This was a great thrill for us, for as this happened, we became the first Europeans ever to see the white-necked picafates on its nest.
Hammersmith Station, an excellent breakfast spot for peckish pigeons. Pigeons use the sun and magnetic fields to find their way.
David Attenborough, of course, in 1954 on Zoo Quest and in 2026 on Wild London, as interested in city pigeons as that rare white-necked picafates who enthralled him 70 years ago. So David's the latest in a growing number of people in the UK to reach 100. There were more than 16,000 centenarians in 2024, a number that's doubled in 20 years, and there were more than 600,000 people in their 90s. But how do you make sure your money lasts as long as you do? Our reporter Joe Krasner asked these shoppers in Liverpool about their plans to live long and prosper.
Currently turned 66, so obviously I'm receiving my state pension now, but I've always paid into a pension, so I've got a good pension pot, and I will be comfortable if I live to 100.
I'll be 64 in September. I had the opportunity to retire 4 years ago, which I did do. Again, sat down, worked out, paid full pension all the way through my working life, and whenever I had chance of putting in for ISA. So a lot of it is to do with planning for the future.
I do have a financial advisor, and so we look at that every year to see how the stocks are doing, what money we've got. And at the moment, he's not telling me to cut back on anything.
I'm 64. I've been retired since I was 59. I think a constant review our income all the time. My husband still works. He works for himself. So that can be a precarious situation. So we do look at that, and we look at the future. I think you have to plan. Ignoring it's not going to make the situation go away.
I'm 75 now, and I retired when I was 69. The basic state pension, it's just not enough to live on, basically. Because, you've got to dip into your savings, even if it's only like 20, 30 quid a week or something like that.
Well, I'm 67, and so I could be retired, but I am working part-time at the moment. But yes, we've got pensions set aside and everything, but we do hope that they last long enough, because we're all going to live longer.
Thoughtful responses there in Liverpool, and it is worth remembering that at state pension age, 66, you have a better than a 1 in 4 chance of living into your 90s. So how much do you need for that long life you might live? Now, live now to talk to Lee Gardner. He's an independent financial advisor from Gardner Financial Management, and he's also Lee the Pensions Guy on Instagram, where his useful videos have had several million views. Lee Gardner, welcome to Moneybox. You've been advising clients for 30 years. Are people realistic about how long they might live?
Hi Paul, nice to talk to you. My experience is that people tend to be very pessimistic when it comes to how long they think they're going to live. But the reality is, as you've already stated those figures, most people live well into their 80s, and most people I don't think are planning for the life and the age they're going to live to.
But how do we plan? Because none of us knows how long we might live. We might drop down tomorrow. We might live, like Sir David Attenborough, to be 100. How can you work out what you need and how to manage the money you've got over that uncertain period?
Well, so one of the things you can do, there's a survey that's carried out each year by the Pensions and Lifetime Savings Association, and they give people an indication of the level of incomes that they might need to live different lifestyles. And once you have the number that you think you're comfortable with, taking and making good plans, talking to financial advisors, and just working out how much money you're going to need to support yourself is absolutely key.
Yes, I mean, putting more in if you can. Though, I mean, we have had a tweet today from someone who's a carer, Jim, who says, you know, I can't afford to save. If I save more than £6,000, I start losing my benefits. So not everyone can save. But if we've got the money, people have the opposite fear, don't they? That if they overestimate what they need and die with substantial savings, or from next April a big pension pot, the heirs may have to pay inheritance tax. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think the changes that are coming in next year are going to impact on some people, but I think realistically, because people are likely to live longer than they expect, I think naturally your pots will run down. I think what people also massively underestimate are things like potentially when later in life they might need care, and the cost of care in particular will naturally take care of the inheritance tax problem, because your pots will start to run down.
Yeah, that certainly will run the money down. But, you know, you do need different amounts at different ages, don't you? I mean, 66 or 70, you know, you want to go to raves and festivals, don't you, and long holidays. But when you reach 90 or 100, things start wearing out a bit. So should you plan for an uneven income, more when you're younger, less when you're older?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about your go-go years. So, Paul, when you go into your raves, that's in your go-go years.
Your go-go years, right.
Go-go years. And then you have your slow-go years, where maybe you'll start to slow down a little bit. And then you have your no-go years, where maybe it's more about health and looking after yourself. So I absolutely believe that you should plan not just for that healthy period of your retirement, but you should also consider what will happen further down the line.
Yes, and of course not everybody has healthy retirements, do they? The duration of a healthy old age can be very short in some parts. How do you plan for an unhealthy old age? Not necessarily a care home, but coping with as your body does wear out.
I think it's a really tricky one. I think just generally, if you have enough money that you've accumulated, and I think the important thing is not just to rely on pensions. You've obviously got state pensions, savings, and I just think having enough money in different places to help you in retirement, I think, is really key.
Yes, and so in summary, quite briefly, what to do to prosper if you live long?
Right, so I would say there are four things.
No, you can't have four. Say one.
Four, okay, two. I'll give you two. Number one, know your number. Work out exactly what you need in retirement, but plan for a 30-year retirement, not 20. And also make sure you don't just plan for the healthy years, but you think about what life might be like in the not-so-healthy years.
Lee Gardner. Lee, the pensions guy, Gardner Financial Management. Thank you very much. Perfectly
I'll see you at the rave.
And Moneybox Live with Felicity Hannah on Wednesday will be delving deeper into how we can all prosper if we live long. Should we put as much energy, as Lee suggested, into financial planning as we might invest in keeping healthy? Tell us your plans and fears about stretching your money out over a longer life. You can email questions or ideas, moneybox@bbc.co.uk. Send us a message or a voice note, WhatsApp 03306 783 183. We do read them all, and like Caroline and Steve, you might get on the show, and we're actually getting emails about switching at the moment, for and against. Today the reporters were Joe Krasner and Felicity Hannah, researcher Catherine Lunn, studio manager Becky Marcus, our editor was Rob Cave, and I'm Paul Lewis.
Paul, thanks very much indeed. This week's Any Questions comes from Wales this afternoon, the epicentre of yesterday's defining electoral events, and later Anita Anand will be taking your questions on those events, and she's here now with a look ahead.
Electoral events is a very mild way of putting it, BG. Thursday's election was seismic for many reasons. So what do you think it tells us about our politics today? How did you vote? And why and what do you hope it means for our future? 03700 100 444. After poor results for Labour, the Prime Minister's facing calls from some of his own MPs to step down. Keir Starmer says he's going nowhere. So, should he stay or should he go? And what changes would you like to see from him if he does stay? 03700 100 444. Reform and the Greens made gains. Plaid Cymru made history in Wales, and the SNP won its 5th election. And with Sinn Féin, Plaid Cymru and S at the SNP in the driving seat, what exactly is the future of the union? That number again, 03700 100 444, text 84844. All lines open now.
Thank you very much, Anita. Time now and ready for the news quiz. Over to you, Andy.
Hello, I am Andy Zaltzman. Ahead of this week's election special news quiz, I'm commemorating the 100th birthday of Sir David Attenborough by hiding in some undergrowth at Labour Party headquarters, trying to find at least some sign of life. Nothing as of yet, but as Sir David would testify, you sometimes have to be patient when trying to catch sight of endangered species. Very patient. Oh, I think that might have been West Street making a move. No, it was a lemming, the party's new mascot. Anyway, whilst we wait for something definitive, here is the news quiz.
Welcome to the news quiz. I am Andy Zaltzman. We are recording before most of the results of Thursday's elections are known, but we do know some of the results, plus it's 2026. Partially informed speculation is all the rage. In fact, way above average, if anything. Our teams this week, in tribute to the state of the traditional political powerhouses of British politics, we have Team Rock Bottom against Team Paper and Scissors. Didn't do too well either. On Team Rock, we have Jeff Norcott and Rachel Fairburn. And on Team Paper Scissors, Lucy Porter, and from the Times, Hugo Rifkin. So, question one to Hugo and Lucy. The people have spoken. We admittedly don't know yet quite what all of them have said, but based on what we do know, what did they say?
What's been really interesting over the last few weeks, really, is Labour's been engaged really heavily in expectation management, as in you talk off the scale of the defeat, so in the end, whatever happens doesn't look so bad. It's like if you go to your doctor and you've got a bit of a cold and the doctor goes, "It's bad, you've only got a day to live." And you're like, "Oh no," and he goes, No, I'm only kidding, you've got a week to live. Feels better now. So look, so far what do we know? We know Labour is losing lots of councils and councillors. Reform and the Greens are mainly only getting councillors. They've got a couple of councils. Mainly we're hearing a lot of no overall control, which is, feels very British, no overall control. It's also what they're saying about Keir Starmer's bladder today, I think, no overall control. Oh, if you stress it differently, it becomes no overall control. Sounds like what a lot of the Greens wear. Reform are winning some councils. They've won one London council, which is deranged. No, sorry, not deranged, Havering. I think the really important thing to remember is that what the results are going to look like is Labour losing a lot and Reform picking up a lot. But that doesn't mean that Labour's losing voters that Reform are picking up, because Labour's actually losing votes to the Greens and Reform's getting votes for the Conservatives. But just in the maths, there's no comedy in this. It's just really The main thing I've been really enjoying is the names of the various wards around the country, because each council, you vote in your ward. And in Portsmouth, I just learned just now, there is a Charles Dickens ward in Portsmouth. Sounds like a little orphan girl. There you go, that's what we've learned.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of weird because we're obviously at that stage where all the politicians are saying, well, you know, like Labour are going, well, we can't see the full picture yet, and seeing how long they can get away with saying that. It's like, well, we haven't got all the pieces of the jigsaw. And it's like, yeah, but if you were doing a jigsaw and you'd done the bottom right corner and you could just see the words RMS Titanic, you're not going to think it might be a lovely picture of some kittens. We don't know. So yeah, not predicted to be a great night for Labour. Keir Starmer said he's not going anywhere. He's very much Rick Astley. He's never going to give you up, never going to let you down. I mean, not looking great for him. It is. I mean, you know, I have a reserve of affection for Keir Starmer, even though...
But you have a calendar.
I do. Do you know what, though? A few years ago, if you'd said that me and Starmer were going to have a pity shag, I would have thought it would be because he felt sorry for me.
I think for the sake of balance, you've got to say you'd have a pity shag with all the other political leaders.
I mean, do you want me to go in order of preference? And, you know, there's all this stuff about, oh, he's not going to go anywhere. And, you know, David Lammy saying, oh, you don't change the pilot mid-flight. It's like, well, you'd do if the pilot set the controls to sort of nosedive into the nearest open sewer. I think you might wrestle the controls. But, yeah, no, it's not looking... He's sort of in that position where everybody's sort of saying we have great confidence in him, but you know they're just waiting for the next thing to come. It's like when you're at a party and you're talking to someone and they're constantly looking over your shoulder for someone more interesting. He's kind of in that situation at the minute. So, yeah, not a great night for them. I mean, who knows? Lib Dems, everyone was saying, oh, they're going to have a good night in London. We'll see if that pans. I mean, to me, it just made me think, what is Ed Davies' idea of a good night in London? Probably a couple of pints at the Wetherspoons in Waterloo after he's been water skiing up the Thames, I'd imagine.
The Tories, it's funny with the Tories, when they say the Tories have done badly, it's sort of weird that people are still saying it. It's like saying Blockbuster Video had a tricky first quarter. That's sort of, oh, that's still going in. They just don't... Kemi Baden, she's done a lot better at PMQs, right? Mm-hmm. But that's just like clips, you know, like she's, well, we won't get back to power, but a lot of the kids are using fire emojis on her clips. It's not that no one knows who anyone is beyond Kemi Baden, because Mel Stride is the Shadow Chancellor. Just a little bit of information to digest.
Which it's like if Beige was a politician.
Well, he's sort of like, he's less famous than the guy in the cravat that sits in select committee meetings. Priti Patel is still knocking about, which is like finding out Take That are still touring. You're like, oh right, they're still Claire Coutinho. They got somebody called Claire Coutinho, which just sounds like a range of bespoke curtains. So like, I think they got back a couple of councils so far in London, but it's sort of, they're in the realms of, well, we're less shit than last time. You know, which is, I guess, is growth.
Kemi Badenoch's been speaking this morning. Some actual breaking news. She says she can see signs of renewal. And she's also said, our strategy is working good.
Oh
dear.
Like the opposite of Breaking Bad. With the Tories, it's hard as well, because you don't know who's reformed now. So Suella Braverman was saying, oh, Nigel Farage is going to be the next Prime Minister. And I was like, oh, that's a weird thing for a Tory to... Oh, no! Oh, she's not anymore, is she? So I find that sort of intriguing.
Can I just say that Reform do have the best logo? Because I was looking down the thing, and they're not my cup of tea, but they have a little arrow that points to the box. That's genius. The Conservatives thing doesn't even look conservative. It's a little tree. You wouldn't even associate that with being conservative.
They should just have a little pair of boobs or something that people like.
Zach Polanski would have a pair of boobs. They would get bigger in front of your very eyes. Because that's how he's going to save the economy, Polanski. We're going to sit down together and hum.
Part of me thinks with Keir Starmer refusing to go, I find it quite incredible. Like, I admire it in a way, because to be that disliked and be so defiant, I would crumble. I'm a comedian. I need people to like me. It's pathetic. And I actually read that some MPs are so unhappy with him, and he's so unpopular, that they're thinking about presenting him with a timetable for his departure. I would love to see that timetable. 7 a.m. breakfast, 7:30 emails, 7:35 piss off.
It's actually Ed Miliband that sat him down as well. How galling must that be? Ed Miliband. It's like a battle of the people with the most irritating voices in politics. Ed Miliband just puts a hand on your knee and goes, I think you've had enough, haven't you?
Well, that's what you need in politics. You need someone to support you and treat you like a brother.
I'd actually quite like it if Ed Miliband became leader and won, because I think it might reset the timeline.
What sort of Marvel doomsday event?
Yeah, we're back in 2015. It's amazing, you know. Alan Rickman's still alive. My knees still work. It'd be incredible.
England are about to win the Ashes. Awesome. Fully on board.
I mean, it's what Hugo said was absolutely right. Expectation management, it doesn't change the reality of the thing, does it? If I said to my wife, like, babe, we're going to have a night out, it's going to be bad. Not all of us are going to survive the night. Starmer hanging on, didn't he? He come out, he's already done a speech, hasn't he, where he said that if he left, it would plunge the country into chaos. It's so cute that he thinks we're not already there, isn't he?
I mean, yeah, it is chaos. I shouldn't be surprised when a hand dryer works. That's the level.
When he said, I am not going anywhere, is this not a rare example of a politician being brutally honest? I mean, he clearly isn't going anywhere. That's part of the problem, isn't it?
You know, the alternatives, because, I mean, Wes Streeting and Angela Rayner, you know, not massively more popular. It'd be like sort of having a broken toilet seat and switching it for a sort of plank with splinters in it. It's like you'll get a pain in the arse one way or another. And then Andy Burnham, of course, they're like, well, we've got to wait for Andy Burnham to find a safe Labour seat, which good luck with that.
I mean, if they lose Wales, that would be particularly remiss, wouldn't it?
Well, it's massive, and it's right there.
Yeah. It would be like Radio 4 losing the Archers to Talk Sport.
I read somewhere, if they lose Wales, it'll be the first time to Plaid. It will be the first time a pro-independence party has controlled Wales since the 13th century, which things very different back then. People worrying about affordable castles, trying to get their foot on the plague ladder. Which bin it is? Green for plague victims, brown for leprosy.
Scotland's been fun as well, because Labour, like a long while ago, because the SNP have been in power in Scotland for so long, Labour had really, really high hopes of taking control in Scotland. But then they're now led by Anna Sarwar, who, like 6 months ago, said that Keir Starmer should resign, which meant he now has to go into an election basically defending a Prime Minister who he doesn't think should be there, which has gone about as well as you would really expect it to go, I think, yeah.
The Lib Dems have just had yet another very Lib Demi... They'll always be around about 12%, won't they? No matter what happens. If Ed Davey drop-kick a puppy on live television, they would still be around about 12%. I'm beginning to think they don't exist. Any Lib Dems in? There you go. No, 2.
We can edit them out.
It's fine.
Their vote, it goes up and down, but it's never anything to do with them. It's like when the other parties are popular, the Lib Dem vote goes down, and when the other parties are unpopular, the Lib Dem vote goes up. And they think they always remind me of, like, when you see a kid in the service station driving like one of those video games with a steering wheel, but no one's put any money in, and they just think they're in control. That's the Lib Dems. They think it's about them. It's never about them. That's the only part of our transport infrastructure that's still working.
Tell you who I thought was the big winner on election night was Nick Robinson, because I went to bed with him in May.
All right. I'm glad you carried that on with you.
And then I woke up in the morning and he was still yapping on. Right. He's just amazing. It's like they've lost the off switch for Nick Robinson.
We should, if we don't talk about the fact Reform have done well, people might not unreasonably say the Liberal bubble is ignoring their success. I think the way that Farage talks is underrated as part of their selling point. It's just a rhythm, isn't it? Just goes up every third word for no apparent reason. He sometimes looks like he's heading an imaginary football, right? I just think we're underestimating how much of it comes down to the way that leaders speak. Because if you see, versus... It's not the most evolved satire you're going to hear in 2026. It's fun. It's fun to do it.
Like, there was the thing, where it emerged that one of his mates had given him 5 million quid, which, I mean, that's a secret Santa that's got out of control, isn't it? We set a limit of a tenner in our house. I don't know about you, but, and then it was meant to be for security. And I think it turns out he's actually spent that 5 million already on security because he was so sick of getting milkshakes chucked at him that he's been fully laminated.
Well, in terms of this gift, which became quite a talking point in the last week of campaigning, a gift of £5 million with no strings attached, should you not treat that with the same level of scepticism as the gift of a parachute with no strings attached?
Really important, it's not a funny point to solve, but a really important one. The reason why he could do this is because it wasn't illegal, because he wasn't a politician. He wasn't yet even standing for a seat. He was that going, oh, I'm not going to be an MP. Oh, I've got some money. No, I'm going to be an MP. These two things aren't linked at all. But if he had been elected MP and he got given this money and hadn't declared it, it would have been breaking the rules. But he wasn't. And you've got to think, almost no one in Reform is an MP yet. They've got a few of them, huge numbers of people. So the question every journalist should be asking every prospective Reform MP is, has anyone given you 5 million quid? Or any money? Have any Thai-based cryptocurrency people given you money before you stand for mayor of this town or want to be MP here? Because, if they won't answer the question, they have answered the question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the plus side, it does open up politics to people who otherwise wouldn't be able to get into it. Because, if you feel underrepresented in politics now, you don't need to protest, campaign, fundraise, or go through the tedious administrative process of standing for election. You can just become a Thai-based crypto billionaire and covertly purchase behind-the-scenes influence. I mean, that's sort of democratising the whole process.
It's lovely those people are so patriotic about Britain that they will do everything except live here.
Nigel Farage compared Reform's performance with a sporting event. Can anyone tell me what sporting event he compared it to?
Egg and spoon.
Wasn't that?
UFC.
No, I think that's the acronym for what a lot of people say to him. I should just to point that out. You talked about approval ratings. According to a recent YouGov polling, Starmer was minus 47% approval, and next to the five leaders was Farage on minus 39. So it's a kind of weird state politically.
Is it like cricket because it takes ages and nothing happens?
I wouldn't take that, Andy. No, I'm not taking that.
I do know the right answer.
Yes.
It was the Grand National.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't understand. He said something about Beecher's Brook, and he'd already lost me by that point.
So he said, if we cleared Beecher's Brook, which is one of the fences in the Grand National, one of the more difficult fences, and landed well, we go on to win the Grand National. So basically saying now Reform is on course to win the next... That's not entirely how the Grand National works. I don't know what the stats are on horses who are leading... To win the Grand National, you do have to get over Beecher's Brook.
Twice, I think.
Yes, twice.
Yeah, you don't just do it once.
Yeah.
You've got to go round again. Unless he was referring to the Grand National Ride at Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Because you will do it once then.
Right.
And there is a 1 in 2 chance of winning. So maybe he meant that.
I mean, they are, I suppose, it has been remarkable. The shift is that we now have a 5-party, 6-party, however many party system. And it is kind of about personality, and, Farage is a big personality. Zach Polanski, very popular amongst younger voters, less so with those of us who actually remember Rick from the young ones.
He is like the left-wing Farage, isn't he? But I just don't... What's the left-wing equivalent of saying, he's the kind of guy you'd have a pint with? Like a pint of mead, constant incense in the smoking area.
I think people have a go at him for being a bad hypnotist, and I'm like, well, that's good. The last thing you want is a competent hypnotist, otherwise first-class political broadcasts will all be clucking like chickens,
It's weird, as we're recording this on the morning, people are tussling over the narrative, and you think if it is a comment on national politics, there's been a lot. This Labour being plot-heavy, haven't they? We've seen things. We had Rachel Reeves crying in the House of Commons. I'm not personally... I never judged her for that, because in some ways that was the most honest thing I've ever seen in British public life. is that the Chancellor had had a look at the books and just burst into tears. But it's certainly not been a great week for Labour. Keir Starmer said on Friday morning that the results were, and I quote, like overcooked chicken nuggets in a poorly stocked pastry shop. Sorry, he said, they're very tough and there's no sugarcoating it. Yes, so to summarise, the correct answer to the original question, the people have spoken, what have they said? The correct answer I've got written down here is a primeval yowl of confused frustration, reminiscent of a lost marathon runner in a pumpkin outfit who's got his foot stuck in a bear trap in a forest he can't remember entering, who's trying to sing Ace of Spades by heavy metal legends Motorhead to attract attention, but can't remember the lyrics, so he's just making up in noises as he goes along instead. That was the correct answer for what the people have said of this election. So we are still awaiting the full results and the official presentation of the Strop Vote 26 awards, categories such as party that has managed to completely and utterly alienate the lowest proportion of voters, most relatively non-unpopular leader, quite hotly contested, and the biggest difference between publicly defined words and harrowingly defeated eyes. All in all, with all party leaders struggling for broad appeal and abuse of candidates surging to unprecedented levels, the country's more split than ever. The overall picture, well, as pictures go, it's one that Jackson Pollock would have looked at and said, "Nah, it's a little too messy, that. Stick that in the bin and start again." Just some breaking news reaching us, actually, from the elections. Keir Starmer's frown has just been declared a site of special scientific interest. At the end of our election rounds, well, you've been deducted points for anti-cricket references. Rules are the rules, Lucy. You've been doing this show long enough. It's 5 for Jeff and Rachel, 3 to Lucy and Hugo. Right, moving on. The Met Gala, the fashion industry's annual New York fundraiser where completely ridiculous people wear even more completely ridiculous clothes, took place on Monday. But why might Amazon mega-cheese Jeff Bezos, despite being a certified gazillionaire, have heard the words, "You're in trouble"? It was a protest, wasn't it? It was a protest because apparently they're not letting Amazon workers go for a wee. Yeah. So the protesters had 200 bottles of wee and they put it around there. The problem is 200 bottles of wee does sound like a dress made by Vivienne Westwood. And Lady Gaga, I think she's done something like that in the past. And I always think of protesters, like, I bet when they had their little meeting, they're like, that's such a good idea. And then they go, we should have drunk more tea. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be.
It was fake wee. Yeah. I was surprised, because you think it's actually probably harder to get together loads of fake wee than real wee. I don't know.
And I think that if you want to protest against Jeff Bezos, right, as an Amazon Prime subscriber, I think what they should have done is not let him see any of the nice outfits until he'd watched 2 unskippable ads. There's 4 of us who subscribe. There we are, yeah. That's us.
The Met Gala, I think it makes everybody a bit more right-wing, doesn't it? Because it's supposed to promote liberal values, but you watch it and you're like, there was that one woman, she had like a $1 bill over her eyes, and this was to highlight the 1%, but she's worth 12 million, so she's part of the 1%. I mean, Iron just sent a riot, but by the end of it, I was full MAGA. I was like, build a wall. It's so aggravating. Did you see Katy Perry's one where she sort of like got a fencing mask? And she opens it, it's me, Katy Perry, renowned astronaut, and then she shuts it again.
I think it really shows the snobbery in the world, because people dress stupid at the Met Gala and it's, you know, oh, this is high fashion, this is iconic. But then people go to the darts and they're common as muck.
So what would each of you wear to the Met Gala? Describe and explain your outfit.
I'd go as a one-man band. just so whenever like any beautiful Hollywood celebrity wanted to speak to me, I'd just boom tish at them and ruin every conversation.
You can have a Swanee whistle for if anyone's got a revealing outfit. Ooh. I got it wrong. I thought the Met Gala was for the Metropolitan Police. So my outfit would be considered tasteless and offensive. I'd go with someone fat. I'm only little.
The thing is, when you're dressed like me, have you seen all these Get Ready With Me videos? Seen this? Girls love it, don't know when they Get Ready With Me. This is the thing about being a 49-year-old bloke. Nobody wants to do the Get Ready With Me. What am I going to say? Like, hi, guys. Today I'm deciding which one of the 17 identical polo shirts I wear. And also whether or not I change my jeans. They are a bit itchy, but I've got antihistamine, so I think we're good.
How's your polo team doing at the moment, Jeff?
Ralph Lauren, smashing it, mate. Share price up.
I think I'd go as something very British and keeping in the dance theme. I think I'd go as Del Boy. Because I think it would be so baffling to Americans that they'd be like, oh my God, what is this? This is amazing. I think Anna Wintour would be like, this is really something, because that's how she speaks. And I think I'd do that, and then 3 days later, Kim Kardashian would be wearing a sheepskin coat and like saying like, stick a pony in my pocket.
Yes, indeed. Now is the Anna Wintour of our discontent. After protests at the Met Gala, the Champions League final, of trying to look as absurd as possible whilst being famous enough that no one will stop you and say, you look ridiculous. Disrupted by protests against the involvement of Jeff Bezos, king of Amazon, the protest was organised by the Everyone Hates Elon group, which recently won a court case against Elon Musk over the factual accuracy of their name, after a judge ruled that deep down, Elon Musk does actually hate himself. Well, the scores are now 8 points all, so we're going to our tiebreaker round. 100 years ago this week, the BBC broadcast a then record 5 news bulletins each day, as no newspapers were published due to a general strike. But what major event did they not report?
Is it the birth of our beloved David Attenborough?
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which so amazing, but I do think the government should have done, you know, they can put a warning out on all your phones now. They should have done one of those to go, relax, it's because he's 100. Because I was worried, but yeah, I love him so much. And like, he obviously could get a telegram off the king now, but to be honest, I think the king should get a telegram off him. Because he's better.
See, I think he's awful.
Yeah.
Just a terrible man. Yeah. I've seen how this goes down. Terrible man in every. What's to like?
Yeah, he's been phoning in, doing voiceover for years. Yeah. You know what I admire is the blokes that bed themselves in the ice for 6 months to film an ovulating seal. That's where who gets the BAFTA? Attenborough. You know, imagine what that guy is thinking. Like, yeah, sure, he records that in his room. He's got a studio at home. Doesn't matter. But did you see right before I get cancelled by all of the country? They named some species of things after him, and one of them is called the Indonesian flightless weevil. If I was Attenborough, I'd be like, you mugging me off? I'm David Attenborough, mate. I'm even famous in America. Do you know what I mean?
I know, like they say, but no, another one was a parasitic wasp. It's like, yeah, I'll just have a voucher, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the things that have been named after him. Which of the following is not named after David Attenborough? A ghost shrimp, a rodent-eating plant, a Welsh weed, a parasitic spider-hating fungus, or the Attenborough Wildlife Sanctuary? Only one of those not named after David Attenborough.
It feels like it might be the Attenborough Wildlife Sanctuary.
Correct. Yeah. That's a winning point, Jeff. Well done. Yes, Sir David Attenborough, whose nearly 70-plus year career has encompassed some of the world's most popular hardcore squid pornography ever broadcast. The Blue Planet, damn right it was. As well as numerous animal snuff movies, stroke nature documentaries, Potato, has brought up his century. Super innings from Sir David, so calm as he reached 3 figures. We've seen so many people get out trying to bring up their 100 in a blaze of glory, but Attenborough was patient, just accumulated quietly, didn't try to get to 3 figures too quickly, and made it safely to a century, his first 100, of course. And when he got there, he didn't over-celebrate, which suggests he's got his eye on a big one. Maybe even a double. Sorry, I forget which of my jobs I'm doing it sometimes. So, at the end, after that final 2-point answer from Jeff, it's 10 to Jeff and Rachel, 9 to Lucy and Hugo. Well, thank you very much for listening. I've been Andy Zoltzman. Goodbye.
Taking part in the news quiz were Rachel Fairburn, Jeff Norport, Lucy Porter and Hugo Rifkin. In the chair was me, Andy Zoltzman, and additional material was written by Mike Shepherd, Cameron Loxdale, Stephanie Kemp and Angela Channel. The producer was Georgia Keating, and it was a BBC studio production for Radio 4.
And the news quiz returns at the same time next week. Now, let's get the forecast with the details. Here's Simon King.
Virgie, thanks so much indeed. Yeah, this lunchtime we've got a real contrast in temperatures across the UK. In Aberdeen, it's only currently 9 degrees Celsius. In Belfast, it's 12 degrees. But further south in Birmingham, 19 Celsius. And in London, we're now approaching just over 20 degrees Celsius. And really, as we go through the rest of today for southwest and eastern England, you'll continue with some sunny spells and that warmer weather. A bit more cloud coming into southwest England, a few showers around the Isles of Scilly. The temperatures rising by a few more degrees, so about 19 to 22 degrees for many this afternoon. For Wales, Midlands and across northern England, still a bit of sunshine across parts of the Midlands and South Wales, actually, where temperatures are getting up into the mid to the high teens. But further north, we have more cloud and some pretty hefty showers currently across northern England. We continue with some showers drifting their way southward across Wales into the North Midlands and continuing across northern England this afternoon. We'll still have that split in temperatures, so for northern areas feeling quite chilly, or about 9 to 13 Celsius. Now for Scotland and Northern Ireland, it's largely dry. There are some decent sunny spells, especially for Northern Ireland. Temperatures here about 9 or 12 degrees Celsius. For Scotland, a bit more cloud in eastern and southern areas, continuing with a few showers. But through tonight, the area of cloud will continue to move southward, and with that cloud, temperatures will hold up at about 7 to 9 degrees. But across northern areas, well, temperatures down to about 0 to 4 Celsius with some clear skies, a touch of frost. Gardeners, beware into Sunday morning. Now, during Sunday, across Scotland, Northern Ireland, across northern England, plenty of fine weather. Again, there should be some sunny spells, and temperatures still struggling a little bit, about 12 to 13 or 14 degrees. Further south, though, across England and across Wales, quite cloudy. It should be dry, a few bright or sunny spells. There will be a brisk easterly wind, though, developing across southern areas, and it really will feel much chillier compared to today, with temperatures about 14 to 16 Celsius.
Simon, thanks very much. After the news here on Radio 4, this week's Any Questions comes from Wales, the epicentre of yesterday's seismic election, which will be the primary topic, of course, on Any Answers at 2 o'clock. Anita Anand is asking, what do you think it tells us about our politics today? Get in touch, 03700 100 444, and with Sinn Féin, Plaid Cymru, and the SNP in the driving seat, what is the future of the Union? 03700 100 444 is the telephone number. You can email any.answers@bbc.co.uk, or you can text at 84844.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Ron Brown. Sir Keir Starmer has appointed the Labour veterans Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman as advisers as pressure mounts on the Prime Minister over his party's election drubbing. President Putin has described his war goals in Ukraine as just in a combative address to the annual Victory Day parade in Red Square. New figures show the number of migrants who've crossed the Channel in small boats since 2018 has passed 200,000. Sir Keir Starmer has appointed the Labour grandees Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman to advisory roles at Downing Street as the Prime Minister seeks to reassert his authority after crushing election results. The party has suffered its worst ever losses across councils in England and has been thrown out of power in Wales. A growing number of Labour backbenchers are calling on Sir Keir to either resign or set a timetable for leaving. He has insisted he will not walk away. Here's our political correspondent Harry Farley.
The jet washer turned up at Downing Street this morning, an unwelcome metaphor for its occupant, looking to reset after disastrous election results. Shortly beforehand, Sir Keir Starmer, grappling with declining popularity, stepped out with his predecessor as Labour Prime Minister, who struggled with the same problem, Gordon Brown. As part of the effort to reset, he has been appointed the Prime Minister's Special Envoy on Global Finance. Former Labour leader Baroness Harriet Harman has been made an advisor on women and girls. Sir Keir said they were vital roles that provide the opportunities to give people hope for a better future. But it's his future that remains the primary question.
I'm not going to walk away from this. That would plunge the country into chaos. But that doesn't mean we don't need to respond. It doesn't mean we don't need to rebuild. It doesn't mean that we don't need to set out the path ahead. That's what I'm going to do in coming days.
Sir Keir's problem is the tally of Labour MPs who think his time is up, now at nearly 30, is growing. This morning, the veteran MP, Clive Betts, added his name to that list after campaigning in Sheffield.
What people said repeatedly was, look, we might vote Labour, we've always voted Labour, we'd like to vote Labour again, but not while Keir is the leader. There has to be a time frame, there has to be a way to actually bring in a new leader in a proper and constructive manner in the next few months.
On Monday, the Prime Minister will deliver a speech to try and set out a future direction for his premiership in the months ahead. But all eyes are on his leadership rivals and whether they give him that time.
The leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhys Iorwerth, was greeted with rapturous applause by party colleagues in Cardiff Bay this morning following victory in the Senedd elections. Plaid were the largest party in Thursday's vote, which also saw Labour's incumbent First Minister Anuned Morgan lose her seat. Our Wales correspondent Thomas Morgan reports.
Winning 43 seats, 6 short of a majority, is an extraordinary result for Plaid, especially considering the rise of Reform UK Wales, which won 34, capitalising on the collapse of Labour, Wales's most successful party for the past century. So what now for Rhys Iorwerth? Well, this morning he met his new colleagues in Cardiff Bay, planning ahead, no doubt, to construct a new government. He's always maintained the party would look to rule as a minority if possible, and that seems likely now given the numbers. However, Plaid's deputy leader, Delyth Jewell, says the party will hold discussions about future cooperation with left-leaning parties when it comes to those crucial votes.
Majority governments are almost impossible with the electoral maths we have in our system, but obviously that would mean cooperating with other progressive parties on a by-case basis where there is common ground. I mean, we want to unify the country.
Sometime next week, Tuesday at the earliest, a vote will take place in the Senedd. Firstly for a new presiding officer, Speaker, and then for a new First Minister. Rhys Iorwerth looks almost guaranteed now to be the next leader of Wales.
In Scotland, the leader of the victorious Scottish National Party, John Swinney, has received the congratulations of President Trump. Writing on social media, Mr. Trump said Mr. Swinney had worked very hard with the King and Queen to get tariff relief for Scotch whisky. The SNP won a 5th straight Holyrood election, but fell 7 seats short of a majority. With his thoughts on how far the Prime Minister is under threat, here's our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman.
It's clearly bad news for the Prime Minister to have so many Labour MPs calling for his departure. But there are crucial elements of a political coup which have not materialised, at least so far. Lucy Powell, the deputy leader elected in defiance of Sir Keir and his allies, has remained loyal. The Cabinet has stayed on board, although some of their statements are strikingly carefully phrased. No junior ministers have quit. Against that surprisingly calm backdrop, though, the appointments of Gordon Brown and Baroness Harman appear to have made things worse, prompting an outpouring of bafflement and anger. One normally loyal minister said, "It's a joke. There is no question to which bringing these two back is the answer." Another Labour MP said retreating to figures from the past was insulting. The stakes for Sir Keir's speech on Monday are unimaginably high. The Prime Minister says he wants to give the country a better understanding of the values that animate him. His MPs crave a better understanding of his plan to solve their political predicament.
President Putin has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as just in his speech at an annual military parade in Moscow. The event, which marks the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany, has been scaled back this year. Our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg was watching.
In Moscow, they celebrated victory. Soldiers marched on Red Square to commemorate the defeat of Nazi Germany. What was notable about this year's parade was what we didn't see. There were no tanks, no missiles, none of the hardware the Kremlin normally showcases on Victory Day. The parade had been scaled back out of fear of a Ukrainian attack, although a last-minute ceasefire between Moscow and Kiev seemed to lower the threat. In a speech, President Putin spoke not just of the past, but of Russia's war now on Ukraine. we will always be victorious, he said.
Победа всегда была и всегда будет за нами.
На полигоне подразделение морской пехоты. And then, a 10-minute film was shown of Russia's latest weaponry. The Kremlin had clearly decided that if it couldn't parade the military hardware in public, a video presentation was the next best thing.
Home Office figures show more than 200,000 migrants have arrived in the UK by crossing the Channel in small boats since 2018. There's been a fall in the number of journeys so far this year compared with the same period in 2025. Simon Jones reports.
Stand on the white cliffs of Dover on a calm day and you will invariably see the border force bring groups of migrants to shore, picked up from flimsy dinghies in the Channel. 70 people made the crossing yesterday. It's a very visible sign of the challenge successive governments have faced controlling the UK's borders. Over the years, the so-called small boats have got much bigger. In 2018, when the crossings began in earnest, there was an average of 7 people per boat. That has now risen to more than 60. Numerous measures have been introduced to stop the boats and smash the gangs, but the dinghies have kept on coming, bringing more than 200,000 people. Dr. Peter Walsh is from the Migration Observatory at the University of Oxford.
It just tells you about how much of an enduring issue this has been. This will be a sobering figure for both previous governments and the current government. But of course the key thing is not the total, it's that the numbers continue to be in the tens of thousands per year.
Crossings so far this year, though, are down by more than a third compared with the same period in 2025. The government is hoping a new deal with France will ensure the trend continues as the busy summer months approach.
The Spanish government has sought to reassure people on Tenerife about the impending arrival of a cruise ship at the centre of a deadly hantavirus outbreak. The Interior Minister insisted the MV Hondius posed no danger to the public. Passengers wouldn't be allowed off the ship until evacuation planes were ready, and they would be kept away from local people. Sport now, and Liverpool are hosting Chelsea in the Premier League, while Middlesbrough and Southampton are meeting in the Championship playoffs. With all the details, here's Ben Croucher.
And we are approaching half-time at Anfield. It is Liverpool 1, Chelsea 1. Ryan Gravenberch with the opener. Enzo Fernandez has just equalised for Chelsea. A win would all but secure Champions League football for Liverpool next season. It's a 12:30 kick-off in the Championship playoff semi-final first leg. It's Middlesbrough 0, Southampton 0. Southampton have been charged by the Football League for allegedly spying on Borough training on Thursday. Later, Manchester City could move to within 2 points of Premier League leaders Arsenal if they beat Brentford, whilst a win for Hearts and Motherwell would take them 6 clear of the top of the Scottish Premiership ahead of tomorrow's Old Firm. The British number 1, Cameron Norrie, has lost his opening match at the Italian Open Tennis, which has been a disappointing event for British singles players. Our tennis correspondent Russell Fuller reports from Rome.
Cameron Norrie is having another good season and is a member of the world's top 20 again, but lost in straight sets to the Argentine world number 69, Thiago Agustin Taranto. Jacob Fernley and Katie Bolter also lost their first matches, and Emma Raducanu pulled out on health grounds, having spent a few days practicing on site. Jack Draper and Sonny Cartel have already said they will miss the French Open, which is the second Grand Slam of the year and begins in just 2 weeks' time.
Leaders England will hope to extend their unbeaten run in the Women's Six Nations this afternoon. They kick off against Italy and Parma at 2, followed by Scotland, France and Ireland, Wales. And Rory McIlroy says that bringing back live golf defectors would be good business and make the PGA Tour stronger. It comes as the future of the Breakaway Live Series is uncertain, with their funding being withdrawn at the end of the season.
The headlines again. Sir Keir Starmer has appointed the Labour veterans Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman as advisers as pressure mounts on the Prime Minister over his party's election drubbing. President Putin has described his war goals in Ukraine as just in a combative address to the annual Victory Day parade in Red Square. New figures show the number of migrants who've crossed the Channel in small boats since 2018 has passed 200,000. BBC News.
With Ron Brown.
The idea of having a photo taken by a machine was bizarre.
BBC Radio 4 celebrates 100 years of the photo booth.
It was an instant success, and a year later Anatole Joseph sold the patent and became a millionaire.
A place not just for passport photos, but for art and self-expression.
You draw the curtain, and you are in that micro world where you can be whoever you want.
But what future does it have in the era of the smartphone? A century in a click, 100 years of the photo booth with me, Alan Dean, on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds on Tuesday afternoon at 4. Now on Radio 4, it's time for Any Questions with Alex Forsyth.
Hello and welcome to Pontia, a village in picturesque farmland in south-east Wales, just north of Newport. It developed as an industrial hub during the 18th and 19th centuries with the establishment of the Pontia tinplate work and evolved into a residential and farming community as it is today. We are at the Village Hall, which is run by a charitable organisation and supports a whole range of charitable and community activities. It's also been used by film production companies shooting the sex education series and the zombie horror comedy series Generation Z. And perhaps most appropriately, it serves as a polling station, and so it was here that the people of Pontia cast their votes in this week's Senedd elections, which delivered historic change in the Welsh Parliament. On our panel to discuss that, if it crops up, among other things, we have Jo Stevens, the Labour MP for Cardiff East, and the Secretary of State for Wales. She's been an MP since 2015. She supported Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership and became his Shadow Culture Secretary following his victory. She took on her cabinet role when Labour came to power 2 years ago. Mims Davis is the Shadow Secretary of State for Wales and the Shadow Minister for Women. She's also the Conservative MP for East Grinstead and Upfield in East Sussex. Since being elected in 2015, Mims has served as a minister in the Wales office during Theresa May's premiership, and she's also held ministerial office under Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. Ben Lake is the Plaid Cymru MP for Ceredigion Preseli and the party's Treasury spokesperson. He also speaks for the party in Parliament on foreign affairs and science, innovation and technology, and he sits on the Welsh Affairs Committee of MPs. He was first elected in 2017, becoming Plaid's youngest ever MP at the age of 24. And Tim Montgomery is a political commentator and a prominent supporter of Reform UK. He joined the party in December 2024 after many years as a Conservative member. He founded the Conservative Home website and the think tank the Centre for Social Justice. He was Chief of Staff to Ian Duncan Smith when he was Conservative leader and a special advisor to Boris Johnson during his premiership, and he currently hosts the Not Another One Politics podcast. Pontia, please welcome your Any Questions panel. Let's get cracking. Our first comes from Amelia Hull. Amelia, hi.
Hello, panel. My question is, where do Labour go from here after defeat in Wales?
Where do Labour go from here after defeat in Wales? We're having this conversation on Friday night after, of course, there have been elections in Wales, in Scotland and for local authorities in England. In Wales, after 27 years, Labour has lost control of the Welsh Parliament. The former First Minister, Eluned Morgan, lost her seat and has resigned as the leader of Welsh Labour. Plaid Cymru is the biggest party. Where do Labour go from here after defeat in Wales? Jo Stevens.
Well, obviously, today has been a really difficult day. I first of all want to say thank you to all the candidates across all the parties, but particularly the Labour candidates and our volunteers and our Labour Party staff on the hard work that they did in the campaign. But I also want to congratulate Ben and Plaid Cymru on winning the largest number of seats. It's a big win for them, and I wish them every success as they look to lead the next Welsh Government. But it's not a time for sugarcoating what has happened. Voters are never wrong, in my book. We have now got to listen. We've got to work very hard to regain people's trust and to rebuild the Welsh Labour Party.
So when you say listen, what do you think voters were telling you? Because Labour's vote share in Wales, it pretty much totally collapsed. 11% of the vote in Wales, somewhere you have dominated for decades.
Well, we've never had a majority in the Senedd in Wales.
You've been the largest party in every election.
We've been the largest party
for more than 100 years.
But we've never had a majority, and the new system is designed so that no party has a majority.
Right, but your vote is, you have gone from being government.
I'm not trying to hide away from the fact that our vote collapsed across Wales. And I think actually, the Plaid Cymru ran a campaign which was vote Plaid to stop reform. I campaigned all over Wales in nearly every single constituency And I kept hearing that message repeated back at me on the doorstep, so it was a very effective strategy and messaging. But, we have got to look and learn from this defeat. We've got to understand why people felt that they couldn't vote Labour this time round. I sense, certainly, my experience had been that even prior to the pandemic, people were becoming very frustrated with the delivery from Welsh Government. Our public services were not improving. Obviously, we'd had a lot of years of austerity. And when we came into government in Westminster in July 2024, we've been able to increase the spending power for Welsh Government by £6.5 billion. We've put jobs and investment into Wales.
People clearly haven't felt that.
People aren't feeling it fast enough, and that's the message that I certainly got from listening to people around Wales, that they want the change that we promised to come faster.
Ben Lake.
Well, can I begin by just thanking the people of Wales, because they have given Plaid Cymru, my party, an incredible opportunity. And, this evening, whilst we are clearly relieved, we're also very deeply humbled, because the responsibility now falls upon our shoulders to try and form the next Welsh Government, and to provide that new leadership and to improve on public services in Wales and act on many of the concerns that were raised with us during the campaign, both in terms of recent weeks and in recent months. In terms of where the Labour Party goes, it's clearly a matter for the Labour Party in Wales to decide on that direction. We, as a party, will waste no time now in getting on with the job of governing.
Of course, you're the biggest party, 43 seats in the Senate, but you are short of a majority.
Yeah.
Would you work with Labour?
So what we've said is that we will be presenting Fianna Fáil's name for the nomination First Minister. We believe it'll be next Tuesday, perhaps Wednesday. We have set out our manifesto. We've recognised in drawing up the manifesto that the next government will have to deliver on perhaps a smaller list of key priorities for the people of Wales. The NHS, clearly, and waiting list is foremost amongst many of the concerns that people have raised with us, but also education, the future of small businesses, and also the cost of living. And childcare in particular is something that we want to act on. Now, we think that other parties will find much that they can agree with us on that matter. And as has been discussed during the campaign, the possibility of some form of minority administration, but looking...
So that might not require Labour? Or I appreciate that this is early days. I appreciate the results have only just come in. I'm just trying to get a sense of whether, given the verdict the voters have delivered about Labour and about Plaid Cymru, can you see a possibility of working with Labour at this point?
I think any party in the Senedd that will want to advance some of the key priorities we put out in the manifesto, of course we will cooperate with them. The system, especially the new system, requires parties in the Senedd to cooperate. And I'm sure that would mean Labour, but it could also mean other parties as well, with regards to certain priorities. And it's for us now to try and provide that leadership and to reach out where it is appropriate to the other parties to try and get some of those key priorities on the NHS, on education, on the cost of living through.
Tim Montgomery.
Well, Joe says that the Labour Party must listen, all parties must listen after an election. But what I certainly heard on the doorstep, I didn't campaign in Wales, but I campaigned pretty extensively in parts of England, was real anger and concern about the Prime Minister. And some of it, frankly, was ugly at times, and I didn't like what I heard. But generally, there's a deep dissatisfaction with the Prime Minister. And I think there'll be discussions in the Labour Party about whether they move left or whether they move right over the next few days and weeks. But I think they do have to answer this question. And I don't want to over-personalise it, but I don't think Keir Starmer has proven to be fundamentally a good Prime Minister. He's not good at the job. He can't communicate. He can't keep to a course. He hasn't got the policy agenda that this country needs. I very, very much doubt that Labour will go into the next general election with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister and leader. He's an incredibly unpopular albatross around the neck of not just the Labour Party, but this government and this country. The sooner they change a leader, not just for themselves, but for the country, where we know this government, the direction this government's going to go in, the better. We are fundamentally, the United Kingdom is in trouble in many respects. We're not the nation we were. We need to change direction. All of the parties need to have a vigorous debate about that, but the Labour Party needs to have that debate too. And if we carry on currently, not moving forward as this country isn't, with Keir Starmer at the helm, I'm afraid the decline will continue. So if Labour have learned anything from this election, it's that Keir Starmer must go, and he must go quickly.
Joe Stevens, Keir Starmer's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. The public want us. The public want us to focus on their jobs and their future, not on our jobs and our future. You know, we came into government in 2024 with a huge mandate and a 5-year mandate term. We are getting on with the job of governing, clearing up the mess that was left behind, dealing with really serious international conflicts. And I think that Keir Starmer has done a brilliant job in rehabilitating this country's reputation on the world stage.
Lynn Davis.
Well, we have our magnificent 7 back at Cardiff Bay, which I'm delighted about in terms of the Conservatives, and we've defied expectations and didn't suffer quite as badly as many people have said.
Your vote went down.
Look, there's no doubt that, that's obvious. I mean,
I just think you seem very positive in that context.
Everybody else speaks.
And I'm going to, absolutely.
So for me, I think it's really important that we focus with whatever stitch-up ordeals, because remember now you're going to have a new partnership. You're going to have Clyde in ascendancy, probably asking Labour to be the junior partner. And after 3 decades of non-delivery, and I think we've talked a lot about tonight about where does Wales go under Labour. Ultimately, the problem that has been for Labour in terms of this seismic change in the last 100 years and nearly 3 decades of running the Senedd and Cardiff Bay, it's been about a fundamental lack of delivery at both ends of the M4, whether it's the NHS, transport, education or the economy. As Ben says, something needs to change in Wales because social mobility has stalled and this is a real challenge. To Tim's point, what I would say is we are waking up over the next couple of days in a very changed and challenged geopolitical time as 3 separate nations, and that is a real concern for us as the Conservative and Unionist Party.
Okay, we might come on to that.
That needs to be looked at equally.
Hang on, we might come on to that. We are talking about Labour. That was the essence of the question. But I also just want to talk about the wider election results as well, because this was quite a broad set of elections. And in England, the Conservatives lost hundreds of seats. You lost seats to Reform UK in places like North East Lincolnshire, in Hampshire, in Suffolk, in Essex. This was not a good night for the Conservatives. You're the official party of opposition. If people are so angry at Labour as you suggest, why are they not turning to you? Why are they turning to other parties?
So, a few things. I think there is now 1,200 new councillors under Reform who will now be tried and tested. At the moment, Reform and other insurgent parties do not have a record to run on or to be tested on. So they have this opportunity to be tried out in Wales and beyond. And frankly, with all the promises and the populism that they've brought forward and the division, they better be up to it. And let me just quickly, before Tim comes in, why haven't we benefited? Well, in Wales, on the ballot paper was the Conservative brand. There wasn't names. Our brand is still renewing. It's still tarnished, and we can go back to all the reasons why. But we know, speaking to people on the doorstep, they're coming back for the general election. They like Kemi. Some of them don't believe in the Senedd. They look to Westminster. They're not interested in Senedd politics. That's many of our voters. That's a fact for us. We need to get over. The other point I would finally say, just on that, is that also that we are the people, the 16 U-turns that you've seen under Keir Starmer, the lack of belief in Labour is because of the work that we've been doing in Westminster. Farage has been nowhere to be seen.
I know, but people are voting for Reform UK. People are voting for Reform UK.
And I get that.
Not
and they will now
in those same numbers.
Instead of just being windbags, they're going to be held to account.
Tim Montgomery, Reform are windbags, according to Lynn Davis, that are going to be tested.
Well, we'll say, you're absolutely right. Mims is right. We're going to have to now be judged in the councils that we will run and the parts of representation that we have. But I say this with some regret, actually, because, as Alex said when I was introduced, I was a Conservative supporter for a long time. But the Conservative Party really has fallen a very, very long way. They're basically marginal in this country, in Wales. They're marginal in Scotland. They've been wiped out through most of the north of England. They're now basically just a very south-east England party with very little representation in the rest of the country. And now Reform have a challenge, and maybe there'll be other questions on the challenges that my party still has to face, and I'm happy to answer those. But one thing that we do need is we need a party that can win support in every part of the country, and that is Reform. Reform can win votes in rural parts, urban parts, north and south, and that is something we do need. We do need to bring this country together, and I'm afraid the Conservative Party cannot.
That's what you need, Tim. You've got on another bus to suit yourself. We are one of the most successful political parties over the last 200 years. If the Lib Dems can fight back, if you can see the success of Clyde or the SNP, things move very quickly. All right. My view is you stick to your principles and your guns, and you don't just cynically move because it suits you. Tim Montgomery, can I just ask you about a point that Ben Lake made, which was about Reform's vote in Wales. Now, Reform got 34 seats in the Senate. It got 29.3% of the vote. Yeah. But you have heard, not just from Plaid Cymru, but also from other people out there, that a lot of people were saying they were voting tactically or strategically to stop Reform. Do you think that there is a ceiling on Reform support? Because for as many people who might want Reform, there are others who really don't. Yeah.
Well, look, I think we were winning yesterday in places like Merseyside that you'd never expect Reform to have won. So I think we can enter territory and win level support that people previously didn't think that we were capable of. But look, I do think there are certain people, and there are perhaps some in this audience, judging from some of the reactions so far, who aren't keen on Reform. We still have 2 years to go before the next year. We still have 2 years or 3 years potentially to go before the next general election, when frankly as a party we need to show that we have a fully balanced agenda to govern for the whole country. We're most associated at the moment with issues like immigration, climate change, wokery in the public services. We need an agenda on the National Health Service, on education, that shows that we're a party that will govern for all and start tackling many of the social problems in this country. I think we're capable of meeting that challenge. That challenge yet? No, but we've got time to do so, and I'm confident that if we use that time wisely, that sort of tactical voting that you've just described, Alex, can be dealt with.
You didn't mention anything about jobs there, Tim, and actually in Wales, one of the biggest opportunities we have is in relation to clean energy. It's why the clean energy mission is so important. It's going to give us energy independence, clean electricity, and you're against it.
I tell you what,
you'd scrap all the...
Hold that thought as well, because you never know, Joe. We might come back to that discussion. I'm giving it all away tonight a little bit earlier than I expected. But just on this point, I mean, Reform really ate into Labour heartlands in England, Tameside in Greater Manchester, Wigan, where the local MP is the Cabinet Minister Lisa Nandy, Thurrock, Redditch, Hartlepool. I could go on. I mean, some of these places have been Labour for so long, and you are seeing councillor after councillor after councillor fall. So back to the central essence of this question. Where does Labour go from here? You're sticking by Keir Starmer. But what does he need to do? Because clearly what you're doing at the moment isn't working.
Well, I think we need to do more of what we're doing and do it quicker. Certainly, you know, when we got elected in 2024, we set out a very radical programme. I just mentioned one of the really bold policies, which is about clean electricity. And people want us to go faster so that they can feel that change when they open their front door in the morning, that things are improving.
But is it just go in the same direction but faster? Is that enough? Well, you know, some in your party will say, you've got to change direction now, you've got to move maybe to the left.
We've stabilised the economy within a year of coming into power. So there are people in this room who are paying mortgages, and there have been 6 interest rate cuts since we came into government. There'll be people in this room who've had rises in the national minimum wage and national living wage last year and this year. Everybody in this room will have had £117 off their energy bill last month. We are doing things to tackle the cost of living, which at the moment is people's biggest concern.
Ben Lake, You would have heard, I think, from the electorate during the course of this election that there are very many people that feel frustrated that when politicians ask for their votes, they promise one thing, they get into power and they don't deliver it. So how are Plaid Cymru going to avoid that, particularly in the context of when the Institute for Fiscal Studies looked at the promises made by pretty much all the political parties in Wales during the course of this campaign? They said you're just not being upfront about the fiscal challenges you face. Is Plaid at the same risk of letting people down?
I think it's true of modern politics that people, the public, are understandably frustrated at that lack of delivery, that general sense of frustration that things are going backwards rather than forwards. And so Plaid, like any other party, is going to have to deal with that. And I would also say that, gone are the days where a government can be elected into office and for them to enjoy some sort of a honeymoon period. I don't think that is true anymore. And so that is one of the reasons why the party, in preparation for this election campaign, did announce a 100 days plan, because we do need to provide some tangible progress to people in Wales, that we are delivering, and acting on those key priorities, being the NHS, education.
You haven't explained how you're going to pay for it all, Ben. There were no price tags and where the money was coming from. So the childcare policy, for example, where is that money coming from? What taxes are you going to raise and what public services are you going to cut to pay for that?
So in terms of the childcare policy, partly because of some of the decisions made in London, in terms of the binding consequentials, a lot of the funding will be included in the envelope for the Welsh Government budget. So that's something that we're very confident about, and actually independent analysis has confirmed that. But in terms of the general terms of progression when it comes to waiting lists and what have you, we do need to act very quickly, and I'm not going to pretend that it will not be challenging. But we do think we have a plan in terms of surgical hubs, for example. It's a recommendation of the Royal College of Surgeons. We're going to act on it.
OK, and Joe, Ben left the door open for Plaid working with Labour. Would Labour work with Plaid?
Well, we don't need to go into coalition, but obviously we will cooperate with parties in the Senedd in order to deliver benefits to everybody across Wales.
So I think there's been a convenient forgetting here about delivery. So one of the first things Labour did when they came in was cut the winter fuel allowance. We've now got 100 million being spent on more politicians in the Senedd, but we're talking about how we're going to fund childcare. Reform don't even have a policy on childcare. And Ben, you're just going into government with a planifesto. You don't have a way of paying for it. So you and Labour are going to have to work that out. And it sounds to me like living within your means and telling the truth to voters. And that's what Kemi and my party have been doing.
I just wonder, you said you think that it seems that there's a problem with delivery. I wonder if part of the reason that people are so distrustful of politicians delivering on their promises is because the Conservatives didn't deliver on a lot of theirs for quite a long time.
No, right. We can all find areas, if we're harping back. We're 2 years into a Labour government, more or less, and 3 decades of now a seismic shift that we're seeing here in Wales because of failures on NHS, transport, education and economy. Labour in Wales have been running the NHS since Tony Blair was in power. Everybody knows somebody waiting in pain and in vain in Wales. That is nothing to do with the Tories, and it's everything to do with Labour. And you've seen the answers. You've seen the answers at the ballot box, Joe. And ultimately, when you're trying to explain where you're spending more money on politicians rather than health, you've got a problem.
OK. We've got to leave it there. 03700 100 444. Share your views. Any answers? Anita Arland is in the chair. I know she'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But we move on to our next. It comes from Ken Evely. Ken, hi.
With the successes of Sinn Féin, the SNP and Plaid Cymru, does the panel think the United Kingdom is still united?
A little expression of interest from our audience there at that question. So as we're having this conversation on Friday night, we are still getting in some results from the election in Scotland, but it's clear there that the SNP is going to be the largest party, so highly likely, we're certain that you're going to have John Swinney as the SNP First Minister, and of course we've got Sinn Féin First Minister in Northern Ireland, and with Plaid Cymru, the largest party in Wales, we're going to have likely Rhun ap Iorwerth as the First Minister. So what does this mean for the United Kingdom? Ben Lake?
Well, thank you. I think first thing I'd say is clearly this election has been quite momentous in Wales, but I wouldn't be too hasty in terms of
interpreting the result as some sort of mandate for independence, right? Train Up Europe made it very clear that if we were fortunate enough to have the responsibility to lead a government, the first term would not be about independence. It would be trying to address people's key needs and priorities. However, we do have a situation now, potentially, where there'll be an SNP government in Scotland, a Plaid Cymru-led government in Wales, and obviously Sinn Féin is the largest party in the Northern Irish Executive. What I think this all sort of tells us is that we sorely need a conversation about the British Constitution. We have a system at the moment that is quite messy. It's developed, some might say organically, others might say chaotically, since 1999, where you have these different layers of responsibility, different layers of power, not just in the nations of the UK, but also the different regions of the UK. I firmly believe that unionist members of the panel would do well to consider the benefits of having a proper discussion on a codified constitution of the UK. Now, whether that ends up as a federal system or whatever, it would at least then, if nothing else, mean that the public can hold their politicians to account, because there'll be no grey areas. So there's politicians in Cardiff, maybe even my own, or those in London saying, well, it's not our fault, it's others. If we had a properly set out, codified constitution, there'd be no grey area, and nobody could hide from the responsibilities.
Tim Montgomery, what about that?
Well, Ken raises a massive question, and I'll just make 2 points in the time that we have. We all remember Brexit, and how prolonged that...
Not happily here, by the sound of it.
What we do, or perhaps this would unite us, is how complex it was to unwind a 40-year relationship that Britain had with the European Union. Scotland and England have been together for 300 years. Parts of the Union have been together. To disentangle that relationship would be so complex, so time-consuming, so divisive. I think when the people are confronted with that as a possibility, they won't consider it. That's my first thought, and that's why, as a unionist, I still have hope that common sense will prevail. But why do we have the tension that the questioner raises? It's because we have a system of failure at the moment in Westminster. You normally have, in different times in history, one of the mainstream parties fails, but for both the Conservative Party and the Labour Party to have failed at the same time, it's not surprising you have the kind of unhappiness in Cardiff, in Edinburgh, in Belfast that we have at the moment. The solution to the union is partly perhaps some of the constitutional issues that's been raised, but fundamentally it's for Westminster to get its act together and start delivering on the people's priorities, and then the union will be safe.
Just a tiny bit of interesting context given the reaction in the room to the mention of Brexit. Torvine voted to leave by 59.8%. Again, interesting in the context of
Where are they tonight in this hall?
There's a couple there with their hands up. Mims Davis, you mentioned this earlier. Do you have concerns about the future of the union?
Well, first off, it's VE Day today, and we need to remember that our freedoms and what we have fought for and how we've done this as the United Kingdom and stood our ground is incredibly important, and as Conservative and Unionists I think that is incredibly important. And I have been warning people that whatever kick they might be giving to Keir Starmer or the Labour government, or deciding that we did nothing in office, we saved 100,000 jobs in the furlough scheme, we cleared up Labour's mess the last time. There's lots of things we did, there's lots of things we got wrong, but the danger that we're going to wake up as three separate nations, as I said earlier, deeply worries me, and it's the Conservative and Unionist Party that worries me. And I'm interested that Tim says this about reform, or maybe it's his view, because both the Greens and Reform said that they were interested in looking at independence here in Wales. We've just heard from Ben, apparently it's not on the agenda. Well then, frankly, what is your party about? Because you're hiding it in plain sight, as far as I can see. And so this is about delivery and honesty with the voters, and people may have succeeded by hiding those lights under their bushel, but the reality is we shouldn't be talking about resettlement or independence. We should be talking about fixing the NHS, sorting out education, more doctors, teachers and nurses, not navel-gazing from more politicians.
What about that point, Ben? Because you know that, Plaid, by its very nature, it is the party that advocates Welsh independence, but you did
not when you get power. Apparently not.
Campaign.
Well, I don't know why Nims is criticising me so much, because she just told us that we should be concentrating on fixing the NHS, improving education standards and the economy. That's what we're doing. That's what we set out.
Being honest, you know at some point when you've gone through your manifesto and can't afford anything, you'll be blaming Westminster for not enough government, and so that let's go.
It's interesting because the Conservative Party in Wales,
on pensions,
some of the deficiencies of the constitutional settlement, some of your colleagues in Wales, those who have been returned to the Senedd and those who sadly lost their seats, agree with a lot of our concerns about the current deficiencies of the UK constitutional settlement. So perhaps you should have a word with some of your colleagues in Wales before we start pining to us here about what we should or shouldn't do.
Very happy to be holding people to account when it comes to transport, NHS, all of the things I've spoken about, because frankly, for 3 decades, people have been getting away with it and blaming everyone else, and now Labour have been found out both ends of the M4.
And now Plaid has a chance to prove that the devolution can work, and under new leadership, Welsh Government can.
Thank you both. So back to just the central tenet of this question. The First Minister of Northern Ireland said the early indications from the elections in Scotland and Wales showed that people are tired of the shackles of Westminster. That was Michelle O'Neill speaking. Joe Stevens?
I don't agree, actually. I think I said earlier about speaking to people during the campaign all over Wales and about this vote Plaid to stop reform. I don't think a lot of people who voted Plaid this week voted Plaid for independence. They voted to stop reform. And I strongly believe, and the Labour Party believes, that Wales is stronger within the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom is stronger for having Wales in it, and we don't resile from that position.
And when John Swinney in Scotland makes the argument that the vote for the SNP is an indication that there should be another route to a second Scottish independence referendum, is your position still sorry no?
Well, Ben's just told us that independence is not on the agenda here. But if you look,
I can't speak for SNP. Sorry, I'm Plaid Cymru.
But but if you look at Plaid's manifesto, there are lots of things in there that will be independence by stealth. So setting up commissions to look at white papers and all that sort of thing, spending money on a road to independence. And I just wish that Preen, Ap Iorwerth and Plaid were honest about this, which is, this is the reason for their existence. You want to be independent, be honest with the Welsh public about that.
And they said they'll work with the SNP. They have said that they'll work together. So, let's be honest about that, Ben, tonight. That's on the table.
I'm a little bit confused about what Joe and Nims are on about, to be honest with you, because I don't think anybody in this room thinks the Plaid Cymru doesn't want more autonomy and independence for Wales, right? That's been our raison d'etre for over 100 years. What we are saying is there are so many problems facing the people of Wales today that we have to get to grips with it. We need to show new leadership, because it is only through showing good leadership and delivery on those key priorities that we can ever hope to have a discussion of further constitutional change with regards to more autonomy or independence for Wales.
You pulled out of the cooperation agreement with the Welsh Labour government, so you walked away from trying to do the things that you're talking about. So why should people believe that you'll do them now when you're there on your own?
Well, there were a lot of reasons why we've had to pull out the cooperation agreement, and I don't think we want to really rehash the Vaughan Gethin saga tonight. But, what we are saying is we have an opportunity now to lead the Welsh Government, to act and to concentrate on those key priorities for people in Wales. And that's what we're going to do. And if people are disappointed with that, I think Nims and Joe are disappointed that we're not going after independence. Well, apologies for that. We've decided we're going to concentrate on trying to fix the NHS and education.
All right, okay.
Can't please everybody.
We've got to leave it there. Please share your views. 03700 100 444 is the number you need for any answers. Call Anita Arnand. Lines open at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. So much to talk about. Please give her a ring and share your thoughts. We move on to our next. It comes from Chris Thomas. Chris, hi.
Hello. Does the panel agree that the natural environment should have the highest priority when decisions are made by Welsh Government about solar factories in the countryside?
Chris, thank you. So just a little bit of context for the people that perhaps don't know this area quite as well as the people here in the room, but there are plans currently being decided upon for a 300-acre solar farm very, very close to where we are here. Chris, what is your experience of this and view?
I'm a local resident in Pontier of over 40 years. I and others live directly next to fields which will be covered by arrays of solar panels, high fencing, and all the industrial things that go with a large-scale solar factory. My concern is the way in which people, our community, relate to those areas, how we feel about the countryside, what kind of well-being we get from the countryside. It's not just the technical matters of drainage and access, the good farmland that it may take, but it's how we use and feel about that countryside. When we walk through that footpath network, as I do every day, what do I hear? What do I see? And how will that change?
Thank you very much, Chris. And I should say that we got a lot of questions on this subject from this audience, which is why we wanted to discuss it. Joe Stevens, you kind of veered into this territory earlier about renewable energies, and I did say we might be discussing it later. You can hear, I think, from the reaction in the room and from what Chris has said, that here, in this community, there's a fair bit of concern and objection to this proposal. So when you make the case for renewable energy, what do you say to people like that?
Well, Chris, I mean, I clearly understand your concerns. You've set them out really articulately. But I'm not going to comment on the specifics of the proposal because it's currently being decided by PEDU as a project of national significance.
Yes,
it's going through a process at the moment.
I appreciate you might not want to go into the specifics, but the principles, because this doesn't just apply here. There's a lot of places where people look at agricultural land or natural land, and some people might support renewable energy infrastructure, but they want to know how those tensions marry.
Yeah. We're in a situation for the second time in 5 years. We are at the mercy of a global instability around fossil fuels. So we have been very clear that we want to have clean electricity by 2030. We want to do that so that we become energy independent in this country. We don't rely on people like Putin for our supply of energy. And we also want to create jobs through renewable energy infrastructure. And we also want to bring down people's bills. That is how we get to that position. That involves solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, nuclear, and obviously we've announced a £2.5 billion investment in new nuclear on Wilver in Anglesey. If you look at all the polling and if you look at all the focus groups and what people are most concerned about, it's the cost of living. And we will never bring down bills and we will never get our energy security unless we build that renewable infrastructure. And we have to do it across the country, and we have to make sure that communities benefit. Those that host the infrastructure benefit from it as well.
Ms. Davis?
Well, we have introduced our cheap power plan, and I think that's really important to get bills down and to support businesses. But I don't believe that we should ever be overriding localism and what matters to local people who are going to be living next to a 300-acre solar farm. I can't actually quite fathom how large that is. At the same time as Joe's talking about energy security, we need to be worrying about food security. We are seeing pylons and we are seeing solar panels, much of this stuff made in China and, not able to be recycled, etc. And Joe's rightly mentioned what's going on at Wilford, but they've ducked the issue. They've gone for SMRs rather than a large nuclear site.
You did nothing. The yearsmen's on this. You did absolutely nothing.
We worked
here. We are delivering the SMRs.
You're not.
More modular reactor. We're delivering power for 3 million homes. We're creating 3,000 jobs. It will transform the economy of Wales. And your party did nothing in government.
Let me finish. They're delivering nothing. This is going to take several years and it's going to be small SMRs, and they're ducking the opportunity. Very few areas want a large site nuclear, which will bring all the jobs and all the things that Joe will also want. And at the same time, I don't know what Clyde's position is regarding Knob, because that moved accordingly. But food security and energy security are absolutely vital. We've seen Denby and other ceramics manufacturers, going under because we don't have the ability to make our own power, and we need to be doing the right thing when it comes to North Sea oil and gas. We know that fossil fuels sadly are part of the mix. We need renewables, but we need to get it right. We need to get off businesses back and do it right.
I just want to be
This doesn't feel right to the people in this room who are going to live with it for decades.
I know. It sounds a little bit there about sort of have your cake and eat it when you say we need fossil fuels, we need North Sea oil and gas, we need renewables.
Yeah, have you listened to any experts? Because they say exactly that.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that these aren't going to be in the mix for time to come, but you will know that North Sea oil and gas, it's a finite resource. It's a declining basin. And if you need renewables as well, do you not need the infrastructure that goes along with them?
You also
Where do you put
need, in this beautiful village, those 300 acres
but
that no one's been asked
it's
about.
A genuine
question. That's food security.
It's a genuine question. Where then? Because there will be lots of communities for entirely understandable reasons that don't want it near them. So where does it go?
Well, ultimately, you need to listen to local people. And 300 acres, while we're struggling with food security, is not a reasonable answer. So, for me, if you are going to get communities to come forward, there are certain areas where, amounts of their bills and opportunities are there. Go and talk to people in Aberdeen, many of them who've voted in their droves Conservative, because they have seen the decimation of the oil and gas sector in their areas, would love to be doing more for our energy mix in Scotland.
I'll bring you a statement from the company behind this proposed development, and it is still proposed at the moment. The reason I do this is, of course, they're not on the panel to represent themselves. So they say the site would have the capacity to generate up to 46 megawatts of electricity, enough to power the equivalent of over 17,000 typical family homes a year, saving up to 495 tonnes of CO2. Ben Lake, presumably that's something you support then, given you want net zero by 2040?
The thing is, and it's been touched upon here by Mr. Thomas in the question, you have different competing uses for land. And one of the problems we have in Wales, and I believe to some extent in the UK as well, is that we haven't had a proper discussion, a strategic discussion about how we deal with those competing purposes and uses for land. So, as already mentioned about the access to nature and the amenity value of the 300 acres in the question, speaking in a principled sort of general sense, we also need to be conscious about food security and the loss of arable good farming land. What we need, though, is to have that discussion so that we do have a strategic plan. So then you do have a better idea of making sure that you don't have good arable land or land that provides natural environment amenity to people that is just then given over to developers to develop large installations. And the other thing, Mim's asked about Clyde's plan for renewable energy, we think there's still a lot more that we could be doing with smaller installations. So that does mean, yes, the supporting people, supporting community halls, other buildings to place solar on their building. I think I'm going to be positive here. I think the UK government's announcement on plug-in solar could be a game changer. These are things that should be pursued. And also then when it comes to the community level base of generation and projects, I know I can speak confidently from my part of the country. There's a great appetite and support for community-based projects that still deliver significant amounts of electricity generation, but bring the communities together with them. And I think what we should be doing more is perhaps taking a firmer grasp of things as governments, both in the UK level, where it's appropriate, and also the Welsh Government, so that you have a situation where we do generate more renewable energy, but we do so with the communities, because I don't believe that if you ask communities to co-produce and co-design, that you'll get the same level of issues and opposition.
So just to very quickly say, it was snuck out just before the end of the last Parliament, the land use framework. And that discussion document is there from Labour, and it does exactly what you've said, Ben, but nobody's discussed it. Nobody's seen it because it's been snuck out by Labour, and I suggest people go and have a look at it.
Well, it's been published by
Labour. And nobody's discussed it because it wasn't brought into the chamber to be discussed.
And I think
the land
just a bit of context, because people might not follow it. So it's the land use framework document, exactly as Mims Davis says. And I think I'm right in saying I'm happy to be corrected on this. Hang on, Mims. I'm happy to be corrected on this. That in that it sets out what the government thinks land should be used for, like it says in the name. And I understand that renewables are expected to take up about 1% of the land in England. Tim Montgomery.
Look, climate change is one of the biggest problems this planet faces. Perhaps some would argue the biggest problem. But we have to tackle it intelligently. At the moment, what Britain is doing, we're often embracing some of the most immature technologies with 40-year contracts, sometimes taken in this case, so that we have basically the technologies of 5 or 10 years' time might mean that we have to do a lot of this, the same environmental impact, a lot more cheaply without the same impact on the local environment. What Britain is doing at the moment is we're imposing costs. We have the highest energy costs in the world, which means that our manufacturing industries are dying. Our pensioners can't afford to heat their own homes. And what we're now proposing to do is destroy some of the most valuable farmland we have in a place like Wales. And even if we change course, you can't bring that farmland back after it's had a solar farm on it for a very long time. So Ed Miliband, who I think is the most dangerous politician in Britain, he keeps rushing into decisions.
Hard to disagree, Tim.
And when we rush into decisions, we destroy our farmland, we don't tackle climate change, we destroy our manufacturing industry, and we don't ensure that our pensioners can heat their homes in an affordable way. So this is an example, I'm afraid, of another rush into a bad policy, and I hope you local people have the power to stop it. I wish you every success.
Tim, I suggest you go and speak to the apprentices in Wales who are working on floating offshore wind, on onshore wind, young people coming out of college and school, where these are the jobs of the future for our kids in Wales, and you would cut it all off at the knees. You know, you would. You absolutely would. That is your policy. You don't believe in net zero.
I've made it very clear what I said. I began by saying climate change may be one of the biggest problems. I'm talking for myself just at the moment.
But you're here as a reform rep.
Yeah, but if you ask most reform people, they will say that we have to tackle climate change. What you're doing, though, is you're treating it almost like with religious zeal. You're rushing into finding policies to tackle climate change at whatever cost. China and India are still burning fossil fuels, and all you're doing is destroying precious parts of Wales without necessarily tackling the underlying problem.
Let me just put one sort of central point of this to you, Tim. So there was recently an agreement between the renewable energy industry and the Welsh government. Industry leaders welcomed that because they said it would help unlock around £10 billion for Welsh businesses and 8,000 jobs. Surely there's an economic benefit to some of this renewables industry
There absolutely is. And, you know, Britain, we've got this magnificent coastline. Tidal power should be something we absolutely specialise in. And because of our North Sea oil industry, we're specialists in this field. What we don't necessarily have to do, given we've got all that tidal power, is also to plough up our countryside and ruin it in the same way to deliver our environmental goals when we've got tidal power and wind power as better alternatives.
Which is exactly what we're doing.
And as I say, this very specific proposal is still going through the process, and I'm sure there's plenty of detail if you want to read more about all sides of the argument, including the company's position, if you choose to look into it. 03700 100 444. Any answers? Share your views on that, because I know that very same discussion applies to lots of different parts of the United Kingdom. Right, last few minutes, and it's the last question. This one comes from Harriet Cousins. Hi.
Hello. Nice non-contentious question for you. National treasure Sir David Attenborough is 100 today. What does the panel think makes someone a national treasure?
We thought this might be quite a highly political programme, so perhaps a nice note to end it on. What do the panel think makes someone a national treasure? Tim Montgomery.
Well, I think one of my favourite films is Harvey. I don't know if you know it. With Jimmy Stewart. It's a giant rabbit, imagining rabbit. And he says, not everyone could be clever, not everyone can be handsome, but everyone can be kind. Kindness is the greatest human quality. And I think when you hear that magnificent voice of David Attenborough, you hear someone who is kind, who has a long-term perspective about our planet and about the importance of nature. So a national treasure has to have kindness, but I think the treasure that all of us have within us is kindness, and I hope we can all exhibit a little bit more of it. Thank you.
Benley.
It's very difficult to follow that answer because I fully agree with Tim. What I would add, and it's especially true of Sir David Attenborough, is the longevity of his service to the country, and in terms of broadcasting, I'm sure many of us will have grown up, well, all of us, would have grown up listening and enjoying his documentaries and instilling a love of nature. And more recently, one of the things that I found particularly fantastic about Sir David Attenborough is the programme making us fall in love again with the British countryside. And for those of you who haven't watched it yet, please do it. It's a fantastic mini-series. And I think A National Treasure not only shows kindness, fully agree, but also perhaps gives us reason to love our surroundings, our community, a positive reason to champion the areas in which we live. And so I think that's another attribute I'd give A National Treasure.
Joe Stevens. David Attenborough, I think, has been just such a wonderful broadcaster, educated generations of people. We've all been able to watch things on television, on the BBC, that we would never have the opportunity to go and see in real life. And for that, I think we should all be really grateful. National treasures come in all shapes and sizes and forms, and we haven't got much time to talk about them, but I think he epitomises the kind of the sort of person that wants to educate, but in a way that is gentle, kind, as Tim has talked about, and makes a difference to people's lives, coming into our television screens, into our homes every year. And I wish him a very, very happy 100th birthday.
Mim Davis. Well, national treasure, wow, he absolutely is, and a very, very happy birthday. What an amazing milestone. And it sums up that, after the passion that we've had, and I'm very proud of the passion we all have for Wales and for politics. And Tim and I were just reminiscing in the green room. The last time we properly worked together was on Sajid Javid's leadership campaign. So yeah, time moves on, but he's a wonderful national treasure. He's amazing a memoir I'm looking forward to reading. But our union is a treasure. Our positivity as the United Kingdom is a treasure. And may I think, and all of us wish Bonnie Tyler well. She is a national treasure. Let's think about her tonight.
Thank you all very much indeed. That's it, we're out of time. 03700 100 444. Share your views on everything we've discussed on Any Answers. Next week we are in Chatham in Kent. The week after we are in Warminster in Wiltshire. But from here in Pontia in South East Wales. Thank you to our panel. Thank you very much to our audience. And thank you at home for listening.
Any Questions was presented by Alex Forsyth, and the producer was Paul Martin. It was a BBC Audio Bristol production for Radio 4. As ever, there's a chance to have your say by ringing Any Answers now on 03700 100 444. We'll join Anita Anand for that after this.
A sewage scandal damaging our rivers.
Last time I was here, there was a tampon and there was a condom.
We had an enormous range of animals in the garden, and that also started to disappear.
A story of ordinary folk taking on powerful people.
They told me there's nothing wrong with the River Windrush. Basically, go away and stop troubling us.
I'm Kate Lamble, and I'll be exploring an environmental battle shaped by politics and murky finances. Rinsed.
I'm not accepting it.
Starting this Monday to Friday at 1:45. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
Now, BBC Radio 4, it's time for Any Answers with Anita Anand.
Vijay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome to Any Answers. So Keir Starmer has an uncomfortable week ahead of him, facing increasing pressure to step down from some of his own MPs. And this comes after Labour suffered poor results in the elections, losing over 1,000 councillors in England and historic losses in the Welsh Senate election. So we're taking your calls on that, and there is so much to discuss. I'd really love to know how you voted and why. What does this election tell us about British politics today? What do you hope it means for the future? In the last few minutes, the SNP's John Swinney has been speaking and has said that Nigel Farage is, in his words, galloping towards leading the UK government. I'll read you the exact quote. The UK could soon have a Prime Minister, he says, who is hostile to minorities, called for the privatisation of the NHS and called for the abolition of the Scottish Parliament. This in the last few minutes. Your thoughts on that? 03700 100 444. And looking at Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, with Sinn Féin, Plaid Cymru and the SNP now in the driving seat, what is the future of the union, do you think? 03700 100 44. And on Keir Starmer himself, should he stay
or should he go? So far, he's indicated he is going nowhere. There's a 5-year term I was elected to do. I intend to see that through, is what he says. So if he's listening this afternoon, and you're a Labour voter, what do you need him, and indeed other party leaders, to hear? So, in short, we're taking your calls on all things election this afternoon, 03700 100 444, and we can talk about solar farms. We know it's a hot topic. Last night's programme shows there can be a lot of local opposition. When it comes to our energy future, is solar energy the brightest choice? 03700 100 444. Let's start, though, with the elections, and Jane Parry calling us from Newton The Willows, which is in Southport, our first caller. Welcome, Jane.
Oh, hi, Anisha.
Hi.
Nice to talk to you. I'd like to say today in my contribution to your programme why I think Keir Starmer's days are over and why he should resign.
Okay.
I think they came in with an overwhelming majority, and what has happened this week has been catastrophic beyond measure. And the reason that that's happened is because of the leadership of him and his party cabinet. Poor decision making, i.e. the two-child cap, pension issues over the winter fuel, and then all the debacles that have gone on, particularly those of Peter Mandelson. Many councillors, Labour councillors who've given service to the Labour Party, are now been thrown under the bus and are not working. It's absolutely terrible for them.
Mm-hmm.
During this time, to the transition to the leader of the Labour Party, anybody who disagreed with his policies was expelled from the party, and they ferried in people from all over the country to different areas to take part in groups, to be the leader of the party in different areas where they had not even any experience of living. I think that what they need to do is they really need to tackle inequality, and that has to be a priority because it's the worst thing that's happened to this country. People are working now with jobs. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask you a question, Jane, if that was all right. I mean, are you a traditional Labour voter? Because it sounds to me as you definitely didn't vote Labour this time round in the local elections. Who did you vote for?
I voted Green, and yes, I would ordinarily be a Labour voter. And I remember speaking to you a couple of years ago, just before the election, and you asked me what I thought of Keir Starmer, and my response was I find him very unconvincing, and I would not be voting Labour, and I would be voting Green, and that's exactly what I did this time.
If you hear, as we are hearing this afternoon, that Keir Starmer says, OK, you know what, we've made unnecessary mistakes, he said. But he said he's not going to walk away because he's only very early on in a 5-year term. He says he's going to turn to some old Labour hands for help and advice. And he's talking about Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman.
Yeah, I heard that on today's programme this morning.
So will that settle things down, do you think?
No. I think what it demonstrates, I heard Lucy Powell on the Sky programme this morning, and I heard the information that you've just been giving me. But I also think it demonstrates his ability not to listen. And if you cannot see what's happened in front of you after the catastrophic results this week, I don't know why you're doing his job.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one other question, then we're going to move on. This is such a busy phone-in. I wanted to ask you, if not Keir Starmer, is there another person who would woo you back to Labour if they took the leadership role?
I would like to see Andy Burnham take the leadership of the Labour Party. He has transformed Manchester. He's provided transformational leadership in Manchester. He's transformed the transport system. He's put homes for young people, affordable homes. So made things a lot more accessible. And Manchester is thriving as a result of his intervention.
Okay, well, listen, thank you very much for kicking us off. 03700 100 444. You know what, Jane was mentioning hard-working councillors who've lost their positions. If you are one such, for whatever party, I want to know from you, if you didn't do well, who's to blame for that? It would be really interesting to hear from you. 03700 100 444. Let's go to Paul Broadhurst, who's calling us from Cheshire. Hi, Paul.
Hi there. Hi, Anita. I have to agree, actually, with a lot of what Jane's just said, that Keir Starmer should resign. All his bad decisions, poor judgment, and causing Labour many, many U-turns has highlighted how out of depth he is. And lessons have not been learnt, as you've just mentioned. He's now bringing back Gordon Brown, who had no connection connection with the public at all, and he was complicit with Alistair Darling for leaving the no money left letter when Labour lost power previously. And so colleagues...
Yeah, so are you traditionally a Labour voter? Are you somebody who's always disliked them, or were they once the party for you?
I voted Labour on many occasions.
And may I ask what you voted this time round? I mean, what did you vote
for? Because it was local elections, and because what's happened on the national level, this time I voted Reform. Because our local council, who have been in power for 48 years in Tameside, as you would probably have heard on the news reports, they out of 19 seats, Reform took 18 and one went to an independent because of how poor the Labour Council in this area has run Tameside.
So can I ask, what is it about Reform's track record in local government that convinces you that actually for your local area they will do the trick?
Well, the thing is, Anita, we've got to give them chance, and what we've needed and what country needs is change. We need a massive change, and as I've just mentioned, locally the Labour Council that's run the Tameside Council for 48 years has done nothing, but now they don't have overall majority. Labour don't have overall majority, and hopefully the new blood will bring their policies to the forefront, and they will give the communities more of a chance. But the thing is, with Reform now, they're going to be taking on a lot of debt, because a lot of these Labour-run councils have got a lot of debt on the balance sheets, and what they'll have to do is be upfront with people. They've got a lot of work to do, and hopefully they can prove themselves. And then that in turn will go on to prove themselves that they are going to be a national government that can run the country.
So I was going to ask you that. So, I mean, as an ex-Labour voter who's voted Reform this time round, and our last caller, ex-Labour voter who voted Green, which just shows you what's happening to the Labour vote around the country. John Swinney, as I said just in the last few minutes, has said that Nigel Farage is galloping towards leadership. I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact quote. But would you welcome a Farage government?
Yes, I would. I would, because some of the things that have been mentioned by the Reform Party, they've been taken in the wrong context in a lot of cases. And when you read between the lines and actually hear what Reform have been saying, then it's the people this time, to me, I mean, the turnout, the footfall in these last council elections, locally and nationally, has gone up. And people have voted knowing what is going on in the country. And they've voted for change.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Lots of thoughts coming in on text and emails. Mosh Jahan in East Anglia says, I think people forget that delivery takes time. We don't elect governments for a 2-year term for a good reason. Leo Bass on email, Reform is simply a reincarnation of the Tory party. I wonder if the electorate understands that by voting for Reform, they are simply bringing back the Tories into government. Richard Warner says, Keir Starmer started off the way he meant to carry on by throwing us pensioners that voted for him under the bus. And Maureen Smith from Gloucestershire has emailed saying, I feel very sorry about the outcome of the recent local elections. Unfortunately, people seem to think that improvements can be made immediately despite having to pick up the financial implications of gaining power shortly after inheriting a mess from the Conservatives and overcoming the distinct disadvantage caused by suspending the winter fuel payments. Labour should stay in government under Keir Starmer because he should be able to have the chance to finish what he started. Let's talk to Dave Lambert, who's calling us from Exeter. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, hi, Anita.
Now, I'm going to start by asking what I've asked others. What is your traditional homeland when it comes to voting?
Middle ground. Probably I've mainly voted Liberal Democrat, and I have voted Tory and I have voted Labour. I've voted Labour actually for the first time, I think.
You are the political white whale. You are the floating voter, Dave.
Something like that, yes.
So,
well, mainly Liberal Democrat, probably.
So what did you do this time round?
Sorry, we didn't vote in our area.
Oh, you didn't in Exeter. You're in Exeter. Sorry, I've just seen where you are.
I'm just outside Exeter. So, okay. Yes, it's actually East Devon. So,
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, from your vantage point, even though you haven't inked your finger, as it were, in this election, is it time to change the Prime Minister? What do you think?
No, I think I actually agree, well, with a couple of those texts that you read out, but also what Joe Stevens said on any questions, and also John Major. I don't know if you heard John Major talking, but I thought he spoke extremely well as well.
Remind the class, what did John Major say that she chimed?
That we shouldn't keep on changing Prime Ministers. I don't think he was talking about one or the other, just that we, as a country, we're just doing it too much. And so, from my point of view, now is not the right time to change the Prime Minister. Even if we think that even if the Labour Party, and it's up to them, isn't it, want to change it, I don't think now is the right time. I'd just like to say, I think he's got an impossible job, given unrealistic expectations of us, the public. And I doubt whether anybody could do better on the fundamentals, even if they were more dynamic and better presenters.
What are the most unrealistic expectations that you think voters have?
That we lower taxes and increase spending at the same time, basically. That's what I keep on hearing. You've heard people all the time talking about, we need money for this, we need money for that, we need pay rises, and at the same time, we should be having lower taxes. So, can't all work.
Thank you very much indeed for your call, Dave. 03700 100 444. Mike Foster has emailed in. The need for the Labour Party has gone, and it is sadly time that they retired. Penny from Devon says, to all those gunning for Keir Starmer, I would say be careful what you wish for. I wonder if our celebrity culture and the focus on big personality politics in the USA and other places might be affecting things here. And Joe Derry says on email, Starmer must go. He cannot do politics. He cannot communicate. He is not a leader. Let's take another call on this. Sylvia Mitchell-Wright is calling us from Holywell in North Wales. Sylvia, have you got your radio on? Because I'm hearing myself coming back, and goodness knows, nobody needs to hear this twice.
Yeah, sorry, the radio is on, but it's in a different room. Shall I get it turned off?
I'll tell you what, why don't you pop back in a minute, because I'm hearing echoes coming back. So if somebody could maybe help Sylvia out with that. Let's go to Richard Clark, who's calling us from Cornwall. Hi, Richard.
Hi, yeah. Would you change the captain of the plane after he's just crashed a plane? I'm a Labour member. I campaigned for Miliband, for Corbyn and for Starmer because the Labour Party changes the lives of working people, improves. We got the average wage up by £9,000 under Blair and Brown. I told people that and they voted for us, but we're letting them down. Bernie Sanders says to working people, you didn't abandon the Democrats, they abandoned you. That's where the Labour Party is now. We are have abandoned working class people, and they get it, and they need change, and we need change at the top, not for the Labour Party, but to improve the country. Burnham's got Manchester growing at 3% per capita, and the UK has hardly grown more than 0% per capita, certainly since COVID, but almost since 2008. We need the kind of things they're doing in Manchester. We need basically Keynesianism. We need to invest and grow and get money into people's pockets because people are really struggling.
Well, you might have seen Peter Kyle doing the rounds this week, and he was saying, look, hang on a minute, look, we're 2 years in. It's, you want us to sort everything out. We inherited a mess. We were going in the right direction. He was pointing to 2% growth, and then you had Iran, and you had international instability, and any chance of growth sort of evaporated, was his argument. Do you have any sympathy with that at all?
No. We had some good figures in November. So basically, we've had 20 years almost since financial crisis of stagnating wages. Now, wages did not go up under the Tories. All of the money went to the billionaires. Well, basically the top 1% got to the 2 billion that the government took out in tax, if you like, but top 1,000 people got half of that. So we gave $1 billion to the richest 1,000 people in the country. Working people got poorer. Now, Labour's come in and wages have gone up, but it's so marginal after 15, 20 years of stagnation. People need better. We need a way to redistribute that isn't just tax.
So you know what I'm going to ask next. Okay, so you, Richard Clark, have knocked on the doors for Labour for 3 successive prime ministers.
or leaders, I should say, leaders of the party. Who would you knock for today if you had to go? And it sounds to me like you're a political beast. So who are you going to involve yourself with?
I will, if we can get. I mean, there's other talented people who want to do this kind of thing, but Andy Burnham's got the record of actually doing it in Manchester. They're growing at 3%. The country is not growing at 1%. We had a night from your the business secretary figures. We had some really good growth figures in the odd months. But basically, we're growing at 1%. We're growing at maybe 0.3 per capita a year, post-COVID, post the rebound. So we need to do the things that gets money into working people's pockets. We're not doing that. We're not doing what the Labour Party's for. We're doing maybe what the One Nation Conservative or the Liberal Party is for, and we're trying to manage things, and we're failing because we're so far into this debt and people are getting poorer. There's people like Mariana Mazzucato who are constantly writing, we need to invest and train and grow, and this is where it works.
The Economist, for those who may not be familiar. Okay. Listen, thank you very much indeed for your call. 03700 100 444. Still looking for councillors who may have lost their positions. Give us a call. It doesn't matter which party you're from. Clearly, a lot of feeling about the Labour Party at the moment, but I'd love to know from you what happened. And if you weren't successful, what is that down to? Jeffrey White on email. Labour's drubbing in Wales has a lot more to do with the poor performance of the devolved Welsh government than any shortcomings of Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. The Welsh NHS had some of the worst waiting lists. I waited 970 days for a new knee. Okay, so if we're talking about Wales, should we have another stab at talking to Sylvia Mitchell-Wright, who is calling us from North Wales? Hello, Sylvia. Can we hear you clearly now?
I hope so, yes. Hello.
Crystal clear. Clear as a bell, Sylvia. Good. Okay. So, tell me, on the fortunes of Labour, are you somebody who's sympathetic? Should Keir Starmer stay? Did he ever have your vote anyway? Did he have it this time round?
Right, okay. I really want to talk about the election in the Senedd. But to answer your question about Keir Starmer,